AI can be extremely overwhelming to navigate. I get it. I've spent the last 2 years using AI every single day and showcasing the top tools and use cases on this YouTube channel. That is why I put together this 4+ hour long masterclass teaching everything you need to get started with AI, regardless of your experience level. We go over which tools I personally use, how to use them in depth, and I turn complex topics into something anyone can understand. I promise that if you stay to the end of this video, you will walk away 10 steps ahead of everybody else. Grab your coffee and your notebook and let's get into it. First off, you will learn how to vibe code. AI now gives anyone the ability to build products. We will showcase how you can use it to build entire web and mobile apps from scratch, as well as monetize these apps. We're gonna go over hacks to make your apps look as good as possible, and we'll have a ton of tips and tricks along the way. All right guys, I'm actually really excited for this video. I think it's gonna be a fun one. So first of all, we're gonna be using Lovable, which is a text to web app builder that uses AI to build apps and websites for us. Even as a non-technical person, I've never coded before, but I'm gonna use this platform to do so. Second of all, we're gonna be recreating this horrible website, Craigslist. Most people have probably heard of Craigslist, but if you haven't, it's essentially a place where you can go and actually buy things. It's a marketplace, but it looks terrible. It looks like it was literally made in like 1963. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use AI to make this look so much better, like make it look like an actual website that somebody would pay money for. So let's go ahead and do that now. Basically, I'm gonna take a screenshot here. I'm gonna screenshot this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna paste this inside of Lovable. And I'm actually using Opal voice, which is a voice to text model that essentially just pastes whatever I speak into the user interface. So instead of having to type this out and giving my thoughts doing that, I could literally just like talk to my computer and it will build it for me. So we are going to be doing that. All I need to do is click F5 on my computer and just begin speaking. Hey, so I have this app that I want to recreate, and it is called Craigslist. I attached a screenshot above. Essentially what I want to do is I want to make this website just look much more clean and new and futuristic. I want you to add some gradient accents. I want you to break down by category, so that way it doesn't just show a whole list of every single item listed on this page. And I just want it to be easy to use and to look at. All right, so you can see that I actually just pasted that into our prompt here. All I need to do is click on submit, and it's gonna begin writing our code here. So I'm gonna give it a minute while it's going ahead and doing this, and then we'll touch base after that. Nice, okay, so this is actually what it gave us on our first go around. This looks pretty great. So the new Craigslist, reimagined marketplace where the local community comes together to buy, sell, trade, and connect. We have our categories down here. So we got housing, we got jobs, we got for sale. Let's see if this is clickable. So it looks like that is not clickable. And then we have featured listings here, as well as popular locations. So this, first of all, looks great. This isn't very functional. We need to add edits to this, but I like what it gave us so far. It looks better than this already with AI in under like 3 minutes. So that's awesome. But let's proceed and continue with this. All right, so next up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over to 21st.dev, which is a massive hack if you have used Lovable or these text to web app builders. This is a great way for you to actually get user interface components that look absolutely amazing, and you could add them easily to your websites or to your applications that you're building. So I'm gonna click on this and I wanna copy this. I think this just looks really clean. So I'm gonna copy this prompt. I could open the component to see what it looks like. Like, I would love if this could be a highlight of our website here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click paste, and then I'm gonna come up to the top here, and then I'm gonna speak with Aqua Voice and then just explain what I wanna do. I think what you created looks really good so far. However, I want you to implement this hero section to our app at the top of our website. Let's also maintain this theme and style across the rest of our website and landing page. All right, I'm just gonna let that run and let's let it do its thing. All right, here we go. So now we have this little beams background in the hero section of our website here. This looks great. The new Craigslist, wow, that's just like such a fire punchline for our website here. So next up, what I want to do is I want to actually make this, like these categories here, clickable, because we want to be able to actually click on these and see, you know, each of these like individual listings and whatnot. So This looks great. Now for the browse by category section, I want this to be expansive. So when I view all of the categories, I want it to actually show me all of the categories, as well as when I click on a category, I want it to take me to a separate page with all of the listings for this category. Also guys, I do want to mention, for the sake of this video, I just want to showcase how you could build amazing user interfaces with this platform. I'm not going to go in and actually build a full-on Craigslist that is fully functioning and whatnot. That would take a bit too much time. However, I just wanted to show what is possible by coding with AI to build pretty cool looking websites. And I thought this would be a cool use case, taking something that most people know, something like Craigslist, and just giving a spin, building upon that, and actually building something that looks pretty sweet. All right, so it looks like it actually finished that up. And now if I click on these categories, if I click view all 10 categories, it shows all the categories here. So if I want to go to house swap, it now takes me to this section with listings for these house swaps and whatnot. So of course, this doesn't actually have real details here of actual listings yet, but this is a great layout for Craigslist as opposed to something that looks like this, where we come here and then it just like, I mean, this just looks absolutely terrible. So let's go ahead and try to build upon this. All right, let's do something a little bit crazy here. Let's see if we can actually add listings. So I'm gonna basically come to Lovable and ask how we could set that up. We might need to use Supabase, which is a place where we actually store information in a database. Let me see what we need to do first. Let me just ask Lovable. All right, this is looking absolutely awesome. However, I wanna now add actual products and featured listings. How can we go ahead and implement something like that where we actually allow users to upload an item and save that item on the platform? All right, I'm gonna run with that. Let's see, it's probably gonna give me some instructions on how to set up Supabase, but I wanna see what it says first before I actually go ahead and try to do that. Also, one thing to mention, if you are a coder and you wanna see all of the code, you can come and edit the code. You can see all of these different pages that have been added, all of the components and whatnot. So I'm not a coder. I can't really do much with this, but if you are a coder, this might be useful. All right, let's take a look now and see if this is now working properly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come over, might as well just come over to a brand new full tab here. So this looks great. The new Craigslist. I mean, guys, this looks clean, not to gas myself up here, but let's go ahead and play around with this. So I'm gonna click on new post. Let's describe what we're selling. Let's just say MacBook Pro, $1,500. I'm gonna say I'm in Bend. We're gonna put this for sale, subcategory, electronics. I'm gonna say brand new MacBook Pro, taken out of the box, however, has not been used. Okay, and let's just upload some files here. So I'm gonna select this image. Here we are. Boom, open it, and let's go ahead and post a listing. And now this should be somewhere on our page. Okay, here we go. So now latest listing, you can see we have a MacBook Pro here. That looks awesome. This is working. However, I don't think this is actually saving to the platform. So let me refresh. If I refresh this and this is not here, we're gonna need to add some Supabase integrations. You know what? That's actually loading. So this is pretty cool. Let me come back inside of Lovable, see if it's also saving here. All right, so you can see it's saving on this UI, on this user interface here. However, it's not saving in this browser. So we need to go ahead and actually save this to Supabase, which I'm gonna show you how to do. So you could actually save items or whatever in the actual database to make your apps actually fully functional. This looks great. I'm now able to add products here and add listings. However, I want these to be stored in a database, so anybody that has access to our app / website can see all the posts that have been created. Boom, there we go. Guys, we're making some progress here. So if you guys are enjoying this video, make sure to subscribe to this channel. It's AI for non-techies. I cover all things for non-technical people and how they can use AI in their everyday lives, specifically using platforms like Lovable to build pretty cool apps with no technical background. All right, so here it's giving me the steps. We need to implement this functionality with Supabase, connect your Lovable project to Supabase, create a products table in Supabase. All right, I went ahead, I actually created a database inside of Supabase, or I created a new project. So all I need to do now is I need to come to Supabase, click connect Supabase. I need to authorize Lovable. Great, so this is all set up now. I just need to pick and choose which project. So Craigslist is the project that we're going to be using. Looks like that is all connected. So let me go back here All right, so it shows our app is now connected to Supabase. You can now work with a fully featured backend, add powerful features to make your app fully functional. So we could add user logins and accounts. We could store and use real data. So for example, whenever a user makes a post, it actually stores that information somewhere inside of a database that our user interface can reflect. And we could use advanced features, which are edge functions like AI endpoints, email notifications, payments, and scheduled tasks. So that is all good to go. Let's go ahead now and test something. I'm going to see if we now store all of our posts in our database. Bike. Used bike in great condition, has both wheels intact. Let's just upload a photo. Bike. Here is our bike. How amazing is that? Okay, so let's select files. Used bike in great condition, has both wheels intact. All right, so I can now post our listing. Let's call this used bike. Okay, let's post it. It says our listing has been successfully posted. We can now see a post down here. However, in order to make sure this is actually storing in our database, we need to come to Supabase and we need to check our project here. So table editor, looks like we have no table for this. So we need to come back over to Lovable and let Lovable know. Hey, so I actually went ahead and tried to add a new post here into our Craigslist app. However, I'm not seeing that reflected in our Supabase project. So let's set it up so whenever there is a new post on the platform, it then stores inside of a Supabase database. And that way we could like always show all of the posts that have been created by users, even if we refresh the page. Guys, I love using Aqua Voice. Like, it's just so simple. The fact that I don't type anything anymore. I just speak it into my computer. And that's, I think, where we're going with the future of the user interface of computers. Like, what's the point of typing when we could speak faster and use AI to break that down and paste it into the UI? So, okay, so looks like now what it's going to do is it's creating some form of rules. We need to create a products table in Supabase. So I could see us potentially running into issues here. We don't want this policy here to be too strict. All right, this looks good. However, I don't want our policy to be too strict. Let's just make it very seamless so basically anybody can make changes to this table. So the reason I say that is if we're actually launching this as a website and a platform that people are really going to be using, you might want it to be a bit more strict with who could actually make changes to the database. However, I think this should be fine for this just because I'm using this for basically a demo for this video. So let's go ahead and move forward with this. As well as here is the products table. So it's going to store all this information. Let's make sure to store the information that we receive on the user interface. So if there's something that we don't have the user add to the post, make sure not to actually save that in the table. Vibe coding at its absolute finest. For whatever reason, like vibe coding is a trendy word right now and the name just kind of annoys me. It's just triggering for whatever reason. However, I guess I'm vibe coding, so whatever. All right, let's apply these changes, run with this, and then it should now be creating a table in here. So you can see we have a new products table in here with the UID or of the ID of the user, the title, description. We got the price, the category, subcategory, location, images, time, views, is featured, blah, blah. So all the stuff that goes into actually creating a post is now going to be stored in the backend using Supabase. Let's try to go ahead and give this a go. Let me go ahead and add a post and then we'll go from there. All right, so that's now working. You would see I actually went ahead and I posted this. So new iPhone, obviously that is not a picture of an iPhone, but I did this just for the sake of this, doesn't really matter. Featured listings, new iPhone, $500 for sale, electronics is a category. And if I come back over to our Supabase project, you can see all this information is now reflected into our products here. So basically what I could do is I'm gonna see if I could publish our app. And if I publish this and then go to this app on a separate browser, this should now be stored there because anybody that has access to our app or to our website, Craigslist, can actually see this because it's stored in our database here, which is reflected on the user interface of our app. So right here is a link to our app and looks like for whatever reason that is not saving. So I need to come back to Lovable and try to figure this out. All right. It's allowing us to actually add a product and it saves it to our Supabase table. However, when I go to a new browser and access our app, it's not showing all of the products that have been listed. We need to make it so anybody that has access to our app can see all of the products in the listings that are reflected from Supabase that are stored in our database there. All right. Okay. So what I did is I actually checked here. Looks like this is loading. So we have the new iPhone. And if I come over here, I come to a new browser. We have our new Craigslist app. And now this listing is now being stored here. So that's absolutely great because now anybody that has access to viewing our app or our website will now see all of the posts that are created. Guys, our functionality of our app is coming together. This is actually like turning into a real Craigslist. I didn't think I was going to dive in and actually add functionality to our app. I was just thinking I was going to change the interface. However, might as well continue on and see how far we could go with this. All right, let's play around now. And right here, I'm going to add just another post. Used tennis racket. Paid $100 for a brand new less than a year ago. All right, let's post our listing. Listing posted successfully. If we want to come back and make sure this is working, we go to Supabase. We have our new amazing. We got our tennis racket, descriptions there, prices there, categories are there. Everything is being stored here. And then what I want to do is I'm going to come back again. I'm going to open up a new tab and this should now show our tennis racket. Okay, perfect, guys. This is working smoothly. Everything is working exactly how we want it to. All right, here's another layer that's actually working as well. So if we want to come and check our categories, let's check our categories here. We have for sale and then subcategory beauty and health is where our tennis racket is. So if we want to make sure this is working properly, what we're going to do is we're going to come here. You can see our tennis racket is still there. We're going to now come to for sale. And I'm going to click on beauty and health. And you can see our tennis racket is now listed here because it is flagged underneath this section here. So let's go to Craigslist and take a look at what we were dealing with before. If we're going to for sale, like let's say we're going to auto parts. I mean, this just looks so awful and hideous. Look at what we have created with AI in under like 30 minutes or something, 45 minutes maybe. So guys, there we have it. I think I'm going to leave it there. So if we dive into our Lovable here, you can see we have this awesome looking landing page and website here. I actually used 21st.dev in Lovable to build this out. You can see this header up here with the robot that was copied from 21st.dev, which allows you to build really awesome user interfaces within Lovable. This is going to be a great hack for you if you haven't already seen it yet. So let's take a look. If you come over to 21st.dev, you're going to see it's basically a library of user interface components. You can see there are a whole bunch of different components here that we could go ahead and paste into our Lovable apps. This top one right here is the one that we actually used. And as you can see, this is our little robot guy that follows our cursor around. It looks really cool and smooth. So all we need to do is come up to the right-hand side, click on copy prompt, and we could optimize this prompt for Lovable. Go ahead and copy that, and it's gonna essentially take this code and convert it into a text prompt that we could then take over to Lovable. Paste that into our chat here, and it's gonna begin writing this code, and you will get a similar output like the one that we have for our website. Now that we got that sorted and you understand that hack, what I need to do now is come down and add a sign-up form for our newsletter. This is where we're going to add the backend AI automation using Zapier. So I'm just going to prompt in here. I want to connect Lovable and Zapier together, add a newsletter to the website above. I want the footer to use a design that complements the theme of the website. Capture the name and the email addresses, and I'm going to send that off to Lovable. Basically, what I'm going to do is add an automation. So when somebody fills out a form on our website, this will trigger a webhook on Zapier, and then we can create an automation we want from the back end of that. If that sounds complicated, believe me, I'm going to show you exactly how to do it really simply in this video. So it's beginning to write this code here, which is awesome. Let's give this a second. All right, so it went ahead, and since I mentioned we wanted to integrate Zapier, it actually gave us some instructions here. So it's basically saying we need to create a zap in Zapier with a webhook trigger. Once we have the webhook URL, we need to replace the webhook URL in the newsletter signup component with our actual Zapier webhook URL. So it wrote that code. We just need to now configure this inside of Zapier. All right, so now I'm coming over to Zapier, and I'm going to come over to the left-hand side and click on Create Zap. Once we're here, we're going to click on Trigger, and we want to come up to the right-hand side where it says Webhooks. From here, we want to make a trigger event called Catch Hook, and let's now move on to the Configure tab and just click Continue. Next up, we're going to be given a URL from Zapier. This is our webhook URL. We want to copy this and make sure not to test the trigger yet. However, we're going to come over to Lovable to implement this webhook URL and then paste it here. Next up, we're going to come over to the next step in our Zap that is going to be OpenAI. We want to make sure to trigger the ChatGPT app. And for the action event, we're going to click on conversation and hit continue after you actually add your ChatGPT account. So go ahead and do that if you haven't already. Next up, we're going to be prompted with the user message as well as the model picker. And for this instance, we're just going to be leaving this at ChatGPT 4.0 mini. So I'm basically going to come in here and paste in the prompt that we made. And it basically says, craft a personalized thank you email tailored to a user who just signed up, incorporating their name for a personal touch, highlight details about the new uploads, and innovative AI integrations. I'm not going to go over all of that, but we're basically giving our AI agent context of what we want it to actually say in the emails, and then it'll use AI to configure that with our prompt. So the next thing on our list is we need to come back to our app and we need to submit this form here. Let's just go ahead and add our name and email and see if this is working. Let's click on subscribe, and now it should have sent a webhook with this information to Zapier. If you don't know what a webhook is, it's essentially sending that information from one application to another, and then we could do as we wish with this information. Let's come back to our initial webhooks by Zapier step, and let's click on test trigger, and you can see a request A if we click on it. Now this contains information with the custom field of our name and our email. Let's go ahead and continue with that record. And now we just need to map the fields that were captured via this webhook. So for the name, we could come over here, click on the name, we could add the email. So now it's going to have this context in order to send a personalized email to our user. Next up, all we have to do is click on test inside of the ChatGPT step, and we want to click on data out. If we scroll down, you can see the user request message, which is the prompt that we put in. But if we scroll down a little bit more, we're going to see the reply that it gave us. So it basically says, "Dear Brock, thank you for signing up and joining our community. We are thrilled to have you on board." Basically, it's creating a personalized outreach email to them based on the information they provided in our form. Obviously, we could dial this prompt in as much as we want. However, for this, I'm just going to show you how it works, and we're going to move on to sending the actual email. So now that we got that set up, we're going to come over and add another action here, which is going to be sending an email. So click on add. Next step, click on Gmail, and make sure you sign up with your Gmail account, and we're going to make the action event send email. So once we're inside of our send email action, we need to configure it, and we're going to make sure to add the email as the email we captured in the webhook step. So you can see we have AI generalist at Gmail, as well as we're going to add a from email address as well in order to send the email, obviously. And then we could click whatever we want and add whatever we want for the subject of this email. And then we need to make sure to add the body of this email as well. This is what the actual content is going to be. We need to map the reply field here. This is going to be the message that ChatGPT actually gave us. And I'm just going to add a simple subject line of thank you email. I'm going to select the from email that we want to send this from. And let's go ahead and test this. We should now be sending an email. Here we go. Checking my inbox, you can see we have a personalized email here. So this now shows that our Zap and our AI automation is actually working on the back end of Lovable. All right, we're gonna go ahead and actually add a couple more steps to our automation here, just to show you the capabilities of integrating with Zapier. I'm gonna come down to next step, and we're gonna add Google Sheets. So we're gonna essentially store all of our new leads into a Google Sheet. First of all, for the action event, we wanna click create spreadsheet row, and then we need to connect our Google Drive as well as the exact spreadsheet that we're trying to populate. Next up, we need to click on the sheet. So worksheet number 1 for me. And you can see I created this lovable automation Google spreadsheet with a name and email field where we will actually populate this with the information captured from our webhook step. So we're going to come over to step 1, and we're going to map the name field, which is my name, Brock Messerich in this case. And for the email, we're going to do the exact same thing. Next up, we actually need to test this, and this should now populate onto our Google spreadsheet. You can see we now added the name and the email here. So whenever somebody fills out this form on our Lovable app, it's going to not only send them an AI generated email, but it's also going to add it to a Google spreadsheet. Next up, what we're going to do is come over to Slack, and I'm going to create a new event, and the action event is going to be send channel message. So that way we could notify our team that a new lead has actually filled out a form. Next up, let's make sure to add the channel that we want to send this message to. I'm going to go ahead and write in a message text here, and it's basically going to say a new user filled out a form. And then I'm going to put name as well as email. Again, we need to map these fields from the first step here, which is the name and the email field from the webhook. All right, so that should be good to go now. And let's go ahead and test this step. Next up, we should be receiving a message in the Slack channel with this information. And there we go. You could see a new user filled out a form with a name and email address right there. This is just a little automation that we can add to our Lovable app. However, we could get much more complex with this using 7,000 of the different applications that Zapier actually ties into. So for the sake of this video, I'm gonna be building a very basic app. It doesn't matter. I don't want to go and show how to build an awesome user interface. You can see my previous videos on how to do that. Instead, I'm just gonna build a basic app and then show you how to set up Stripe integrations and how easy it is to do that. So basically, I'm just gonna say create a note-taking app. Very simple, obviously. I could get much more complex with this. I could build a cooler app, but I'm just gonna do this for the sake of this video. Okay, and so here is the note-taking app. It's extremely simple. You could see I could change the user interface however I want, but for the beginning of this video, let's at least start with this, and then now let's go ahead, add a user login. So they have to actually be authenticated, and they have to log in order to access the app. And then in front of that as well, when they log in, they actually need to sign up with Stripe and pay in order to get access to our app. Set up user auth. And if you haven't seen my previous video about Lovable, make sure to watch it after this one. But it's very easy to set up Supabase. So essentially, I'm going to click this button up here, set up Supabase. This is the database that we actually store user logins, different queries and whatnot. So you can see now it's saying we'll need to use Supabase. Please connect your project to Supabase first by clicking on the Supabase menu in the top right of the interface. So let's do that. First of all, let's come over to Supabase and make sure that we have an account set up, or make sure that we have a project set up that we want to use for this. So I'm going to click new project. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this to an existing project. So Lovable project, connect. Lovable is now saying it's connecting to Supabase. Great, so now it looks like the Supabase is set up. Let's now add user authentication in order to access the app. So we don't want people to have access to the app unless they're signed into their account or signed up for account. That way we could then make it so they need to subscribe to a subscription plan and via Stripe before actually getting access to the application. So let's do that now. It's going to help us set this up inside of Supabase via the native integration. Okay, so let's test this out first. So we could sign up. Let's try an email account. There we go. So it looks like we actually signed into account. So that is now working. Okay, so now for the important part inside of our application. So let's just say set up Stripe integration. Real quick, I want to take 10 seconds to say if you're not already subscribed to the channel, make sure to subscribe. This channel is all things AI for non-techies. So if you want to stay up to date with AI in the future, make sure to follow this channel, like this video, and leave a comment. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so it's showing us the steps that have been completed and the steps that need to be completed. So the Supabase project is already set up. The authentication is set up, which is this right here in order to log in and sign up to your account. We need to add Stripe account in product setup, and then Stripe secret key in store, Stripe secret key in Supabase edge functions. So before we implement the code changes, you'll need to create a Stripe account and set up a product/price. If you haven't already, get your Stripe secret key added to the Supabase edge function secret. So first of all, let's go ahead and get our Stripe secret key. Come down to developers here, and then go up to API keys, and then make sure to reveal the secret key. Okay, so once you have your secret key, paste it right here. Never ever paste your secret API keys into the chat here. You only want to put it if they have a text box where it says to enter your API keys, because then nobody could see it. If you paste it in this chat right here, anybody could see and steal your API keys. So that's very, very important. I need to throw that out there. So I'm going to save that now. So now it looks like API keys have been saved into my Supabase. So I'm just saying I added the Stripe API key. Here is the product ID. And then we want to come back to our Stripe account. We want to come to product catalog and then create a product. You can see I already created one down here. Click on the product and then come and click on this price here in order to copy and paste this price ID or product ID. So basically I'm going to say I added the Stripe API key. Here is the price ID. It's fine to put this in the chat right here because that's already public information. It doesn't matter. So now it's actually writing some code into our Supabase. It's actually creating necessary edge functions, which I don't even know what an edge function is. That's the power of using a platform like Lovable. It just sets this stuff up in the backend for you automatically. Okay, so it looks like it actually has added the Stripe integration. I need to check and see if it's fully set up. So first of all, I need to sign up for an account. Okay, so I can now sign into an account, and in order to subscribe to access the app, you need to subscribe. So let's click subscribe. Looks like this is working so far. Oh, okay, so one thing you need to do is when you're testing out the Stripe, it's not gonna load in the preview here. So you need to actually publish your app and deploy it. So when I use this actually in the browser as opposed to inside of Lovable, this should work. So give it a second. Okay, now that I have deployed this, let's go to the actual URL. Okay, let's go ahead and test this out one more time. So let's sign up. Okay, so now we're prompted to subscribe in order to access the app, and it should now take us back to that Stripe checkout. This is in test mode, so we could just test with a fake card instead of actually like making this payment go through. So let's actually copy and paste this number here. So come to card. There we go. Let's do 1229, just random numbers here. Okay, let's subscribe, and they should go through. Again, the payment won't actually go through, but it's just testing it to make sure that all the functions are working. It's processing. It looked like that worked. It should now send us back to our app, and here is where we will log in, and we should now have access to our app. Amazing. So there we go. That is how you add Stripe. It's very easy to do in Lovable. I hope this tutorial was nice and simple for you. Now we could go ahead, come back to our app, and make this look however we want. We could make this look a little bit better, change everything about it. But now, in order for you to actually use the app, you have to be a user that is stored in Supabase, and you also have to pay via Stripe in order to have access to this. So if we want to get technical, we could come to Supabase and set all this stuff up. But the amazing thing with Lovable is you don't need to set any of it up yourself. That is the power of these native integrations that they actually have. Essentially, we'd have to come in here and add all this information. We'd have to come to edge functions and set all this stuff up. We'd have to write code, but it actually does this since it has this native Supabase integration right here. Guys, this is simply the craziest thing I've seen when it comes to platforms like bolt.new, Lovable, all of these platforms to build with AI. I found this hack that's going to completely change the way you build your apps and makes the user interface look like spectacular. It's crazy. So first of all, I want to show you this that I built really quickly. I just want to show you the UI components. Look at how beautiful and amazing this looks. Like, look at this right here. This little dock of these things. You could see right here for the waitlist. The waitlist button has a nice little glow effect to it. The pricing, this looks amazing. Look at this animation here, guys. This looks awesome. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this in this video. So I found this directory called 21st.dev. And what this directory is it's a whole library of UI components. So user interface components. A component is like each of these things. So like the text, how it looks like this animation, this is a UI component, that's a UI component, all of those things. So you can scroll through here and see any UI component that you like and add it simply to your app. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So for example, you could see right here, the lamps right here, build lamps the right way. This I copied into my application, and now it looks like this with this really sick looking animation that you could easily add to your platform. So all you need to do is you come here, click on this, and this is crazy. So you get the code in order to just copy and paste this into your app, but there is this feature inside of here that optimizes it for Lovable, for bolt.new, for Vercel, V0, all of these different platforms. So you can see I have this right here ready to go, copy the prompt for Lovable, and there we go. It copied that prompt. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to Lovable now, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this in, and it will now create that user interface component and just take it and put it into my app exactly how it is. And we could obviously customize it. So first of all, let's say build me a blank app. So I'm going to copy this prompt. So here we go. You can see I now have this UI component set. We could come here and preview this app. Just look at how good that is. And all I did was simply copy and paste that code inside of 21st.dev, and we could come back and we could find anything we want. So for example, if we like this button here, like you saw in that first that I built, you know, I copied that button and essentially pasted here, as well as this. Look at this little dock here that looks like almost like a computer keyboard. It looks so amazing. Like that looks like just, I don't know how to explain, just like makes my OCD feel good. Like this looks so clean. And I just found this on 21st.dev. So you can come and find anything. Let me play around with some more things. So you could see we could add these animated testimonials. We can come over to this left-hand side and you could see all of these different things. So for landing pages, you can see UI elements. Like for example, we could come to like avatar and let's see what avatar looks like. For whatever reason, these aren't wanting to load. So the only thing that's loading is when I'm on the home page. But let me just keep scrolling through and find some of these things that we actually like. And we could add this easily to our app. Okay, so if we have a form of like AI voice app, we could then use this UI component that looks super clean. All we need to do is we need to come here, which let's test this out first. Test, test, test. Like that looks super clean. That's awesome. So all we need to do, come up here, choose the app that we're trying to optimize this for. We're going to be using Lovable because it's my favorite no code AI coding platform. Copy this. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say implement this below the lamp UI component and then paste it. Next thing you know, it's actually going to paste this and copy this into our app. Give it a second and let's take a look at it. Boom. Here we go. Test, test, test. How are you? That looks great, but let's change this. Change that to dark mode. I'm going to take a screenshot here and then let it know what we're talking about because I want it to look exactly like this. I think that looks really cool. Okay, there we go. It's now in dark mode. This looks awesome. So far, this is an amazing looking user interface for our application using no code at all. So I like this scroll animation feature here. So let's just add this. Again, copy the prompt for Lovable. It's already optimized for Lovable and it will now have some form of scrolling effect like this added to our app. Guys, this is actually blowing my mind. I know I'm kind of over exaggerating this in this video maybe, but this seriously is so cool to me. Using Lovable, using Bolt, it's great building cool apps and, you know, creating SaaS products, but a lot of the times the user interface just doesn't look great. And the reason for that is because we don't know how to actually build these UI components ourselves unless we know how to code. The fact now that we have a directory just like this in 21st.dev and we could copy and paste any of these into our apps, this changes the game. We could build amazing looking applications now. No longer do we get the very basic looking fonts and stuff and backgrounds in our apps. We have a really cool looking app. So I'm gonna quit stressing on that because it's probably annoying at this point, but it's just blowing my mind. Okay, here we go. So here's a new scroll animation. Okay, so if we, for whatever reason, had something on an iPad, we could then just say, you know, add this image to the iPad and then it will showcase it kind of like, you know, what it has like right here. Let's add one more thing just for the sake of this video. So let's add now, let's see, what are some cool things here? Okay, so this number flow here, I like this. So if we have a like wait list for our email list, which make sure to sign up with my email list below, AI for non-techies. But if we had an email list or something, we could show, okay, here's how many users have already signed up. So let's copy that. Let's now add this to show how many users we have signed up to our our email list. Okay, one last thing, I'm trying to add this number UI component here, but one other thing I want to mention is when you're building your app and say you add these different UI components, you just need to kind of identify them when you're talking in the prompt. So for example, like you need to figure out what this lamp UI component is, like what the name of it is, and then you could address it and say, okay, underneath this lamp component, add this component, and then it makes it much easier to actually build your app in a like intuitive way. So that's a little tip for you guys, but let's see how we could actually add this last UI component here. Okay, so for whatever reason, I'm having issues actually implementing this little feature here. So disregard that. But guys, I hope you guys got some value from this video. This is a really cool way. I've said it 10 times. I don't need to say it again, but I hope you guys got some value. Hopefully this kind of changes the way you build your apps with Lovable. This is insane. All right, guys, so I figured I'd dive right into a Lovable project. I actually built this kind of software that allows you to test thumbnails to increase your YouTube reach. So that way you could make sure that thumbnails and titles look good before you post the videos. But basically what I want to show you is this new feature inside of Lovable, obviously, that's going to save you guys so much time and so much money. It's going to save you on tokens and whatnot. And guys, this feature is actually awesome. I really, really love this. So first of all, you're going to come down here and you're going to see where this used to say select, it now says edit. So what this does is it allows you to actually edit certain aspects of our application. And the reason that this is so game changing is because we don't need to go in and type and try to explain what we're trying to edit now. We could even just go in and edit this manually, and you save a bunch of money on credits because you're not wasting credits trying to change, you know, the font to a little bit different style, or maybe you want to make the text a little bit bigger, but now you don't actually have to waste your credits on that. So this, guys, is going to save you so much money. But money aside, it's just very easy to use. So basically what I could do is I could come and let's, for example, click on this background, and I could either make this transparent, or I could like change the color of it. So you can see I could choose all these different colors here and kind of just basically customize this however we want. So I think like this looks cool, but why don't we just come to custom and play around and see how we can make this look? Like you can see, we could make this a little bit bluer, and we don't need to explain this to Lovable anymore. Guys, this is going to be a game changer when it comes to building amazing looking softwares. And like, I think this is 10 steps ahead of any other of these platforms out here, simply, you know, for these little features that they're adding seemingly every week. But let me go ahead. Let's try to actually, you know, mess around with this. We can play around with the border radius. We can change the color of these different aspects here. So there's these different elements on the user interface, and basically you just need to select them, and then you can make an edit to them accordingly. So, you know, we could change these to whatever we want. Like, let's just play around. You know, I like this there. You know, I think that looks good. I could come here. I could like, again, I could change the size of the text. Let's go to like extra large. Let's go to 7XL. You know, we could just easily change this. Okay, and then for example, we could actually click on this button here. Say we don't want it to say subscribe now. We want it to say something like log in. So we could just simply change this now instead of having to instruct our AI agent in Lovable to do so. So this is just, you know, helps speed up the process of us being able to make an app and like customize it as much as we want. Again, YouTube thumbnail tester. Like I could change this to whatever I want. That's great. I could change the color of it. I mean, I could make it black. I could make it white. I could add a custom color to it. So all these aspects of the user interface are actually editable. And let me go into actually, once I log into this account for the software, I'm going to edit some other things. So now I'm logged into the app. I actually built this in a previous video. It's a 40-minute long video of me recreating a software I paid money for, and then actually building my own so I could use it myself, cancel my subscription, and then sell it to others. So this I actually built obviously with Lovable. We can upload a thumbnail here, and then we could add a title, and then we could kind of test how it'll look on YouTube. So basically say this AI creates content for me, and then basically all we need to do is like we could see what it'll look like inside of a YouTube feed. We could randomize this feed to see what it'll look like, see if our thumbnail and title stands out. It has a light and a dark mode. So this looks great. However, if we want to make a change, instead of having to go and like ask Lovable to do it for us, I could literally just click on the elements and edit it myself. So let's just say like maybe I don't like the color of this texture. So let's just go. I'm going to change this to maybe extra bold here. I'm going to make the font size, I guess that's a little bit too big. Let's make that 6X. And then let's go ahead and change the color. Let's just come over to custom color. And then like, let's change this to maybe like, I don't know, whatever color we're feeling here. Maybe we'll go red. Let's like make that a red color or something. So there we go. And then obviously we could change the font size. Okay, that looks great. Same thing here. Maybe you don't want this to say your thumbnail. Let's just say thumbnail to test, your title, and then let's say preview feed actually is good here. Padding, we could change the padding here. So if we want it to be like, you know, we could change the positioning essentially, so we don't need to explain to Lovable where we want it to go. So that is great. Again, we could change the like, you know, the weight of the font here. And then another thing we could do is we could actually come down and go to advanced, change this to any specific like kind of configuration of like the text or whatever, however we want it to look. We could get it from like custom code for that, or we could essentially just ask Lovable and just say, hey, I want you to change it like this, and kind of explain how we wanted to change things. So let me click on this border radius. I could change the border radius of this. I could go ahead, I could click on the button of this. I could change whether I want it to be transparent or if I want it to be, you know, a certain color. And then maybe for whatever reason, I just don't like the look of this button here. I could come here, I could change the color. Let's change this to maybe like gray or something like that, light blue. There we go. That looks a little bit better. So then all we got to do is click save, and now we have this updated. So let me go ahead, just last thing here, let's just change the background. Maybe I don't like the color of this background. Let's change this to like something a little bit more, you know, not fully white. We can make it like a little bit a light gray or something. Let's change this text back to like, I don't know, let's change it to white, and then we could obviously change the size of the text here. So there we go. Click save, and next thing you know, we have a user interface that is completely different than before. And one thing I would like to mention is we do not burn any credits here. So instead of having to go back and forth with AI, this now like essentially just like made all these edits for us, and we were able to be very specific with it. So guys, I hope this actually helps you guys out. I've been enjoying this new feature in Lovable. I think it'll be helpful to, like I said, make small edits on your platform without having to burn through credits, because that is a thing with these text to web app platforms. A lot of you guys say, hey, I'm burning through credits building my apps, making little changes. So this will save you guys a bit more money and will make your tokens go a longer way. So first things first, I'm inside of Figma here. If you do not know what Figma is a platform that allows you to build amazing looking like user interfaces or websites, and allows you to customize however you would like. You could find different templates on here and essentially just like paste those into your applications to use that as kind of the infrastructure for your either web application or your website. So I found this one I like. So this is for a furniture company. And as you can see, we have these different pages. So this is an entire website, right? With checkout, we have a contact form, a blog page, all this stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this home page and convert this into code and then import it into a Lovable project. And I'm going to do that now. So first of all, what you need to do is you need to come over to builder.io. The link for this will be in the description. Essentially sign up with this and you need to download a plugin. So go to the app, and then what you're going to do is you're going to come over and click get the Figma plugin. Basically, once you have this connected to your Figma, all you need to do is come back over to your Figma, click on the exact like components or page that you want to copy over into Lovable. For this, I want it to just to be the home page. So essentially, it's really important that you come over and click auto layout, so that way it will be laid out correctly. And then next thing that we want to do is come down here and click on this plugin, builder.io. So click on our plugin here that we just downloaded. And then what we are going to do is we're going to leave this on easy mode for export. Make sure that you have the correct page that you want to copy over to Lovable. And we're going to export this to code. So essentially, this is converting this design on Figma into code. And then after this, I'll show you how you could easily import this into your Lovable application natively through Figma here. All right, and so what you'll see now is you will see the layouts. You'll get two options here, and we need to select the layout option that looks better and we think would be better to import into Lovable. So let me look through these real quick. So as I'm taking a look through these, this one looks good. However, it looks like up here there's some error where it's like the logo is not showing properly. And so on this one looks good. Looks great. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move forward with this one. So click on this one, and then next up what we need to do is click open in Lovable. It'll begin now exporting this over to our Lovable project, and then we could then begin editing this just like we would with any Lovable project. Let me give it a second while it loads here. While this is loading, actually, sorry, I want to make one, I want to mention one thing. So you may have seen my previous video that I go over 24s.dev in order to copy and paste different user interface components into your Lovable applications. I love that web app. It's just such a cool use case. That video has gotten a lot of people have been loving that and getting a ton of value from it. So you may be thinking, well, does this replace that kind of hack that I found? And the answer is no, because Figma is really good at building full kind of frames for your websites or for your apps. But if you still want to get inspiration via user interface components, you could easily import these into your apps that you built on Figma and then load it into Lovable. So these tools all work really good together. And that's why I'm so excited for this new Figma integration, along with these other kind of integrations that are coming out for Lovable. So next up, let me click inside of Lovable. Let's launch this project. And just like any Lovable project, you can see it's going to begin writing the code because builder.io converted this into code that could easily be imported into Lovable. So let's give it a second and then take a look at the output here. Okay, here we go. Looks like we have our site up and running. This looks great. This looks just like how it looked inside of Figma. You can see we have all of these products here. We have these different categories that we could search through. Obviously, this app or this website, these buttons and stuff are not functional. So we need to actually go ahead and go inside Lovable and make this functional. But so far, this looks great. All right, guys, there we have it. That is the new Figma integration inside of Lovable. And one thing I want to mention is this, at the time of this recording, this feature actually has gone live. I actually actually got early access via the Lovable team to test this out and actually showcase this to you guys, since you guys have been really loving my videos on this platform. So one thing I want to mention is there are some errors with this. It's not perfect every time. Based on my understanding, they're working to actually make this integration work a lot more smooth. So that way, every time you have some Figma template or something that you want to import into your app, it's just basically flawless every time. However, we're not at that case yet, so you might run into a few issues when you're testing this out. I'm gonna go through, I'm actually gonna choose a template, I'm gonna edit it, I'm gonna add my own spins using Lovable. So let's go ahead and dive into this now. Also, I wanna mention, I'm gonna be adding AI automations on the back end of this to actually capture the email, send an email that is customized to this person, as well as add them to our email marketing software using Zapier. So make sure to stick to the end to see me do that. But let's go ahead and let's build this out. I was playing around with the platform and I absolutely love this landing page that somebody actually made. So shout out to Razul Karaf Arif. I don't know how to say her name. I butchered it, but he's the one that built this. I'm going to be using this as a template and adding my own spins on top of this in order to create my newsletter landing page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come around. Let's just take a look at this. I think this looks super smooth. There's a lot of this that we could just easily edit out using the edits feature. And we're going to basically use Lovable to make it our own. So let's click on remix. I'm gonna remix this now. Okay, here we go. So this is obviously the landing page, the exact landing page from the template that we got. We need to now change this and make this our own. So let's just say, let's customize this to a newsletter called AI for non-techies. Keep the layout the exact same. Just change the copy so it's custom to us. Okay, so let's give it that. It's now going to begin making some changes, and then I'll go through using the edits feature and just basically edit all the things that aren't customized using AI. So let's give it a second and let's see what it gives us. All right, so it looks like our landing page has slightly been modified to AI for non-techies. So let's take a look and see what has changed. We still have this logo up here for Pulse Robot. So we need to go ahead and I'm going to edit that and change it. So all I need to do is click on edit. I could select this here and I could literally change this to my own logo or image right here, but I'm just going to delete it because I don't need it there, as well as I'm going to delete this whole header because I don't need the topics, home, and I don't need all of that stuff. So we're going to make this newsletter pretty simple, or this landing page pretty simple. So here we go. We change this to newsletter. Let's just delete this because I don't need number one. Let's make sure to save all of our changes. All right, so here we go. We got newsletter. We got AI for non-techies, demystifying AI. I like this. However, let's go ahead and make some changes to the copy here. Let's change it and customize it to our own. So I'm going to click on this and basically prompt the AI and change it. So let's change this text to say AI for non-techies made simple. So AI for non-techies made simple. I think that's just a better slogan there. So let's just click that. And so it should now make this change, as well as let's make a change to our subtext there as well. All right, so now we got AI for non-techies made simple. Let's move down and see what we want to change. So let's play around with this, subscribe now. Okay, so humanoid. So why humanoid? We obviously need to change this. So let's just click here. I'm going to delete this. I need to make sure to save after each of these edits. All right, so weekly AI updates in one place. And let's just change this to your one stop for all AI updates. And then I really love what they did with this section right here. So I think we could add some pretty cool things to these cards in order to customize it and make it our own. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, I decided to change this to weekly AI updates and use cases. I think that sounds just a little bit better. All right, so every week, thousands of AI tools come out. We simplify the ones that truly matter. And let's go to the next one and change the text here. Showcasing the most practical ways to implement AI into your daily life. That looks great. And then let's go ahead and, okay, for whatever reason, it's not allowing me to edit this white text here. So I might need to delete this. I'm gonna have to delete this whole entire div, which is essentially this big card here. So I'm gonna delete this real quick. I'm just going to prompt our AI now to add some texture. So let's add text to this div. All right, I'm going to give it that. I said, let's add text to this div and make it say explain for non-technical people. Even your parents can understand it. Let's see if it's able to identify and make it look basically exactly like this. I wonder if it'll be able to figure that out. I know if some of you guys have seen my previous videos on Lovable, I actually build software using AI, and this is a bit simpler to do for this use case of this video, building on the landing page and using a template to do it. But I want to showcase the edits feature and how easy it is to actually make edits inside of Lovable. So I hope you guys are seeing value for that sake. Boom. Okay, it understood that. That's perfect. Explain for non-technical people. Even your parents can understand it. So we now have those 3 cards here. I think that looks really good. And let's move on here. We're gonna have to go ahead and change this. So I'm gonna come back over to the edit feature. Let's delete this again. So I changed this to adopt or get left behind. And let's go ahead and change this text now. I like this gradient text. I'm really happy with the template I chose because I think it just looks super clean. I'll actually use this for my newsletter. So I'm gonna select this text here and I'm actually gonna prompt Lovable to come up with some copy for me so I don't have to brainstorm this myself. All right, so I think that looks good. We believe nobody should be left behind when it comes to adopting AI. Our mission is demystify artificial intelligence concepts so everyone, regardless of technical background, can harness its potential in their daily lives and work. I'm gonna say that's a little long. Let's shorten it slightly. All right, I think that's much better. Nobody should be left behind in the AI revolution. We're here to make artificial intelligence accessible to everyone, regardless of technical background. So that looks great. I think that's awesome. Next up, what are we gonna change here? So I'm gonna just delete this. I don't think we need this in our landing page. So let's delete that as well as this. Let's delete this. Let's just delete the whole section as well as testimonials. We won't include that. I'm also going to delete this because I want to just use the text box that I have below. So we'll use this as our actual call to action for our landing page. Let's just delete this entire section here. Delete, delete. All right, there we go. So I think this is how we want this to look. We want our initial hero here. So we have AI for non-techies made simple. We have our weekly AI updates and use cases. With this, I think that looks super smooth and clean. Adopt or get left behind. I love how this looks here, as well as we have our subscribe call to action right there, as well as this. So let me make a change right here. And let's just say, let's first of all, delete this image there so it doesn't have the branding. Let's save that. And I want to add this. So this text is in the middle here. So let's just say, move this text to the middle of the parent div. So the parent div is essentially this because it's inside of that. So let's click on this. Boom. There we go. Okay. So now that looks great. Next up, what we need to do, we actually need to add functionality for this. So we need to actually enable when a user signs up, it actually sends a webhook to Zapier in order to send their email and store it. So we could actually add that to our email marketing software. So let's go ahead and test if this works right now. So let's just add an email. Boom. Subscribe. So it says that it's working. However, there's no endpoint for this. So let's go ahead and let's basically come to Lovable, or actually let's go to Zapier. And what I'm going to select for the triggers, I'm going to select a webhook. Trigger event is going to be catch hook. So essentially what a webhook is, it catches information from a different application. So essentially when somebody clicks subscribe, it will then send the email address to this webhook URL, which will be inside of Zapier, which we could then take and use in an automation. That's the power of Zapier and why it's a great platform. But let's click continue. And we just need to copy this URL here. Don't click test trigger yet, but I'm going to come back and just say when a user clicks subscribe to the newsletter, send the info to this webhook URL. I'm going to paste that Zapier webhook URL and let's give it a sec. Okay, it's saying that it's now sending a webhook. Let's test this. All right, so thank you for subscribing. If this is working, we should now see a new request record, which I do. So there we go. It shows the email, which is the email I just added, and it shows the source, which is a newsletter subscription. That is great. That's working. So I could continue with this. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go to a ChatGPT step, and I'm going to basically create a thank you or a welcome email to this user. So let's go to conversation, connect our ChatGPT OpenAI account. I'm going to basically say, greet the user, say, welcome the user to the AI for non-techies newsletter. Okay, so welcome the user to the AI for non-techies newsletter. This is his newsletter that showcases all the new AI developments for non-technical people. Summarize the email in 2 sentences. And then I basically said, here's the user's email to custom greet them. And I added my email address. So let's go ahead. Let's select ChatGPT 4o mini. Let's just move forward here, click continue, and let's test this. It should now craft an email using ChatGPT, obviously. So the reply is, welcome to the AI for non-techies newsletter, Brock. We're excited to bring you the latest developments in artificial intelligence. Boom, that's actually pretty great. So let's go ahead and we could publish publish that, but we need to add some new steps here actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to Gmail and I'm going to create action event. And this is going to be send email. I'm going to basically take the email address that I captured from the webhook. So add my email address here. From email, we need to select a from email. So it's going to be the same one just for the sake of testing this out. And for the subject, let's just say welcome to the AI for non-techies community. That's great. And then for the body, we need to actually take the reply message from ChatGPT from our previous step that it generated. Click continue. Let's now test this step and I should now be receiving an email. Let's take a look. Here we go. So here is the email. Welcome to the AI for non-techies community. There we go. It's customized for me. That's all looking great there. What we could also do is we could actually add another step here. So let's say you have an email marketing software like Claude, for example. You could come here and you could basically add them to your newsletter, and that is what I'll be doing. I need to actually set up my newsletter platform and configure it with Zapier, but we could basically add a profile to the list. It would then send that email, or it would then add that person to our newsletter, and that should be all good to go there. All right, this should be good to go. Our automation on the back end should be working. So I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna publish our landing page, and let's test it out one more time. Boom, this looks so smooth. I'm so happy with the template we chose. So AI for non-techies made simple. This all looks great. Everything looks amazing in here. Boom, let's add our email address. So I'm gonna subscribe to this. We should now be receiving an email. And there we have it. Here is the email. So dear Message Shipping Services, welcome to the AI for Non-Techies newsletter, your go-to source for the latest AI developments presented in an accessible way. We look forward to helping you stay informed. So there we go, guys. We built out our landing page using Lovable. We used a template. We made some edits with their new edits feature, and we are ready to launch this. So all right, so first things first, if you click the link in the description, it will take you to this landing page for hosting our horizons. You can see we could begin building our web app here. But if you want to scroll down, you could either start for free or you could sign up to an account. Here are the pricing structures here. We have the Explorer plan, the Starter plan, Hobbyist, the Hustler. I'm on the Hustler plan, but you could choose whichever one works best for you. And we would get 100 messages here if we were to start with the Starter plan. All right, so I'm going to show you real quick how you guys could sign up. So I'm going to select a plan here. I'm going to start with this one here. And from here, what I will do is I could actually add a coupon code. If you guys would like to sign up, I have a code BROCK10. This gets you 10% off of whatever plan you decide to choose. So hopefully that saves you guys some money. Basically, you just click continue, add in any of your billing information, obviously add your payment information. You can see that our coupon saved us some money here. So hopefully that helps. Once you guys go through that, you will then be sent to the Hosting Our Horizons user interface where we could begin building our application. All right, guys. So this is the user interface of Hosting Our Horizons. You can see there is this text box here. Basically, it says, what do you want to create? Type your idea and let AI take it from here. All I need to do is I'm going to come here and just speak in here. And I basically want to paste my ideas here for what we want to build, and then we'll go from there. Let's build a web app that allows content creators to generate short form scripts based on a general idea. So think about it like this. A creator will paste in an idea for a video, and then we will have a script generated with AI that's very engaging for short form videos like YouTube Shorts, Instagram, TikTok, etc. Let's add the ability to generate multiple types of scripts. So for each video, we get 3 script outputs, and the user can choose which one they like the best to then refine. Okay, there we go. We're gonna run with that. Also, what I just used there is called Aqua Voice. I literally just hit this command button on my keyboard, speak into my computer, and it automatically takes my voice and pastes that into text. So it makes it really easy, specifically when building these web apps, but in general, when using my computer. It's one of my favorite new AI tools, so I hope that helps as a little hack here. Using this to help with writing emails, responding to comments, all that stuff, it's extremely helpful. So wanted to throw that out there. Hope you get some value from that. Okay, so here we go. We have this very basic little interface here. So we have a short form script generator. Let's go ahead and just paste in an idea here. The brand new GPT 4.1 release. So let's click generate scripts. It's probably not going to generate an actual script. There's no AI connected to this. We need to add an AI API. So interesting. That looks good. However, let's change the background of this. Let's say we wanted to make it like a blue gradient. Can we change the background to make it more of a darker blue gradient instead of purple and pink? So first things first, on the left-hand side, we obviously have the interface. Supabase where we could go back and forth with hosting our horizons. This is where we paste in our prompts, as well as we have the right-hand side where it shows our interactive web application that we're building. Just like a lot of other of these AI coding platforms, such as Bolt and Lovable, looks pretty similar. We could switch to full screen here to view our app. We could also switch to mobile view as well as we have a Supabase integration here that I'm actually going to set up in here in order for us to add user authentication, along with actually saving this stuff to our actual user profiles. Okay, here we go. So this looks good so far. I'm going to make some changes to this, but let's add a little different functionality here. This looks good. However, I want to add the option for each creator to basically paste in some content ideas from other creators in order to replicate a similar style. I then want the user to be able to store this to their profile. So that way, for any short script that we generate, it's following that similar style. Okay, let's go with this. I'll be interested to see how it handles this. We're probably gonna have to set up some user authentication in order for us to log in, like let users log in, sign up for an app, as well as storing this information inside of Supabase. So let's give it a second and then let's see what the process is gonna be for this. So far, interacting with this, it's very easy to use. It's very seamless. It doesn't seem to be bugs like other platforms like Firebase Studio. If you've seen my previous video, this is a much better alternative to something like Firebase Studio. It just is very easy to use. It's seamless. It looks great. And it's actually pretty quick too at giving you outputs. Okay, so now we have a creator style reference. So paste example content from a creator whose style you want to replicate. Okay, this looks good. However, we need to make this actually functional because this isn't going to actually store this information. The user interface looks good. However, let's now actually store this information along with adding user profiles so users can sign up for our app. Along with that, let's actually create a landing page as well that looks very modern and sleek, that conveys our messaging and our ideal customer profile. Okay, so we're gonna move forward with this. This isn't super structured the way that I'm structuring this. However, this is vibe coding for you. I'm kind of just like going with the flow. I didn't have predefined prompts that I was gonna give this, kind of just like making iterations as we go. So hopefully this gives us an output that we're looking for. Okay, so here we go. We have this landing page, which we could refine. We can make it look a bit better if we would like, but this is a good initial output. Transform your ideas into engaging scripts for TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts using AI-powered content generation, multiple variations, style matching, AI-powered, shows trusted by content creators worldwide. So let's go ahead and if I look at this message here, it's basically saying, I've created a modern web app. Would you like me to help set up Supabase integration? Let's just say, or actually it looks like it gave us a step. So click the Supabase icon on the top right of your screen. So I'm going to click this, add organization. I'm going to create a new organization here. Okay, there we go. We have a new Supabase integration set up. So let's log into our Supabase account, authorize hosting our horizons. So it looks like we need to create a new project. So I'm inside of my account here. Let's just call this Horizons. I'm going to give it a password. Okay, so we have this new project basically up and running almost. We need to wait for this to actually turn green. I'm going to give it a second and then let's come back to this. And if I refresh here, it actually looks like I could connect my Horizons project. So let me just connect this. It'll be interesting to see how seamless this integration is. All right, so it said it has set up our Supabase integration with the following features: created necessary database tables for users, creators, and generated scripts, added Supabase client configuration, set up real-time subscription. Okay, let me come into Hostinger and let's see, or let me come into Supabase and see if we have these tables set up. Okay, so we do have tables set up. We have creator styles, we had generated scripts, and we have users. This is where we're gonna store this information to use as a database inside of our application. So far, that integration right here is very seamless. That was super easy to do compared to some of these other platforms. I'm not going to lie. So it's asking, would you like me to add user authentication components? Let's go ahead and add user authentication with sign up and sign in forms. In order to access our app, you have to sign up on the landing page and be a user. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is because in order for us to actually access our app, in order to generate scripts, they're going to have to sign up as a user. What that's going to do, we're going to allow a user to sign up with email or our Google account. We're then going to store this as a user inside of Supabase. And then from there, they're going to have access to use our script generator, which then would store that information into this database here to keep that on user profile. So if they sign out, if they refresh the page, all that information is still there. Also, one thing to mention, if you are new to building with AI web builders like this, if we were to set this up inside of Supabase, this would be an absolute pain. But since it integrates directly with Supabase, it's able to set all this up just by going back and forth with natural language here, which is very, it's awesome. All right, let's test this out. So let's click the get started, sign up with an email, create account. Let's see if we have an account in here. Okay, so that does not seem to be working. Oh, you know what it is? I actually just got this email email right here. It's basically saying, it's sending me a confirmation email, which we don't want to happen. So I need to come into Supabase. Let me turn that off. All right, so I turned that off. Let me just say I turned off email confirmation. Let's try it again. One thing I will say, we have not run into a single error yet using Hosting or Horizon. So this is a good sign. However, we do need to make some changes to our app. We still need to add AI so it actually creates AI generated scripts, all that stuff. We need to do some refining with the UI as well, but it's looking pretty good with no errors that we've run into so far. But of course, I don't want to speak too soon, obviously. Okay, let's click on this. Let's get started. Create account. There we go. So if this is working properly, this will now have a user in here. For whatever reason, we do not have one. So let's come back to Hostinger and just basically say that worked. I was able to sign up. However, it's not reflecting this inside of our Supabase database. So let's go from there. Something tells me this should be an easy fix, but I guess we'll have to see. All right, so it's now working. I'm able to actually sign in. I just signed in here, and then what it did, it actually stored this user information. However, it's not storing the email. Let me just go ahead and mention that here. I want you to go ahead and actually store the user's email when they sign up and save that in the users table in Supabase. All right, let me try this one more time. Let's open up in a new tab. Okay, so click on get started, add my email. Let's add a password here. Click create account. Okay, so I now have access to this. Let's now come back and let's check inside of here. And there we go. It now saves our email. That was an easy fix. So this is now working properly where we made it so that way users can actually create a user profile. So that's perfect. Let's now come back to Hostinger and let's add some new functionality here. Let's basically actually build out this right here. Great. Now let's add some functionality to our app. When a user clicks the generate script button, I want you to actually use AI to generate a real script. Let's use the OpenAI API in order to do this. Okay, so basically what I just prompted here is I basically told it that when a new user clicks generate script, it is actually going to generate a script using AI. So what it needs to do is it needs to get the API for whatever LLM provider we're going to use. So essentially that means it gives us access to use ChatGPT with inside of our application. So let's go ahead and let's see basically how we can import this. All right, so we're running into our first error here. I'm going to click ask to fix, pasting in the code here so it could probably identify what the error is. Okay, so it has something to do with the OpenAI API key. Let's go ahead, let's let this run. Something tells me this will be able to figure it itself out. Okay, I copied my API key from OpenAI. Let me just ask where I need to put this. Can you allow me to just import my API key here? Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see how easy this is to actually publish and deploy our application because Hostinger is obviously a hosting platform. So they built this on top of their hosting platform. So it'll make it very easy for us just to deploy our applications because a lot of you guys in the past have asked, okay, you can make cool apps with these platforms, but how do we actually host them and launch them if we're trying to sell this as a SaaS or something? So we'll be testing that here in a little bit. All right, so here's the user interface now. We basically have this OpenAI API key set up here. So we just paste our API key here. It's going to save our API key to our user profile. And then let me come to our Supabase, make sure this information is being stored here. Great, so it shows our API key is now being stored. So what we could do, we could then paste in creator styles. So let me go ahead and paste in a couple videos. So I was able to paste in a video of mine actually to use it as like an example because we want to replicate that style. But what we need to do, let's go ahead and make it so that way it actually transcribes this video. So then we could then, obviously use that same wording and style. Great, the API is now working. However, when we add to the creator styles section and save it, let's actually go ahead and transcribe that video in order for us to use that as an example of how we want to structure our script. This is something I'm actually not sure if I'm going to be able to do. I haven't thought through the logistics of exactly how this is going to work, but bear with me guys. This is a video where I'm just kind of testing this platform as we go. Again, I didn't try this out before I tried building this for this video. So just bear with me. Let's see what we could do here. All right, let's go ahead and test this out and see if it's actually able to generate a script for us now. So let's just say, let's create a script on the new GPT 4.1 that just released. All right, so click on generate script. Okay, interesting. So it gives us a breakdown of the voiceover. New tech alert, GPT 4.1 just dropped, and we're diving into the script creation magic today. Say goodbye to writer's block and hello endless. Okay, interesting. So we didn't give it much context on exactly how we want this, what we want the script to be about. Create a script on the new GPT 4.1 release, and let's talk about how it's a potential game changer for developers. All right, so let's click on generate script. Okay, so it actually generates 2 different scripts for us. We could choose which ones we like. That's cool. Let's now add the ability for us to actually save this to our profile. This looks great. Let's now add the ability for us to save specific scripts to our profile. I do have another idea that I want to implement. I want to implement the ability for us to give like a system prompt to store in our user profile in order for us to like define exactly how we want the script to look, the different language we want to use, etc. So let me see if I could actually build that in, because otherwise I don't want the like output to look like this all the time. I need the users to actually have some form of instructions that it gives it, so every single time they generate a new script, it understands the style that they're trying to create. Okay, I'm not seeing a save button. Let's come back and just make some changes here. Let's add a save button, and let's not save any of the generated scripts that the user does not actually want to save explicitly. Also, let's add another aspect to the user interface that shows all of our saved scripts on a user profile. Okay, so we're gonna make some changes here to the user interface. I want to be able to like save this and then maybe store it over here or in some form of like, I basically want to change the user interface of this so it doesn't look exactly like this with a creator style, generate script, and then just have this here. We want to like add some things over here because it's pretty blank. Maybe I should go ahead and take a screenshot, feed this to hosting our horizons. But let me see what the output is first, and then I'll go from there. All right, so you can see here, we could actually save or bookmark a script. We could view our saved scripts. Okay, so that looks good. We can go back to the generator. That's working properly. Let's go ahead, let's screenshot this, and let's just say, let's make this look slightly better. Like, because we're only utilizing so much of this space here. Take a look at the screenshot that I just provided. Our web app is pretty basic, and we only have a little bit the space of our user interface filled up that's actually functional. So let's make the layout of this look a bit better, add different cards and whatnot to store saved generated ideas, as well as come up with some creative ideas to make this look better. Okay, so that's a bit like crazy prompt there. I'm not giving it much instruction, which I probably should be more instructive with that, but I'm curious to see what it will give us, because honestly, I don't really have any ideas for how we can make this look better. I just want to give it to hosting your horizons. Let's see what it could do. Curious if it's going to be creative enough to like, I don't know, maybe put this over here, put the API key over here, and then add the saved scripts over here or something, just to make it look a bit better. And again, this all comes down to prompting, guys. So the functionality of our app is there. It's just how do we make this look better? And we're going to try to tackle that now before I actually go ahead and show you guys how to host this. Okay, nice. This looks a bit better. So we have total scripts, saved scripts, last generated. We have our creator styles here. We could generate a script. So let's just say, again, GPT 4.1, generate a script. Here's our generated scripts. We could save a script. Once we save it, it then stores right here. Back to generator. Okay, great. Let me send a screenshot, and then I'm basically just gonna say, I love the functionality of this. However, let's show the saved scripts on the right-hand side of the screen, and then move all of these cards that you could see in the screenshot off to the left-hand side. So that way it fills up the entire screen. Okay, guys, there's so many refining things we could do to this. We could just make this look much better. We could add different functionality. I think I might leave it at this once I get this sorted that I'm trying to do. Basically, I'm gonna have all of this on the left-hand side, and then I want the saved scripts to be over here, so it kind of fills up our whole user interface. But from here, once this is good to go, we have a functioning app. I actually want to go ahead and deploy this and host this, and I'm going to show you exactly how you guys could do that. So not only can you build web applications, but you could then host it for other people to use, of course. I am running into a small little error here. However, every single time I've had an error inside of this build process, I've just clicked fix error, and it fixes it the first go around every time so far. All right, here we go. So here's our updated user interface. I think this looks pretty solid. We could click generate, shows generated scripts. We could then save a script, and then we could view all the saved scripts. Okay, so guys, we have a fully functioning application here. We can make as many changes to this as we'd like. However, let's go ahead and now host this. All right, so one last thing that I actually added, I added the ability for me to paste in specific style. So let's just call this like tech review style, paste in this example script here, which is something that like I'd like to recreate in order to keep consistency over all of the scripts that are generated. I could click on save script. So this is now saved here. What I could then do is I can now generate a script, let's say GPT 4.1, and I could generate it with this tech review script here that I just saved. I could generate it with this tech review script style here, and then click on generate, and now it will generate a script similar to this one right here. And there we go. So next up, what I'm gonna do is let's go ahead and actually launch this and publish this. I've never done this before on this platform. Let me just try this out now to see how seamless this is. So let's just click publish. Boom, looks like it was already published. I could click on this, view site. We now have our landing page. We need to now sign up to an account, or we could sign into a pre-existing account. That looks good. And we can now click on this to get a domain natively inside of Hostinger Horizons. So let's just say creatormind123.com. We can click on next step. Okay, so I just purchased a domain directly on Hostinger Horizons, and now it's automatically just going to deploy this to our site. So now instead of it being this weird URL here, it's actually going to be our specific URL domain that we actually bought on Hostinger Horizons. Boom, and there we go. I clicked publish again, and now we have this new URL here. And here we have it, guys. We have this new domain URL here called creatormind123.com. We could change this to whatever we want. We bought it on Hostinger Horizons. We can now sign up with an account here. Let me just check this out, see if this is working still. Nice. And now we have our script generator here. Again, guys, we built this super quickly. This is nothing crazy, but this is a cool app that I could use internally, that I actually will use internally to help me write scripts. I have my own domain here. This is hosted all on Hostinger Horizons. All right, guys, in this video, I'm really excited to show you a new platform that allows you to build software with AI, but in a completely different way than all these other platforms. This platform is a bit unique with the approach, and I'm excited to talk about it in this video, and that has to do with the fact that it has a reasoning agent that helps you all the way through building your projects. Another thing that's really interesting is it actually understands what you're trying to build, and it will create a step-by-step and very detailed plan on how you could actually build this out. So if you're building a bit more complex apps, maybe this platform is what you've been looking for in order to use an AI agent to assist you. So I'm inside of Databutton, and if you've seen my previous videos about Databutton, this user interface looks a bit different, and that is because they have made some updates, and that is why I actually want to showcase it in this video, because I think a lot of you could get some value out of actually using this platform. So first of all, let's turn your ideas into exceptional software. What are we building? So first of all, we need to describe our app, what it does, and who it's for. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to build. I'm building a YouTube thumbnail and a title testing app. This app will let you upload a thumbnail and title in order for you to test out what it will look like when it is uploaded to YouTube. This is for content creators who want to make sure their title and thumbnails are appealing to viewers before actually publishing their videos. So we're basically writing out who it's for and what we want to include, as well as you could see if we go over to continue, you can see we could upload documents about our app. So whether that's, requirements, references, designs, quotes, or whatnot. I'm going to go ahead and continue without doing that. However, I'm going to share some inspiration. So I'm going to actually take a screenshot of this app here that I use that I'm trying to replicate using Databutton. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop this here. I'm going to explain this more in this video, why I think Databutton, like these new features, are very, very interesting and helpful, because it's asking us all of these questions before we even build our app. Like for instance, now I'm on to integrations. So what integrations does your app need? Basically, we can choose authentication, databases, payments, all of this stuff, and get this basically planned out before we even begin building our app. And then it reverse engineers and builds based on exactly what we're trying to build. Instead of just typing in what we want to build and going on as we build this out, things could get a bit confusing. This actually really makes it really simple and structured to actually build our apps. I'm going to go ahead and use Firebase authentication for the auth because there's a native integration. I'm going to use Firestore as well, but we could use Supabase databases or Supabase authentication. I'm also going to use Stripe. We could use Lemon Squeezy if we'd like, but I'm just basically indicating that I want to use Stripe later on when I'm building my app. And then I'm going to use Firestore. We could use Supabase, we could use AWS or Google Cloud Storage. So let's go ahead and start. And what it is doing now is actually writing the MVP scope. So you could see it's saying, hang on while I craft a plan for building a first version. I'm taking the information you've provided and turning it into a plan we can follow to build an MVP users will love. So this is building a plan, whereas other platforms might not give a roadmap of what we're trying to build. So I like how it collects this information before we even start, and then we'll create a guided plan for us to follow in order to make this as simple as possible building our app. Okay, so here's where things get interesting, and this is why I wanted to make a video on this platform, and I think it's actually really helpful. So now we have a plan to actually build Thumbnail Pro, and we could actually go ahead and discuss the plan. But first of all, let's go ahead and see the to-do list. So we could basically, what our AI agent inside of Databutton did is it created a to-do list, and the first on the to-do list is create a landing page that showcases the app's value proposition. We could set up Firebase authentication and user profiles, build the thumbnail, upload the title input and preview system, create the preview page with multiple device views, add basic analytics and feedback system. So in order for me to test this out, why don't I just go ahead and discuss the plan and just say, okay, so basically I'm saying let's remove this one right here because we just don't necessarily need it. But for any of these, we could make any tweaks that we would like before actually building our app. So it's important to dial in what we're trying to build and kind of having our plan set in stone and like, kind of perfect for us. All right, there we go. It actually removed that step in our plan here. Okay, so now that I actually removed that, we could go ahead and start on any of these tasks that we would like. So first of all, let's go ahead and just create a landing page that showcases the app's value proposition. So I'm gonna click on start task. And now it's actually gonna add that instead of being in our to-do list, it's actually now in the in progress tab here. So this is great for being able to track the progress of our apps. It's almost like kind of acting as if it's a project manager or something, as opposed to just like typing out what we're trying to build and just kind of freeballing it, if that makes any sense. All right, so one thing I want to mention is Databutton is really good at chain of thought reasoning. So it actually thinks as if it's like a reasoning model, large language model. So you can see if I come up and click on the thought for a minute or thought for a moment tab, you could see there's different observations. So task number 1 is now in progress and assigned to me. We need to create a landing page in app.tsx, key requirements, light theme, plan. So it's even setting a plan for this singular task here, and it's also defining the next steps. So it is thinking through this meticulously, whereas, other platforms maybe just like listen to what you want to say and then just go and build it without kind of thinking through it. So that is one of the really cool features inside of Databutton and their new kind of V2 that they're actually releasing. So this is really cool, guys. I want to see what this is going to look like. All right, so it looks like that first landing page has now been created. So I could just simply come over to preview, and you can see we have a very basic landing page here now. So I could click on start testing, and there's actually no page there added yet. However, I could come back to the plan and then go ahead and actually add that. Okay, so let's go ahead and just like tell it we want to change up the coloring. We want to make it a little bit more dynamic than just white and black text. So okay, so I basically said maybe add some colors to make it fit the theme of YouTube. So let's just go ahead and see how it could handle small tasks like that. All right, so it looks like it's still finishing this up right here in the chat, but this looks great. So added some little hints of red, just like I said, for YouTube. So this looks good. Let's go ahead and move on down our plan in order to create this app. So I'm going to come back over to plan. This looks great. I'm actually going to mark this as done. And now we could move down our to-do list. Let's go ahead and build the thumbnail upload and preview interface. Either we can make a comment on this to change this a little bit, or we could go ahead and just, start the task. You can see the description is to create a drag and drop interface for YouTube thumbnails with Firebase Store integration. So I love how it breaks down each of these little individual tasks and kind of explains in depth how it needs to be created based on the plan we initially set when trying to build our app. Okay, so if we come over to the chat, I know I'm not focusing too much on exactly how it's reasoning, but like this goes a little bit over, my head and other people's heads, because all we're seeing is the output of what it's creating, but we don't see what's going on in the back end, and that is where things actually get interesting. So you could see it researched, basically, it thought about what I said. So let's work on this new task. It made some observations, it made a plan, it made a next step, and then it even researched YouTube's thumbnail specifications to ensure we match their requirements. Then it thought for a second again, so got the YouTube thumbnail specifications, need to check if Firebase is installed. Then it created a plan. So you got to think about it. It's researching, coming up with an observation, coming up with a plan, and then coming up with the next steps. And it's doing this multiple times on each step of us trying to build this out. So now it actually looks like it's creating the thumbnail upload page with proper validation. So one thing I want to mention is if you are used to using a platform like Lovable or Bolt, they might be a bit faster, going from prompt to actually getting an output. But the reason that this takes a bit longer is because it's actually reasoning on the back end, but that in effect will like basically help you build better apps essentially, because it takes more time to think through these things and it's a bit more meticulous in that regard. Okay, so looks like now if we come over to preview, there is a new page here. So if I click on thumbnail upload, we can now upload our thumbnail. Let's go ahead and test this out and see how this works. Okay, so we can now upload a thumbnail. However, we need to actually add the ability for us to add a title. So that's looking good. Would you like to test it out and let me know if you'd like, once you're happy with it? Okay, so I could either chat with this or I could go back to the plan and then go down that checklist. But let's just say looks good. Now let's add a title so it appears just as it would on YouTube when it is published. It needs to look exactly like it does on YouTube with the correct mentions and layout. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's grab this title, this thumbnail here, and then let's just say this AI. All right, there we go. So now it's actually showing the desktop preview along with the mobile preview. So that's good. Let's go ahead. Let's go back to the plan here, and then go ahead. We could just check this off. And then now I'm not going to build this app out perfectly like I would in a previous video. I just want to show the functionality of Databutton. That's the main point. Like, I want you to see how it actually thinks through these things, how it actually, sets out a plan for you and how you can work through that plan. So next up, what we're going to do is let's go ahead and set up our Firebase authentication and user profiles so people could actually sign into an account, use our platform. So you can see when we click start testing now, we want users to be able to sign in, and then it will then route them to be able to sign up via our sign in method. All right, so it actually gave me this in order to set up my Firebase. So one thing I want to mention is if you use another platform that has a simple integration with something like Supabase, this might be a little bit more difficult. I want to be transparent with that, but it really should not be that difficult. It's just not as simple as clicking a button and having it set up and good to go. So your Firebase configuration. So I'm going to go to Firebase console. I think what I need to do is I need to create a project here. Let's call this Databutton. Continue, select an account. Here we are. All right, so I'm going to click on build here. I'm going to come to authentication. I'm going to come over to project view, project settings. And here we go. I have my Firebase config here. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. I'm going to delete this. Okay, there we go. That should be good to go. And then now I need to add these authorized domains. So I'm just going to click on this. Should bring me directly there. I need to get started with authentication. I'm going to add email so users can actually sign up with email. So let's save that. Then I need to come into settings right here. Go to authorized domains, and I need to add a couple of these domains. So this is simple enough to do, guys. It walks you through exactly how to do it. Add that domain there. I'm going to install the Firebase extension, and now it actually looks like it's setting this up for me inside of Databutton with the information from Firebase. Boom, there we go. You've secured your app with Firebase authentication. Users can now sign in safely and securely. Okay, one thing I want to mention, guys, is this really does act like an AI agent as opposed to kind of some of these other platforms maybe, because I actually gave it this prompt to install the Firebase and set it up 3 minutes ago. It's still working on this because it thought for a moment. You could see all these observations, the plan, and the next steps. And then it actually completed that research. It thought for a moment again. It wrote the code. The code writing failed. It thought for a moment again. It wrote the code again. It changed what it needed to change. And it's almost like fixing these bugs itself with me even having to like be in the loop and do this. It's literally walking through these steps and going through these different errors it's running into without me having to touch it. So it really does act almost as if it's a real AI agent kind of handling these tasks autonomously, which is really cool to see, especially when you could look in this panel here and see everything that it's actually thinking through. All right, so now I could actually sign out. Let me go ahead, let's restart that. All right, so I could come over to the sign in page. I actually created an account already, so I could sign in with Google. So there we go. We now have access to this. We could also then go ahead and add a Stripe payment as well. So maybe I'll go ahead and do that here shortly in this video. We could now go over to the actual thumbnail upload page. Let me go ahead and let's actually move forward with our plan and see if there's any of these that we need to tackle. If not, I could also just come to our agent here and just basically type out what we're trying to build. So, all right, let's go ahead and create the preview page with multiple device views. So let's click on this, and I'm actually going to add a comment because I'm going to look at the description. All right, so I'm also going to mention, let's showcase it as if it were the actual. All right, so basically I went ahead and said, let's showcase it as if it was the actual YouTube feed, add fake videos to show how it will look on YouTube, because we actually want to compare this to other YouTube titles and thumbnails. That's the point of the app. So I'm going to go ahead. It's moving on to this now. You can see it's thinking through this. It's making some observations. It's creating a plan based on those observations, and then it is creating the next steps. So looks like it's going to write the code for that. Let's visit this when it's finished. All right, here we go. So we now have a YouTube feed. This looks pretty cool. We have a desktop, we have a tablet, and we have a mobile feed. That all honestly looks great. However, what I want to do is I want to actually connect these two pages. So I want to merge the thumbnail upload and the preview page. So come over here and let's just say I want to. All right, so I gave it this little prompt here. It's going to go ahead, reason through this, figure out the best way to tackle that, and then let's give it a second for it to kind of merge these together. All right, here we go. So this should be good to go now. We should be able to upload this, and then it will show YouTube feed there. Okay, great. So this is cool. This is all on one page now. This is looking great. Super simple. I don't want to make too many more edits here Rourke. Just obviously I mentioned that I wasn't going to do a full app build on this video. I just want to showcase Databutton and how it actually works with kind of this reasoning that it actually goes through over here in the chat, as well as the planning out that it does. So I could actually go ahead and mark these as done. So I then need to do these. I need to implement the title input, blah, blah, blah. I could either go ahead, I could delete this in the to-do list, and I could go ahead and set up Stripe as well. All right, guys, so for this build, we're going to be using a platform called Rourke. And Rourke is a platform that allows you to build mobile apps with AI, similar to platforms like Bolt and Lovable. However, it's optimized for mobile applications, which I know a lot of you guys actually comment asking about how to actually make these as opposed to like basic web apps. That is what Rourke specializes in. So I'm going to come over here to this little diagram, kind of explaining why we're using Rourke, as well as what is the app we're actually going to be building in this video. Again, like I said, why are we using Rourke? Everybody wants to build mobile apps nowadays, but Bolt and Lovable specialize in web apps, and Rourke is an AI mobile app builder that allows us to even launch to the App Store within their platform. So that is why we'll be using Rourke for this video. And let's move on to what are we trying to build. So our pain point that we're trying to solve here, because whenever we're making an app, especially an app that like we're trying to like launch, for example, and sell as our own software, we want to be solving a very specific niche kind of pain point. And the pain point I'm trying to solve with our app in the video today is booking a trip takes time and lots of research. I'm in the process of booking a trip to Europe. It's been an absolute pain doing the research, even using ChatGPT or Genspark, some of the tools I cover on this YouTube channel. It's still a bit of a pain because all this information just like it just gets cluttered together. So that is a pain point we're solving. Research can get overwhelming when searching online or via ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatever. So the solution to this is going to be a mobile app to help us research and organize our travel planning for us. So that is a solution that I personally need at the moment. So that's why I'll be building this app based on that. And you could get a lot of cool app ideas if you just think, okay, what is a problem I'm facing right now in a specific thing, whether that's for your business, whether that's personal life, whether that's managing relationships, or whatever the case may be. Sometimes our best ideas are like within our own pain points. So functionality. The functionality of our app is going to basically suggest places for us to go right off the bat. So think of it like it's going to have prompts of like Paris, Rome, Bali, Europe, all of those different kind of predefined places that are kind of hot and that a lot of people, you know, are wanting to go to. And then also another functionality is you could prompt the app to your favorite trip activities or destination preferences, and it will recommend itineraries. So it's actually it's not gonna recommend like places to stay as far as like accommodation, Airbnbs and whatnot, but it will actually show, okay, if you're wanting to go to Portugal and you want the beach vibes for your trip, like it's going to suggest specific places or specific towns that are by the beach, for example. So that is one of the main functions. Save different trip itineraries to your profile. This is going to be a big one as well. So almost think of it like Pinterest for your different trip ideas and basically like pinning that to a profile. And then the ability to share trip ideas with other people. So let's say you're going on a trip with friends. You can actually share that idea with your friends, and that is that. So this is the app we're going to be building. We're going to be building it on Rourke. So let's head over and let's begin building this. All right, so we're inside of Rourke. Let's go ahead and actually begin with our prompting here. So here is my prompt. Let's build a travel planning app that lets users input their desired dates, destination, and then plans out the trip for them. The goal is to just give ideas for activities, areas for them to stay based on preferences, etc. We do not want to help them book accommodation or flights. So essentially, we don't want to make this like an Expedia or an Airbnb. We're not going to actually be able to book accommodation here or flights, for example, but we will be able to get a sense of like, okay, or I want like an ocean type experience in Portugal. So what are some places that we should actually look at staying as far as like towns, different areas within towns for us to stay that are close to restaurants, example, like stuff like that. That's kind of what we're aiming for here. So let me go ahead and click send. What our Rourke app is going to begin doing is it's going to begin writing up this code kind of like all of these different platforms do. So it's thinking about it. It's thinking through the best way to actually write out this plan. Here's our plan. And now it's actually going ahead and coding this. So here we go. If I come over to code, you can see it writing each of these different files here, which I'm not a coder, but don't worry. You don't need to like kind of know what's going on right here because Rourke should be able to build this all for us. And one thing I want to mention, if we come over to our preview right next to our code tab, we could actually test this on our phone using a QR code. So for example, what I'll be doing throughout this video is I'll be actually scanning this QR code, showing on my phone how our app looks, because that is the best way for us to test out how our mobile app is actually going to look. So we could do this. We could optimize it for iPhone. We could optimize it for Android or on the web here. But for this case, I have an iPhone. Most people have iPhones, so I will be testing how it looks here. So let's give Rourke a bit while it's actually going ahead and coding this. And then let's take a look at what it gives us. All right, first shot here. Looks like we got a syntax error. This is something to expect while you're building with platforms, like this, vibe coding. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. I do want to preface that before you actually begin building this. But however, I could click fix now. It looks like it's able to address the error here, and I'm actually sending that off, and it should be able to go ahead, fix this. Let's give this a sec while it actually goes ahead and does this. I'm happy that it actually gave us an error right off the bat, so that way I could show you guys the best way to actually tackle, going through these errors, because sometimes you could be scared. You could be like, oh no, I have no clue how to fix this error. But sometimes these agents inside of these platforms are able to do it itself. So let's give it that, and let's wait for a bit. All right, so here we go. It looks like it actually fixed our error. So we're now seeing a preview, and you can see right here, it actually has a phone user interface that we're able to play around with. We have our trips. We can create a trip. We can go down to our explore page where it shows different favorite destinations as well as exploring by interest, gives us travel tips, and we even have our profile here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to scan this QR code right here with my phone so I can actually see what this will look like on my actual phone. All right, so after scanning our QR code, it now shows this Expo Go app. So basically we need to download this app. This is where we're able to actually see our apps that we build inside of Rourke. But let me go ahead and open this now. You could see it's actually going to load this. It downloaded 100%. And now we have access to our app, as you could see on the screen. So let me play around with this. This looks great. I mean, it looks like it's optimized for like an actual iPhone app, which is pretty cool. So I could create a trip here. I could choose where we're going. Let me just browse through this app real quick before I actually test out the functionality. So looks like we don't have any images here for these different locations. We'll change that as we build this out. But this looks like a great start so far. So let's just go to create a new trip. Let's just say we're going to Portugal, and we could select our dates. Okay, so it looks like our select and end date for our trip does not work yet. But again, I mean, this is like our first shot with our app. It's going to build from here. So that looks good. Let me go ahead and prompt with this to change this so it's actually functional now. All right, so now that we have a working prototype, let's go ahead and actually refine this and make it functional, because yes, the layout of the app looks great. However, like, it's not functional yet. If I go to book a trip, it's not able to. So let's just go ahead, come here and just say, help me make this app functional. We want to be able to add our specifications for our trip. Right now, we can't access the calendar feature to book our dates for our trip. Okay, so I'm gonna start with that feature there first. Let's build a functionality for that, and then let's go from there. All right, so once more, we are getting a error here. So our code inspector actually found this issue. We didn't even have to like stumble on this ourselves. So I'm gonna click fix now. Again, it's gonna send this prompt here. It's gonna begin fixing this. So let's let it go ahead and fix it. All right, so now we got this working. Let me show you the interface and the functionality of our app so far. So you can see I have a couple different trips here that I have actually went ahead and added. We have a Spain trip, a Portugal trip, a Paris trip. You can see that it actually shows the amount of days that we're going to be in that location, as well as it shows the dates, it shows the location Spain, and it also shows like with these little labels here, what our preferences are for the trip. So relaxation and nightlife for Spain, relaxation, food and dining for Portugal. So let me click on this and show you exactly kind of how this looks now. So you could see it actually has a breakdown of every single day that we are actually going to be on this trip, as well as it has different activities based on the time of day. So we have city sightseeing in the morning, we have local cafe experience in the afternoon, we have a night market in the evening, and then also recommends some areas here as well as some travel tips. One thing I do want to mention is this is all dummy data at this point in time in building our app. So this is the next thing we need to add to our functionality for our app to be, functional for us to actually use, is have this pull real life data. So it could actually suggest, different restaurants, different areas if we're actually in Spain, in order to kind of customize our preferences for this trip. So this is what we have so far. This looks pretty cool. Let me go ahead, let's go back. I'm going to show you how we could actually add a trip. So we could come here, we could just say let's go to Mallorca, Spain, And then from there, I could select the dates. Our dates are now working. So we could choose, the dates here. We could choose the end date. We could choose our budget. We could choose our pace, and then we could choose our interest for the trip. So, and then it'll go ahead and create this. Now we have Majorca, Spain itinerary, which looks like, what I just showed before. And then we now have this list of our trips that we actually have inside of our app. So that's what we have so far. Let's go ahead and let's add some functionality to this, but we're making a lot of progress. I'm really kind of stoked with what we've built so far. Before we go ahead and try to build functionality into our app, one thing I want to mention is it might be a bit difficult making this fully functional. I guess we'll have to see how this will turn out by the end of this video. I think we'll be able to make some progress, but one thing I want to mention is you come up to code here, you could either connect this directly to GitHub where you could store your code, and you could even open this in Cursor. So if you want to actually build fully functioning app that is almost flawless, you could go ahead and open this in Cursor, which is cool that they have this integration to directly copy your code over there. So if you've used Cursor, maybe that's a good alternative for myself, and maybe some of you guys, you might not be technical, and a platform like Cursor might scare you away. So let's first of all see how far we could get with our app in building functionality inside of Rourke. And then if you needed to, you could take it over to Cursor. All right, let's go ahead and move forward with this prompt. This looks great. Let's go ahead and build out functionality in order to actually pull real-time data on these different locations by researching the internet, maybe use Perplexity API in order to do the research and pull this information back into the user interface of our application. So I'm gonna start with that prompt there. I was just using Whisperflow just to speak into this, interface, just super easy to use, just a little hack if you haven't used it already. Anyways, we're gonna be using Perplexity API, which essentially is a platform, if you don't know what it is, that allows you to search the internet. So it's kind of like a search engine mixed with ChatGPT and different large language models. So this has an API which allows you to directly interact with this via our app. So we could call this API in order to pull information to our app, is what that means if you're not technical. But anyways, what we're going to do is we're going to use that to hopefully actually pull real live data on researching these different spots to actually suggest us different ideas for our itinerary. All right, so looks like it set up the environment, I think, in order to add my Perplexity API key. It doesn't give me anywhere to actually put the API key, which seems a bit odd. So let me just come here and say, where do I put my API key for this to actually work? So hopefully it gives me a pretty straight up response here so I can understand what it's trying to say. All right, so it looks like it actually says that it's going to be on the profile screen. So it's actually going to be on my app. So instead of it storing inside of a database, I'm in order for it to use for kind of all the different all the different profiles of the users of our app, each individual user will have to go in and put that in. So let me go ahead and check out the preview on my phone and see if I could actually put it in there. All right, so I'm inside the app, obviously. Let's go over to profile where it says that we need to go to. And then, okay, now it looks like we have the API integration here in our profile. So I went ahead, I copied my API key from Perplexity. I'm going to click on save. So it now said that the API key is saved. Let me go ahead and see if it now pulls real-time data. I have a feeling it probably won't, but we're making progress here to actually, make this more functional. So let's come over. Oh, nice. It's actually loading images now of different destinations and whatnot. Okay, it shows real-time data enabled. Guys, this is pretty cool. I'm actually really impressed with Rourke so far after, playing around with it quite a bit over the past few days. So let me come over. Let's say we're trying to plan a trip to Tokyo. All right, it's saying Perplexity API call failed. So getting an error here. Let me go back over to our app inside of Rourke and begin troubleshooting this. All right, so it actually looks like it does have the search function in here that I was looking for. If you could tell right here, it actually says about Tokyo, and it talks about the top attractions in Tokyo, as well as local cuisine, sushi, ramen, tempura. That makes complete sense. That's real live information that I actually pulled from Perplexity. So that function is working. However, the functions that are not working are, the itinerary here with the city sightseeing and whatnot, recommended areas. So we will need to go ahead and get that fixed. But the actual function of Perplexity API being called and being pulled back into our app is working. So that's great. All right, guys, so I was playing around with it a little bit and it actually is functioning. I don't know why I'm getting this error now. This is so exciting. Let's take a look at this. So let's just come over to search destinations. Let's come up and go to Lagos, Portugal, and it's going to begin searching this. So it's the reason it's showing that little spinning wheel of death there, the loading symbol, is because it's actually pulling real live information on Lagos, Portugal. So let's give it a second. And here we go. It pulls up the plan your trip tab here, and it's actually loading the destination information. So I'm going to give it a couple seconds, and here we go. We have about Lagos, Portugal. Lagos is a picturesque coastal town in the Algarve region of southern Portugal, known for its stunning cliffs, golden beaches, and rich maritime history. It offers a blend of natural beauty and cultural heritage, making it a popular destination for both relaxation and exploration. It even tells us the best time to visit Lagos, which is May to September, which is great because I will be going there actually in a month. I wish I had this app to help me plan it. So now we could actually come, we could change the date. That's now working. Let's click there. We can select our trip preferences. Let's say we want to go luxury here. Let's say we want the pace to be relaxed. And then we could choose, again, any of our interests here. Let's just say that we want food and dining. Let's say we want nature and outdoors. And then let's click create trip. Again, I'm getting this error at the bottom. It says Perplexity API failed, but the spinning wheel of death on the bottom, this should load because I actually tried this out a second ago and it worked. So let's give it a second, see what it actually gives us. Bam. Couple seconds later, look what it actually spit out on the user interface. So you can see we have our trip Tuesday, August 19th through Saturday 30th. It has our little tags here: luxury, relaxed, food and dining, nature and outdoors. It gives us a breakdown of about Lagos, Portugal, gives us the top attractions here. It gives us the local cuisines, and it has a full entire itinerary for us for our trip. Guys, this is so cool. Like I said, I'm going to Lagos, actually. I'm going to Portugal with my girlfriend here in about a week, actually. And I'm actually going to use this on my trip to help me figure out what we should do every day. Guys, this is so cool. Yeah, wow. I'm actually pretty blown away at this. All right, guys, so I just published this off camera, but all you need to do is come up to the right hand. You're going to click publish, and there's a little publish button. Now I could click open right here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you the finished product of our app now. I'm able to actually send this to other people. So let's go ahead and check it out. All right, guys, so here is our app. You could see that I actually added a trip to Bend, Oregon, which is where I live, because I wanted to confirm if this information is correct. So I basically said I want mid-range, balance, and I want mid-range budget, balanced, and nature and outdoors. And guys, this itinerary is perfect. I mean, I would recommend all these things as well based on those specifications. This looks super good. Now what I want to test out is our feature to actually share this with our friends. So I could click this share button. I can now share it with somebody, and let's go ahead and wait for this text to come in. Okay, so I now just received a text here, and it gave me a link to actually go ahead and, view this on the web with this URL to see the app that we just saw. But it also sent me a full itinerary over text here on SMS. So guys, there we have it. That is working just how we wanted it to. Our app is now fully functional. Let's go ahead and talk pricing now. All right, so here is pricing. We have 4 different plans. We have the junior plan for $20 a month. It looks like you get 100 messages per month, private projects, code editor, GitHub integration, email support. Looks like the only difference in the other ones, besides like the amount of credits you get, is chat support. So if you need help, with their support, you could, chat support instead of email support, but everything else seems to be the same. So 250 messages monthly will run you $50. The senior plan is $100 per month for 500 messages, as well as the scale plan is $200 per month for 1,000 messages. And then you could also choose up to 5K in messages, and that goes up to $900. So that right there is the pricing. If you guys are serious about building mobile apps, I highly suggest using Rourke. It was absolutely awesome playing around with it for this video. And I'm actually going to be using the app that I built for myself to help me plan my trip to Portugal. All right, now that you've seen how to build and monetize AI-powered apps, let's take it to the next level. This next section is all about AI agents. Think of these as AI employees, and they are the future of work. If you can understand how to leverage them in your day-to-day, you are going to be a pioneer of the AI world. These are like smart assistants that can think, take actions, and even run entire workflows for you. Whether it's researching online, creating content, or connecting to thousands of different tools, I'll show you how to build and use AI agents for real business use cases, even as a complete beginner. All right, let's do it. All right, so to start this video off, I'm obviously going to be testing deep research on ChatGPT and actually asking it how to make $1 million. After I do that, I'm actually going to show you some other cool use cases I've seen just to test this out to see how good this actual AI agent is that ChatGPT just released. So I'm testing this out on the $200 per month plan, so you don't have to. So make sure to leave a like if you enjoy this video. So let me just come here and just basically ask it simply, give me a plan on how to make $1 million, break it down. Actually, you know what? For the sake of this video, I'm actually going to literally just leave it at that and see what it comes up with. So let's go ahead, click deep research here. You can see this new button is there along with the search button. Basically, I'll just click send, and now it's going to go ahead, actually ask me some more questions, it looks like. So could you share more details about your preferences and constraints? Here are a few key points to consider. Time frame. What is your specific deadline? Investment. Are you looking for investment strategies, stocks, real estate, crypto, or business ideas? Are you open to high risk reward strategies, or do you prefer low risk? Okay, so interesting. I didn't think it'd ask all these follow-up questions. I wanted to initially just ask, how can I make $1 million? I'm going to give it a couple specifications here, just that I think will make this more practical for this video to kind of give us a plan instead of kind of like just guessing how to make $1 million. So let's just say I want to do it in the next 1 year, just because I think a lot of people want to make $1 million in a year. So I think that'd make for an interesting conversation here. Business strategy. So are we looking for investment strategies or business ideas? I want to focus on business ideas because that's a bit more practical. And then risk tolerance. Are you open to high risk? Risk-wise, whatever can get me to $1 million. ChatGPT, make me a millionaire. That's all I'm asking you. Starting capital. Do you have any initial capital invest? We're going to say starting from scratch. And then do you have any expertise in a particular field that you'd like to leverage? And do you want passive income strategies? Okay, let me just leave it at that. Let this thing go ahead and do the work. Okay, so I'll focus on scalable and fast growth opportunities, leveraging digital platforms, minimal startup costs, and high margin strategies. I'll also outline execution steps, marketing strategies, and monetization methods to help maximize your chances of reaching your goal. I'll get back to you with a well-structured plan soon. Here we go. One thing that I did want to mention is I'm actually using ChatGPT o3 Mini as opposed to ChatGPT o3 High. This will actually give us a quicker response, and it won't, it's their low reasoning model as opposed to their o3 Mini High, which is more good for coding and logic. So I don't want this to take me an hour to come up with a plan. I want to get rich quick now, ChatGPT. So hopefully this, doesn't take too long. All right, so it's actually going through the process now. You can see it's testing accessibility, search for how to make $1 million on the internet. And if I click on this here, you could then see all of these activities that it is performing. So you can see, again, it searched for making $1 million from dropshipping affiliate. I'm gathering insights on trending TikTok content from a Medium article, searched how to make $1 million online, searched for making $1 million dropshipping in 1 year. So it's taking this right here, all of the specifications on how to make $1 million. And it looks like it's researching each of these, to figure out what industry or what business model I should even be looking at in order to make that $1 million. Okay, so it's actually looking at impressive success stories like Erwin Dominguez from San Diego, who made $1 million in profits in just 8 months. Fascinating progress. Interesting that ChatGPT said that. Okay, so it looks like it may have found the business model based on kind of the research it has done, or the deep research, I shall say, on how to make $1 million on the internet. Okay, so it's considering dropshipping and affiliate marketing and emphasizing organic growth and step-by-step plans, including marketing and revenue projections, exploring digital projects like ebooks or courses as viable paths. Guys, I'm actually very impressed with how deep this is actually going into and researching this. It's like coming up with an idea, researching that idea, seeing if it's a viable option, kind of like adding that to a list of say, okay, this is a potential option, and then it's continuing to research. So definitely is researching this deeply, no pun intended, but it is true. This is pretty cool. This is the first I've seen from ChatGPT on an agentic level that I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. This is a bit better than Operator, going and taking forever to click a certain button on your screen. This is really doing some real research here, and I could see myself using this already in my day-to-day life. So guys, I'm excited to give a conclusion to what my thoughts are on this, but yeah, this is pretty cool so far. Okay, so one thing I also want to know is you can come over and click on the sources that it's actually looked at. So it looks like it's gone to starterstory.com, unlock the secrets to 7-figure businesses online. So it looks like this is just a platform with a bunch of different stories on how, different people made money online. And then let's go to crazylister.com, Easiest way to sell and list on Amazon and eBay. Okay, so it looks like it used this because it found out that maybe drop shipping on Amazon was a good potential option. And then it was maybe using this to see if it's actually, you know, basically just to gather more information on drop shipping, that business model in general. Okay, so we got stuck right here. I wouldn't say stuck, but it was researching up until here very deeply. Like it was probably looking at this for like 2 or 3 minutes. Now it's saying I'm thinking through a structured takeover plan, including business models like drop shipping and affiliate marketing, execution, marketing methods, revenue forecast, challenges, and case studies. So he's obviously using the Erwin Dominguez case study where he made $1 million drop shipping profit. Okay, so it looks like potentially drop shipping and affiliate marketing is what ChatGPT thinks is going to make us a millionaire, which is very interesting because I feel like there's a lot of people, when people initially think of online business or how to make money online, I feel like you first go to drop shipping. So this is interesting because this is a deep research model. So it's probably taking this information and, like Sam Altman said, it's synthesizing information. It can't yet necessarily come to its own conclusions or whatever. It just takes that information and condenses it essentially. So that makes sense because there's so much information out there on how to make money with drop shipping. So that's something I wanted to note, just something that was going through my brain while looking at the activity here. All right, I'm actually going to get up, go to the bathroom. I need to take a piss, and this is going to be working for me on autopilot. It's an autonomous agent. This is still cool. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll be back. Okay. So while I was taking bathroom break, I actually got the answer here. And this is a big, this is a big document, or if you want to call it that. This is a lot of information here. So this is going to be interesting to dive through. So let's see. Strategic plan, earning $1 million in 1 year from zero capital. So obviously the objective, it's kind of relaying that information that we initially gave it. We want to make $1 million in 12 months in revenue, which is interesting because I guess I didn't specify profit. So there we go. High potential business model. We want no capital required. So it looks like the list it gave us for this with no capital required was dropshipping, affiliate marketing, service-based businesses, social media monetization, which is influencer model, digital products, or online courses. Interesting. So that makes sense. Those are a lot of things that people say you can make a lot of money with starting from zero. Okay, so execution strategy, 12-month action plan. Achieving $1 million in 12 months requires discipline. Months 1 to 2, foundation and launch. So research and selecting a niche. Well, ChatGPT, if I'm using deep research, you should be doing this for me. So interesting. Let's see if it even gave us a avenue to go down, or if it's like just synthesizing this information and then making us make the plan ourselves. Okay, so months 3 and 5, gaining traction, scaling up 6 to 9 months, 10 to 12 months, hitting the $1 million goals. So double down on what works, expand marketing reach, fine-tune scaling operations, track and progress, pivot if needed, secure the win. Okay, so marketing strategies. So content marketing and SEO, social media and viral marketing. Guys, this is diving really deep into this. This is a lot of information for me to go over in this video. Like reading all of this would be a bit of a pain. Maybe what I'll do is I'm actually going to copy this information. I'm going to add this to my free resources. I'll make a link in the description and you could just see essentially the output that it gave me if you want to go through all this information. So make sure to do that. Okay, so it's breaking down revenue projections and milestones by the month. So months 1 to 2, setup and first sales. So maybe $0 to $5,000 in total revenue. Month 3, maybe $5,000 to $10,000. Month 5, $20K. Month 6, $50K. Scaling and expansion. Okay, so once we have $50K, it knows that, okay, we could actually start like investing into the business, hiring people or whatnot. So then that $50K goes to $80 to $100K, month 10 to 11, pushing towards 7 figures, $150 to $200. Okay, interesting. It did note that reaching $1 million in revenue is different from profit, obviously. Okay, so lastly, what it did is actually wrote all of these sources here of case studies, people going from $0 to $1 million in about a year or so, I believe. So it actually did not give us an exact plan. It still is like saying we need to select a niche. It gave us a bunch of information on like these different business models that we could go through. So that makes sense. It's a deep research model. It's not, I could have been more specific with my prompt, but for the sake of this video, I want to ask, how can I make $1 million in 1 year? Like wanted it to be simple. So now we have a bunch of different options here and it's kind of laying out a strategy of what we like roadblocks we could potentially run into and whatnot. So here are our options and maybe what we could do is we could ask a follow-up question and say, hey, I want you to dive deeper into drop shipping and how I could go from 0 to $1 million in a year with this business model. So there we go. That's our output. I wanted to showcase this in this video. I think this dives really deep. This is really cool. I think it might be worth it to ask ChatGPT now to just like summarize this information so it's not so long. Let's see what it gives us. Okay, here we go. It's making this a bit more concise, which is much better. Okay, there we go. That makes it a little less overwhelming. But guys, this dives very deep into this. This is super cool. I think that's all I'm going to cover in this video. I'm going to be covering more use cases I find for this. So that way, you don't potentially have to invest $200 yourself into using this platform. All right, guys, so I'm inside of ChatGPT, and if we want to actually access the agent mode, all we do is come over and click on tools, and we will see a new button here called agent mode. But the thing that I want to mention first off, which really makes agent mode extremely interesting, is we're actually combining multiple different things here. So we're using something called deep research, which basically does really deep analysis and is able to actually research things like no other AI agent actually can. And we're adding that with Operator, which basically allows ChatGPT to go ahead and use a virtual computer in order to actually do things. So right here is a quick example on this product release page. You can see it's actually visiting the Expedia website and clicking on certain things in order for it to actually, perform these tasks for us. And you could even see it writing code here in order to generate presentations. You could see it actually connecting to email and all these different things I'm going to show you how to do in this video. But this is kind of just a video that, ChatGPT shows on their product launch. So let's go ahead and now let's talk about the first use case I'm going to show you in this video. So for this first use case, let's put the connectors feature to the test. So this basically means that the agent can tap directly into all of my apps through APIs using zero middleman. So in order to show you what this looks like, I'm going to have it actually go through my email inbox while I just sit back and let it happen. And it's automatically going to find every brand deal inquiry that I got while I was on vacation. And here is where it gets wild. The agent is going to dig deep into each of these AI tools, researching them in detail to figure out if they're actually worth my time to cover on my YouTube channel. And this is exactly where the agent shines because it's combining deep research with these connectors that ChatGPT agent actually has access to, and it's a total game changer. So with that being said, let's come back to ChatGPT. I'm going to click on agent mode, and I'm going to go ahead and give it a prompt. So here is the prompt that I gave it. I basically said, go through my email inbox and identify all messages related to brand deal opportunities. For each opportunity, I want you to research the company behind the brand deal. I want you to evaluate whether the brand aligns with my audience's interests and values. Only recommend brands that are a strong fit for my audience, providing a brief explanation for each recommendation, and then present your findings in a clear, prioritized list. And then, if possible, include a short summary of why each recommended brand is a good fit. So next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to our sources here. If I click on sources, I could actually go ahead and give it access to certain things. For this use case, I want it to actually go inside of my email inbox. So I need to enable Gmail here. And what this does, this will actually give it access to sort through my email using the API in order to see all of my emails in there and get context on it. I could even have it create drafts for me or even send emails on my behalf. This is where it gets absolutely mind-blowing. I could also do the exact same thing for Google Calendar. Might as well turn that on. And there are a bunch more different connectors that we could add here, such as Dropbox, Canva, Google Drive, HubSpot, all of these different platforms. And this is going to get really interesting when this list here expands to a bunch of different other tools. So without further ado, let me just send that off to ChatGPT Agent and let's let this do its thing. One thing with this is it actually takes quite a bit of time to actually go off and do this task. So I would not be surprised if this would actually take, potentially 30 minutes to actually go ahead and do this because it's really thinking through the best way to do this. It's researching using deep research. All right, so it's basically saying understood. I will search for your email inbox for messages for each opportunity found. I'm going to say, let's focus on the last 7 days while I was on vacation instead of going through my entire email inbox. All right, so now you can see it actually opening up this virtual computer and it's explaining every single thing that it's seeing. So I'm scrolling through the results to find Gmail connectors. I could actually look at the activity log here where it's showing, just like deep research, everything that it's thinking, but it's actually showing the tasks that it's trying to perform inside of the virtual browser as well. All right, so as you can see, it's actually literally pulling and reading these different emails inside of my email inbox through this virtual computer. This is pretty cool. One other thing I want to mention why this is so interesting, because there's other platforms like Genspark and Manus that could actually do this for us. But now that this is inside of ChatGPT natively, it's very interesting because it actually has context to me or to whoever's using this, because I talk to ChatGPT about basically everything. It knows everything, the ins and outs of my business. So this is basically like having an employee that knows everything about my business, and it's able to go ahead and do these things. It understands what types of content I make because I speak with ChatGPT about my content all the time. I get ideas from ChatGPT, all this stuff. So the fact that it has this context is extremely important, and something that we didn't have before in something like Manus or Genspark, because this is my main tool that I use inside of ChatGPT. So if I'm looking through inside of here, I could either look at the desktop view, obviously, or I could look at the activity monitor here, and you can see it's going through. It saw paid collaboration from Skyworks Super Agent, and it's actually identifying all these other different potential partnerships as well. So this is super interesting. This is going to take a while, so let me let it do a thing and we'll come back to this. All right, so after a total of 9 minutes, you can see it actually went ahead and gave me the recent brand deal opportunities in the last 7 days. It went ahead and went through all of my emails via my Gmail that I actually gave it access to using the connector feature, and here's what it has. So it basically says that Skyworks Super Agent is a good potential fit. Basically, it says, what is it? It's an AI-powered office suite. The tool uses specialized agents to generate research-grade documents, presentation, web pages, and podcasts, and notes on alignment. It says strong fit. This suite helps non-tech users automate slides, research code, and content creations. It's multimodal agent, focuses on simplicity that aligns with AI to teach, or with the channel's mission to teach AI tools to everyday users. So you can see it has context on me and my YouTube channel. It knows that I teach non-technical people how to use AI, so it identified that as a good fit. If I go down here, it shows some other options as well. It shows opportunities that were not recommended. Cloudways, it says that has managed hosting with 24/7 support. It doesn't serve non-technical users interested in AI tools for everyday productivity. So it was able to understand that again. So I went through my email inbox. Think about it. I didn't have to do this. It goes ahead. It's able to do this now directly inside of ChatGPT. Yes, I could have used something like Genspark to do this, but why not do this inside of a tool that I already use like ChatGPT, where I could literally just click the button here. So that is the first use case I want to show you. And the second use case is completely mind-blowing. All right, so here is my prompt for my second use case, and this one's pretty cool. I basically asked ChatGPT to plan 7 clean, high-protein dinners for 2 adults who love to eat clean and prioritize lots of protein, at least 25 grams per serving if possible. So what it's going to do is it's actually going to suggest 7 different dinner ideas using deep research in order to research what, potential meals are good for, my preferences here. And then it's going to present the dinners in a table. It's going to show day. It's going to show the dinner idea, the recipe link, protein per serving, and the cool part here is I'm going to actually have it generate an entire shopping list grouped by different categories. And from there, what it's going to do is it's literally going to use Instacart, which is a service that allows you to order groceries. And I'm going to have it go in, create an account with Instacart, and I'm going to have it actually add every single item I need for this grocery list in order to make these 7 different meals. I'm going to have it add it to a cart that I could then check out with. So I literally don't even need to grocery shop. This thing is grocery shopping for me. So all I need to do, come down here, click on agent mode, and let's give it that. I don't need to have access to Gmail, Google Calendar, or anything. Just has access to web search, which is obviously important here. Let's click send, and this is pretty cool, guys. I'm excited to see what it's able to do with this one. All right, so while it's actually doing this research, I love how I could actually see the virtual computer. So it's on this website called Minimalist. I'm not sure what the rest of it says, but anyways, it's not just it's not just scouring the internet via deep research or ChatGPT. It's actually physically looking at this website and reading through the entire website and actually using deep research on top of that in order to research this topic for us. It's going to go ahead, research a whole bunch of different websites. As you can see, it opened up this website. It's figuring out how to scroll through the website. And one thing to mention, it's not super quick at being able to, scour these websites yet, but it's only going to get better and better. And this is the first iteration, obviously, of ChatGPT Agent. You can see it's now on another page here. It's taking screenshots of this as it's doing this on our virtual browser. That's so cool. You can see it's now on this new site called Ambitious Kitchen. Again, I'm going to let it do its thing, and I'm excited to see, what it's able to actually provide for us as far as what our meals are going to be. All right, so as you can see, we actually logged into my Instacart here, and it's going ahead and adding all of these different products that we need to add to our cart. So you could see that it has 2 items in the cart up here on the right hand side, and it's going through and adding each of these individually. Guys, this is so cool. I could literally see this in action. I could see what ChatGPT deep research is doing as far as like reasoning how to, click on this screen and making sure that we add all the things that are included in our grocery list. Guys, this is so cool. You can see that number increase from 2 things in the cart to 3 things. Looks like it is actually searching up frozen edamame. This is so cool. Let it do its thing, and hopefully this will, add all these to the cart pretty quickly. All right, so just like that, you could see we have our full entire weekly dinner plan created. We have Monday through Sunday. We have different dinner ideas. We have grilled chicken with zucchini, yellow squash, and red pepper. It shows the, protein amount. I mentioned that I wanted 25 grams or more of protein per meal, so this is pretty great. It went ahead, it actually showed all of the, the shopping list items. So showed produce. Here are our chicken breasts and everything else, brown rice. It added all of our items to the cart inside of Instacart, totaling up to $225 with 39 total items. So let me go ahead and click on this now. And as you can see, inside of our Instacart in that virtual computer that it was using, we have all of these added to our cart. So we could go ahead and actually check out now. I could have actually gave it access to checkout, but obviously I'm, not actually going to be using these meals, and I don't want to spend $25 for the sake of this video. But there we have it. We have an entire grocery list that was researched, and then literally it went ahead and shopped for us. Guys, I hope you could understand how valuable this is going to be when we learn how to use this tool to help us delegate and automate different tasks. My brain is already spinning on different things I'm going to use it for, and I'm going to make sure to cover it on this channel. With all this being said, let's go ahead and talk about why I think this is going to be absolutely game-changing when it comes to what we do on a day-to-day basis and how we actually work as human beings. All right, so quickly, let's just talk about why this is the future using ChatGPT Agent and why this is just such a big deal. So first of all, the first thing that really makes this a game changer is access to APIs. So this is really important because think about it. If you don't know what an API is, it's basically the way we interact with different platforms. So you could interact with different software. This is essentially how we're actually accessing Gmail inside of our ChatGPT agent for it to actually go through, look through all of our emails or even draft emails. It's using APIs. So as ChatGPT has more access to more and more APIs, means it has access to more different applications that it could actually do things for you on your behalf on those different websites or apps. Next up, the thing that gets really interesting is when you combine ChatGPT, deep research, and Operator. Operator was essentially OpenAI's first shot at agent, but it just really was not that good, as well as Claude's computer use. It's just a bit clunky, it doesn't really work well. But the reason that this works so well now is because the Operator side of things is working a little bit better. It's a bit smoother, but one of the reasons why it's better is because of this deep research capability here. It has the ability to really think through certain tasks. So before it goes ahead and actually does these different tasks for you using Operator, it's thinking through for literally minutes, like 5, 10, 15, sometimes even like 30 minutes. It's thinking through the best way to tackle a specific task or just pulling different information through, from the internet. So this is why this is absolutely lethal. When you combine deep research and Operator, it, makes for a product like ChatGPT Agent. Next up, this is another one kind of similar to access to APIs, but it has access to image gen. So think of the OpenAI, 4.0 image generation, those, crazy AI generated images that you're seeing on the internet. Those are all generated with image gen. And this actually has the ability to create directly within inside of ChatGPT. And that is a really big reason why this is such a great tool. Along with this, one thing I want to mention, because, image gen is part of the OpenAI ChatGPT ecosystem. Imagine, for me personally, I use ChatGPT every single day for my business. It knows my business in and out. I ask it a bunch of questions on how it could help me, grow my YouTube channel, help me make money, grow my business. It knows all these things about me. So the fact that it has access to all this information and context that I've used over the last 2 years of using ChatGPT, it can understand me and understand how I like to get things done. So I can imagine at a certain point in time, we'll be able to just upload a video, for example, breaking down how we do something. Like imagine setting an SOP for a new employee that you're onboarding or a virtual assistant. And imagine we did that exact same thing, but for ChatGPT Agent to do for us. We could just upload a video or explain in plain English how we want something done. And it always has that context to be able to go and actually do that thing. So that is another big thing, having context to who I am as a person and what my business is. Next up, why this is the future. This is the future of workflow automation. I say goodbye by N8N here because N8N is all the rave in the world right now. This is, a platform that allows you to build automations. But what's the point of building an automation on a platform like N8N when eventually we're actually going to be able to just let ChatGPT Agent go off and do the task for us, when it has access to all these different APIs, when it has the ability to actually browse on the internet and interact in the, computer view that we actually see when we're playing around with this. It has access to a virtual computer for it to go and actually, do these tasks that, in a platform like N8N, you're building an automation, but why not just ask ChatGPT to do it? We're a bit far out from this happening, but I honestly think this is something that's going to happen over time. I really do think platforms like N8N are going to become more and more, meaningless, I guess, because you're going to be able to have a tool like Manus or ChatGPT Agent go off and do all the tasks that you might, create inside of an N8N automation, for example. So this leads into the next point, and that is that user interfaces at some point are just going to disappear. And the reason I say this is because think of it this way. Right now, the way that we interact with software is we have to use a computer to actually go and sign up and, do certain things. We have to type things. We have to click things on the screen. What happens when we could just speak with our ChatGPT agent, kind of like the, future of workflow automation I was talking about? What happens when we could just give it a prompt, it goes ahead and it does these things? There comes a certain point in time where you don't really need to actually go and do these things yourself on the user interface that you're used to seeing on things like Gmail, for example. If you could just have ChatGPT, prompted and it goes and responds to your email, then these platforms become less and less reliant on you actually having to go and interface with that different platform. So I'm really, really interested to see what happens when user interfaces are starting to disappear, and kind of software as we know it is kind of not irrelevant, because it'll still be relevant, but it's going to be much different than what it is now. So I'm really interested to see what that's going to look like. And then think of things like ChatGPT voice mode. Think of when we could just speak with a AI voice assistant from like 11 Labs, for example, that then goes ahead, triggers our ChatGPT agent, and then it's doing all these things for us. We live in pretty crazy times. I'm so excited to see what it's going to look like. I'm pretty opportunistic about it. And then lastly, ChatGPT agent plus ChatGPT 5, in my opinion, I think is going to be a game changer. I think OpenAI is releasing all of these tools, and they're releasing, multiple different things, ChatGPT deep research and their image gen and Sora for video, all of that stuff. But when that all comes into one thing, when you combine ChatGPT agent with something like a new model like ChatGPT 5 and combine all these different products that OpenAI has released and they all work together, that is where things get absolutely mind-blowing. And I'm not just saying that. So crazy, crazy times we live in. This is why I think, ChatGPT agent is the future. It might not be right now. I think it's something that you could begin using and help with your day-to-day. I think this is something that if you, are a solo entrepreneur or somebody that works a job and you need a second helping hand, I think this is really, really impactful for you to actually learn and figure out best ways to kind of delegate different tasks to something like ChatGPT agent. All right, guys, so I'm inside of Genspark here, and if I want to access the new Genspark browser, which I'm going to cover in this video, obviously, you just want to click this top right here, and you can actually go ahead and download this for Mac OS right now. It actually looks like you cannot download for Windows. So I actually went ahead, already downloaded this. Just click download. You'll begin downloading this. And actually, I don't know if you could see, but I actually have a Genspark application on the bottom of my deck here. I'm using a MacBook. Here we go. This is the browser pulled up, and let's see this live in action. Here's how it works. It'll essentially take you to the homepage of Genspark, which is exactly like that page that I was just at. However, we can actually come here and browse as if we are, using the internet, or we're using something like Google or Safari, for example. And I could just look up, for example, just like YouTube. Come here. It looks like it uses Brave as the browser. And now I have access to my YouTube channel, which you could see right here. But this is kind of how it works. You can kind of browse around. This use case is cool, but the third use case specifically that I'm going to show in this video is just going to blow your mind at how crazy this new technology is. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to YouTube on my Genspark browser. And one thing I want to show is how we could easily create presentations from a YouTube video now. Let me go to one of my videos. Let's actually go to my last Genspark video since it's on brand. And guys, believe me, I'm not sponsored by Genspark. I just honestly absolutely love this tool. And it's amazing the things you could do in their updates and new products, like absolute insanity. So as you can see, I have this video pulled up, and we have this little embedded agent here. So we have our Genspark Super Agent. It's smart AI tools for everything you do on the web. We could do multiple things here. We could summarize this video content. We could extract the transcript, or we could auto-generate slides, which is pretty crazy. So I'm going to pull up Ask Genspark here. We could ask it any questions regarding this video. As you can see, it has context for this video that I have pulled up that's on my browser screen. And I'm just going to click auto generate slides, and it's going to begin coding our own presentation slides. If you have not seen Genspark already, it creates amazing AI generated presentations. This is pretty cool. So it's going to use this as context and basically summarize this video based on this video, obviously, as it's going to research it, understand what it's about, and then it's actually going to create a presentation about it. If I want to take a look at what it's actually doing behind the scenes, I could come here, I could take a look at this. So it's trying to understand the video. Looks like it's actually understanding the title. It's understanding all of the tags here. It has a URL to the video. It even has a full entire transcript. So using this transcript, I would assume this is where it gets context on my video, which will be interesting to see kind of how it actually creates this, but it's creating a presentation with 8 different slides. It's doing this in real time. As you can see, here's our first slide here. It's breaking down instructions for the second slide. That's pretty crazy. And it's actually writing the code as we speak in order to summarize this. Pretty crazy. All right, so a couple minutes later, it actually generated this presentation, which is pretty crazy. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to open this so we could see this fully. So this AI agent does everything for you. Genspark complete guide, manage Gmail. All this is basically exactly what my video is about. So it breaks down what is Genspark. It's even adding a bit more context here. So I didn't necessarily cover all this in the video, but it's adding a bit more context here, which is pretty interesting. Here is a use case that I actually showcased in the video. Download all resumes to AI Drive and screen candidates. It even shows sample response email, which this is all stuff that Genspark can do and that I cover in this video. So this is another example of automating email campaigns that I showed also in the video. I mean, this is crazy. AI generated presentations, which we're actually looking at right now. It's even showing Genspark versus other alternatives, and it's quoting me something that I actually said in the video. So this AI agent saves me hours every single week. It's probably my favorite AI tool, and that says a lot because using these tools is literally my job. Brock Messerich, AI specialist. And then it even shows this little call to action, get started with Genspark today. And it even includes a link to sign up and use Genspark. Guys, that's crazy. That is all from this YouTube video that it went ahead and created. We could view or export this and save it to our laptop or wherever we want to save it. That is crazy. But let's move on to this next use case that I think you guys are also going to find pretty mind-blowing. All right, so I'm on Twitter, and I use Twitter a lot to understand what's going on in the space of AI, as a lot of you do probably as well. But it could get extremely overwhelming to just scroll on this. It gives me a lot of FOMO. I waste a whole bunch of time just scrolling on this. However, this new Genspark feature allows me to actually use this in order to scroll through Twitter and actually basically get an understanding of all the content that's being posted, and I could automatically summarize that right inside of Genspark. So I'm going to come to Genspark right here. I'm basically going to say, go on my X account and look at the top posts about AI tools and news in my following feed. And you could give it any specification or any prompt, obviously, to go ahead and research on Twitter, for example. So let's just go with that. And then let's say, all right, so I said summarize some of the top video ideas that you think would resonate with my audience on my YouTube channel, and then give me 5 video ideas along with these recommendations. So I'm actually logged into my YouTube, as we saw in that previous example. So it's actually going to go on my YouTube and scour the content that I actually create here, get an understanding of the type of videos that I make and what resonates with my audience, and then go ahead and give me these 5 video ideas along with title recommendations. So let's just click run, and I'm going to show you exactly what it's going to do, and it's pretty crazy. All right, so as you can see, it's now using this tool. It actually opened up a new tab inside of my browser, and you can see this little blue glowing effect here, and this basically means that our agent on Genspark is scrolling through all of this. So it has the ability to act on our behalf inside of our browser and browse this whole entire web page here, which is my X feed, which is pretty crazy. So I don't actually need to sit here and scroll through all of this, figure out what kind of topics are trending in the AI space based on all of the resources and the people that I follow in order to kind of summarize this information for me. Now AI does that for me. So let's let this do its thing. It's gaining some context. I basically said I want you to scroll over all the posts throughout the last week and get a sense of what I should make content content on. So let's let it do its thing and we'll come back to it. All right, so it scrolled back an entire week, collected all of these different posts on Twitter for me, condensed it into this right here. So here are 5 video ideas that are aligned perfectly with your audience. And right here, video idea number 1, Claude Sonnet 4 plus Bolt equals game changer, build a complete app in 30 minutes. It also gave me some different title options here, which this is actually spot on because bolt.new, the web app builder, did release Claude Sonnet 4 into their platform just yesterday. So this information is 100% correct, and this actually got a lot of steam on Twitter, so makes sense why Genspark suggests that I should make a video about it, as well as I have made plenty of Bolt content in the past, so Genspark knows that this would resonate with my audience. Another one, OpenAI's O3 price drop, which OpenAI did just release a price update for the O3, Lovable versus Bolt versus Cursor. Interesting. So all of these are really, really solid, and that's great. It went ahead, it scrolled my entire Twitter feed, so I didn't have to do it personally. All right, so next up, I'm going to show you Genspark Browser when it comes to e-commerce and actually shopping for products. This is going to change the way that we interact with shopping online. And let me show you. So right here, let's say we are looking for a camera, which I'm actually looking to buy a used film camera that I could take on vacation because I'm going to Portugal and I want to take some pretty cool shots. So basically what I could do is I could literally pull up Genspark here, click this button that says Ask Genspark inside of our Genspark browser. And I basically can just say, help me find similar cameras to this film camera that I could use as a beginner to take on vacation. I want you to find the cheapest possible alternatives to this and send me links directly to buy this product. So instead of having to go through and search on eBay or Amazon or any of these other marketplaces, I could literally give this context to Genspark, write in a simple prompt, and now it's going to begin searching for different film cameras that are cheaper alternatives to this camera right here. All right, and just like that, about a minute later, it gave us all of these other options that are cheaper. It's giving us direct links. It's also showing alternative sources. For example, I could take a look here. This is a alternative to this right here. But let's go one step further. And I said, now create an interactive web app to help me find the best camera out of all those options, include links to each product along with images and specs. So essentially what this is going to create is a web app that I could interact with in order to actually figure out what camera works best for me. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean when it finishes writing this code. All right, just like that, look, we have our interactive web app that could actually help us figure out which camera we'd like to buy based on our specifications. So if I could come here, I could go to any of our options under $50. I could change my camera types here, and basically I could add my experience level. So let's just say I'm a complete beginner. All right, so now we actually have all of our options for under $50 here, so that's pretty cool. And then we could go and directly buy this at Amazon. Takes us to a direct link on the Amazon website in order for us to actually go ahead and buy this. What an insane interactive shopping experience that Genspark Browser allows us to have. Guys, this is just like blowing my mind. AI is moving so fast, and little things like this are just going to completely change the way that, for example, we're going to shop on the internet. One thing I do want to mention is obviously we have this in the right corner of our site, but we could open this and it'll take us to our full interactive website here, or our interact app. So, I mean, this is pretty cool. We could just specify that we only want point and shoot. I mean, guys, this is pretty sweet. We could even click ask. It'll pull up Genspark and we could ask about this product. Just insane. All right, guys, so I'm inside of Genspark and you can see this user interface here that I'm presented with. So we have our Genspark super agent here, which kind of functions similarly to Manus, which I'm excited to break down in this video. So if I come over to the left-hand side, you can see we have multiple different tabs. We have AI slides, which basically allows you to make presentations with Genspark using AI. We have AI sheets, which is absolutely mind-blowing. They just released this. They have image studio, which allows you to generate images with all of these different models here. We have GPT image, we got Flux, we have Recraft, we have DALL-E, we have Gemini Image Gen 3. So this is like almost like an all-in-one tool that you can use and add to your stack of AI tools that allows you to do so many things. I'm so excited to show you. You can see we also have advanced agents here. So first things first, I'm going to come over to the super agent, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to personalize this experience. So the first thing that I noticed that was really cool with Genspark is the fact that if I click this button down here, I could click on auto research, and what I could do is I could paste any information about myself. So let me go over to my YouTube channel, which if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. If you're non-techie, wanting to learn cool AI tools like this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this. I'm basically just going to paste in my YouTube channel, click on auto research. All right, so what it's going to do is it's actually going to look at my YouTube channel, watch all of the videos using these tools here that are like custom pre-made tools inside of Genspark, and it's actually going to research me and give a comprehensive breakdown on who I am and really understand who I am based on the information I put out there on the internet. And it's going to personalize my experience using this agent based on all this context that it pulls from the resources that I provide, which in this case is my YouTube. As we can see, it went ahead and used these tools to actually research my YouTube channel. And now it's actually crafting a comprehensive profile. So you can see it says Brock, no code builder, AI enthusiast, content creator, text simplifier. So it's gassing me up pretty hard here, but let's see. So it's basically breaking down the fact that I try to take complex topics in the AI space and break it down for non-technical people. What sets you apart isn't just technical knowledge, it's your entrepreneurial mindset. So interesting. It's getting a sense of who I am as a person. If I click on this, click Genspark, make it more personalized. I could personalize this however I want, but I think this looks good. So let's just click save. So now this is added to the settings in order for this to like understand who I am and tailor my responses, I guess. All right. So next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to our super agent here and I'm going to test out a couple things. I'm going to test out the image generation using probably 4.0 image generation. So I'm uploading this little image here of a product. So this is essentially this guy wearing this shirt that says good days ahead. And what I want to do is I want to create marketing material based on this image. So I want to recreate different models wearing this exact same t-shirt and I want to see the outputs of the images it generates. Not only that though, because that's cool. So not only that, but I'm actually going to, inside of the super agent, tell it to create for me a presentation that could kind of break down this brand, different ways we want to market it and whatnot. So let me just show you exactly what I mean. All right, so here is this prompt. Using this t-shirt, create 2 marketing visuals with the exact same shirt. In the first, place the t-shirt on a smiling brunette woman. In the second, place it on a blonde woman wearing a black hat. And then create 3 other images similar, but have their own creativity added to them. So I'm using this like any other image generation as if I were in ChatGPT 4.0, but let me just go ahead and move forward and say, yes, go for it. And again, it's actually using these different tools here. So if I click on the tool to see exactly what it's doing, I could see that it's understanding this image. So the cool thing is I could click on these tools and see exactly what it's doing. So it actually is analyzing this image here. So the object in the image is a person wearing a white t-shirt with orange text. Interesting. So it's understanding what it is we're trying to do here. And then it's actually using the tool to generate an image. You can see this first image generated with the ChatGPT 4.0 image generation. It's spinning up another one. Let's let this do its thing and then I'll come back to this. All right. So it looks like it actually generated all these images here. So if I come down, I have about 5 images. Good days ahead, t-shirt marketing visuals. You can see we have a brunette woman in studio setting wearing our shirt. We have a blonde woman with a black hat. And then right here, these are the creative variations. So it's sunset beach setting, urban street style, and cozy coffee shop lifestyle. So these look great. Of course, these are using the image gen from ChatGPT 4.0, but let's do something with these images. This shows the power of Genspark right here. So let's come here and I'm just going to basically create a presentation, which is the output's actually really good. So give me 1 second here. All right. So here is my prompt. Now take all these images that you generated and turn this into a pitch deck presentation. I want this presentation to have the exact same feel as the branding of the t-shirt company. And the goal of the presentation is to showcase how we could best market this product, do some research on the best ways to market this product, then basically dump that into presentation to make it look very appealing. So I'm going to run with that prompt. Let's send it over to Genspark and let's see what it does. So first things first, it's actually going ahead and researching t-shirt marketing strategies by browsing on the internet here. So you can see all these different sources it's pulling from. This operates very similarly to Manus AI if you've used that, which is an AI agent that like basically scours the internet and does all of this research. So let's take a look. It did the research now. You could go through all these steps, breaking down what is t-shirt advertising, and it's actually now creating a presentation with 10 different slides. So if I click on this, you could see it's actually writing the code for this preview here that's actually going to showcase a full presentation. So let's let the code run. It's going to spin up each of these 10 slides individually and we'll go from there. All right, so look at what it's created so far. It has these, I think it's created about like 7 slides or so far. So good days ahead. It's using the same branding that I mentioned that I wanted to use from, this right here. We want to use that same white and orange kind of good vibes branding here. And it's breaking this down. It has brand identity. So our message, our target audience, young adults, urban optimists, creative professionals, our brand values, spreading positivity through wearable messages, which that makes sense because this is like, obviously obviously a very positive statement here. So it's breaking down our entire marketing strategy here that I actually went ahead and crafted by doing some research on how to best market a t-shirt company. So you can see here's a product showcase. It's using these images that we generated via this super agent here, and it's pulling them into here. Obviously, the layout of this is not perfect. This was a one-shot prompt though. I could edit this and say we want to make these images full screen, or we want to fully show all the images without cutting them off. I'm sure that would be an easy fix. But guys, look at this little graph here. It's showing our audience demographic here. It's showing our shopping habits. It's showing top values. It's showing our key audience personas. Guys, this is like a full broken down, amazing looking presentation. This is the best AI image, or the best AI presentation that I've personally ever seen. I've used things before in the past like Canva, trying to use this, but guys, this is crazy because it's going out and researching this and then breaking this down in a very digestible presentation. I could see so many use cases for this if you're working in a job, say you run social media marketing, or you're an actual business owner and you want to create these things for your team or something. I don't know, there's so many cool use cases here, guys, with just this. So now that we saw this image generation and the presentation features, let's move on, and I want to show you the AI sheets, which is absolutely mind-blowing and maybe one of the best parts of this product. All right, so one more thing I want to showcase in this thread here using our super agent is I actually went ahead and I said, using this branding for the good days ahead, create me an interactive game that we could potentially use as a lead magnet or marketing material here for our company. So not only can you generate images, not only can you create presentations, but you could also create your own applications, almost as if this is like a Bolt or a Lovable type of web app builder that I cover so much on this channel. So let's see what this builds. It's hopefully going to pull from this context of this thread, understanding our marketing strategy here, and actually building a game based on all of this context. Guys, this tool continues to blow my mind. Even though I played around with this a bit before creating this video, I'm continuing to be blown away at just how good this is. And guys, I'm not sponsored by Genspark. This tool is just genuinely blowing my mind as far as the capabilities, and AI is getting pretty crazy, man. You could do so many crazy things. So, all right, take a look here. So we have this landing page, good days ahead, create your ideal day and discover your happiness score. So I didn't give much context as far as the type of game to build, but this is an interactive like lead magnet. So I click on build your day, good days builder, how it will work. You'll be presented with 5 daily scenarios. So let's click on start. So looks like we have a form here, and okay, it's the morning. How do you start your day? Let's just say that I hit snooze a few times. I did that today. Time for breakfast. What's your choice? I'm just gonna skip it. I go straight for coffee. When you have some free time, let's actually go ahead and I'm gonna read a book today, and it's afternoon. How do you recharge? I'm gonna take a short walk outside. Actually, let's do a mindful meditation, and looks like we're on question number 5. So evening is here. Let's go ahead and do quality time with some loved ones. If I click on next, you can see we have a result. So here is your good day score. You have a 32, and I'm a balanced realist. That's pretty funny. You maintain a practical approach to life with a few positive choices, and we can actually share this directly on our socials. Let me see if that works. Okay, that does not work. But if I click on this, you could see our special offer with a discount code for our company. Guys, this was a single prompt that I gave it. It pulled the context of this whole entire thread in order to kind of understand our branding and our like marketing strategy here, and built this interactive game or lead magnet, whatever you want to call it, all within inside of Genspark. My mind's blown. Let's go ahead and move on to the next feature, which is the AI spreadsheet, which is another amazing tool. All right, so inside of our AI Sheets section of Genspark here, what I'm gonna do is I basically, as you can see here, I added these images of these different Yeti water bottles. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a table with my water bottle images in the first column, then use GPT to generate fitness, home, and outdoor lifestyle scenes showing people drinking from these water bottles. So I'm trying to create different marketing materials. So for example, I'm gonna have a image in each of these settings for each of these colored water bottles. So instantaneously, or I guess not instantly, because we have to wait for the response, but without me having to manually do this, I'm going to get a full entire spreadsheet with all this information as well as these marketing images that I could go ahead, if I'm a company or a brand, and start posting across my social media just by giving it a single prompt and uploading these images. So as you can see on the right hand side, it's beginning to craft this table, and I'm excited to show you the output of these because it's actually super cool. Take a look at this. So it went ahead, it's actually continuing to generate this. It's showing all the images here that are generated. It's taking quite a while because the GPT ChatGPT image generation takes a while. That's because of the API. It has nothing to do with Genspark, but it's updating our spreadsheet here. So you can see we have now all of these different marketing materials in these different settings. So we have this teal turquoise water bottle. It's a fitness lifestyle scene, home lifestyle, as well as an outdoor scene. Same for the purple one. We have this one, somebody like doing yoga with it. We have this image. We have this one of them in the wilderness. Guys, these are so cool. First of all, ChatGPT 4.0 image generation, just absolutely great. But the fact that we can use this spreadsheet and kind of leverage different features within inside of Genspark and mash them all together is really cool. You can see we just got another output here. All right, so I'm going to show you one other use case that I personally would use. I'm going to use this to actually research different YouTube topics. So let me go ahead and do that now. All right, so here we go. Here's a prompt. I'm basically saying you're a YouTube analyst based on what you know about my YouTube channel from the context you have about me, which earlier on in this video, I showed you how it scraped my YouTube. It knows who I am and the type of content I make. So it has a context in order to do so. I basically said, look at top videos on Genspark AI. Give me a comprehensive breakdown of these videos. And I also want you to help me come up with similar ideas on how I can recreate something similar on my YouTube. So I'm going to run with this. Let's give it this prompt here and let's let it do its magic and actually create this spreadsheet for me. All right. So if I'm watching this live in action, you could see that it is actually doing all this research. So it's showing this video, Meet Genspark Super Agent. It's showing how many views it has. It's showing the content format. It's showing the key selling points. So it's showing different ways they're using Genspark, adaptation ideas for your channel, create a series testing different AI agents on real world tasks with on-screen results. And it's showing different creative twists that I can actually use. So let me go ahead. Let's let this thing run. It looks like it's still working here, but guys, this is really cool. This is literally going through, taking the transcripts of the videos, looking at the amount of views it has, the date it was posted, and copying all this context over to a spreadsheet. So imagine what you could do with this if you're like a data analyst or something and you input a lot of stuff into spreadsheets. I mean, this tool could save you so much time and make your life, your business, or your job so much more efficient. And guys, this is just so cool to see in action. Another thing I want to mention is if you click on this and expand it, you could actually export this. So you could export this to CSV. So now we actually have a CSV file here if that's actually beneficial to you. All right, guys, VO3 inside of Manus AI, it's absolutely insane, and I'm going to show you in this video. So what makes this different than just going straight directly to Google's VO3 and generating this yourself? So the fact that we could have Manus do this natively inside of our application that has access to so many different things. So for example, we could have it actually do research and actually figure out content styles and like replicate those content styles. For example, create slideshows with these visuals and the videos that it creates inside of it. All that sort of stuff. There's just so many different things we could do inside of this, and it gives Manus a whole new tool set to be able to create amazing videos directly inside of our agent, which is our super intelligent agent, whatever you want to call it, inside of Manus. So enough jibber jabber. Let's go ahead and give it a prompt here. And this is the same prompt that Manus used in their release video, and it's pretty crazy. So I want to recreate that for this video. So generate a series of short cinematic videos, each in distinct visual and storytelling style of legendary film directors. For each video, recreate a 10 to 15 second original scene that embodies their signature techniques. So I gave it, or I guess we gave it these different movie producers here or directors, and we actually want to recreate similar style. And basically we just said each video should include no voice, only cinematic music or ambient sound, which VO3 is very good at. We could have it actually create voice and dialogue, but we're not going to do that for the sake of this example. I'm going to do that in a follow-up one that I cover on this video. And then basically I'm going to add a little bit more specifications here. So let's go ahead. Let's give this to Manus. Let's click send. And one thing I want to mention is I did have to upgrade from my free plan to the $19 per month plan in order to do this. I don't believe it allows you to actually generate with VO3 if you're on the free plan. So keep that in mind. But yeah, let's go ahead. Looks like it's going and working through this now. I'm excited to see what it gives us because I tested this before and it's pretty mind-blowing at what it gave us. Another thing I want to mention on top of this, instead of just generating these video clips for us, what I'm going to have it do is actually, I'm going to give it a follow-up prompt and say, turn this into a whole presentation with slides, with the videos, break down the style of each of these different directors. So again, this is the power of using VO3 inside of Manus instead of just in VO3 because it could actually do research and we could integrate it and inject it into our pre-existing workflows. That makes Manus so good as a platform, kind of similar to these other platforms like Genspark and whatnot. So looks like it's asking for my approval here. So it costs 300 credits per 8-second clip, which is pretty expensive, but let's continue with VO3. And this probably is going to take a while because because it needs to generate for each of these different styles. It needs to research it and then actually generate these videos. So let's go ahead. I'm going to let this run and we'll come back here in a second. All right, guys. So this is actually what Manus gave us. If I go through the progression here of the tasks, it looked like it had to try multiple different times in order to actually get these videos generated. For whatever reason, it was saying that they were generating was temporarily unavailable. So there's probably an influx of people trying to actually access this right now. So after trying a couple times, it actually went ahead and did this and took probably about 10-15 minutes. Let me go through each of these different videos that it produced here. So that's a pretty crazy video. I mean, it looks extremely realistic. The sound is really good. Obviously, there's no dialogue as we prompted it, so it's just basically the sound effects of somebody walking down the stairs, and then it also has that kind of same background music that Alfred Hitchcock would actually use inside of his videos. Suspenseful spiral staircase scene with dramatic low angles and psychological tension. So let me just look up real quickly, and I'm not going to do this for all of them, but let me look up Alfred Hancock. I'm not familiar with his work, so let's just say style. I mean, that seems pretty spot on. The fact that he's like psychological storytelling, suspense, interesting. Okay, so that's a really good one. Next up, we have Wes Anderson with symmetrical composition with vintage styling and pastel colors. Let me first of all look up his style, and then I will show you the video that was created. So let's say Wes Anderson style. So this is kind of what we should be expecting here. Looks like pretty like symmetric pastel colors, as it said. Let me take a look at what VO3 generated inside of Manus. Okay, so that looks pretty good aside from like the mechanics of the video actually are off. So this is a VO3 problem error. It's not like actually Manus messing that up, but I mean, it's getting the style pretty spot on here. So that's a pretty good one. Next up, Christopher Nolan. This is my favorite director of all time, as you know, same with a lot of other people. But look at this one. This one looks very Christopher Nolan-esque if you've seen some of his movies. I mean, that's pretty damn cool. That's very sci-fi, Christopher Nolan-esque. So architectural drama with high contrast lighting and epic framing. Let's look at the next one here. I'm going to butcher this name, but again, the mechanics of this video just look absolutely phenomenal. One thing I'm excited to show you is not just the videos generated, but what we could do with the videos once they're generated using Manus and all of these other tools that it has inside of the platform that actually makes this kind of a full-on agent as opposed to just a video generator. All right, so here's our last one. We got Quentin Tarantino.
So you're saying I'm supposed to believe that?
I'm just telling you what I know.
All right, so this one's interesting because I said not to add any dialogue, but I mean, just look at the frame shots here. The fact that it has this like image showing both of the characters and then it quickly transitions to
So you're saying I'm supposed to
a headshot of our main male character here with the woman character in the background. I mean, it's maintaining...
I'm just telling you what I know.
It's maintaining context of these characters extremely well. So that's pretty crazy.
believe that?
Let me go ahead now and give it our next prompt. Let's actually turn this into a presentation. So stick with me right here because this is pretty damn crazy what it's actually going to do for us. So I'm giving it this prompt. The prompt is saying create stylish slides comparing film directing styles. Each slide shows a director style video left and visual explanation on the right. Match the layout and typography to each director's aesthetics. Include color palette, framing, pacing, and lighting notes. And then design each like a cinematic art piece, polished and presentation ready. So this is the prompt we're going to give it. I mean, this is pretty cool being able to test this out. So again, let me let this run and then let's see what the final product of this is. A couple minutes later, Manus gave us the output here. So let's go ahead and take a look. You could go through this right here and see kind of its thought process for actually creating the slide. So it was exploring the style of all of these different directors and it's going to actually generate this into an actual slideshow. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to click on this and let's take a look. I'm actually pretty excited for this. Let me pull this up full screen. Okay, so we have Alfred Hitchcock, master of suspense, shows his different color palettes that he uses, and it also shows this video here that was generated with VO3. I mean, that's pretty cool. Even breaks down the lighting as well as the pacing here. It's deliberate build-up, tension through timing, suspenseful reveals, which this video actually encapsulates like perfectly. So guys, so that's the power of using Manus and VO3 inside of it. So that's why I want to make this video to show how it just creates some amazing new use cases for us to actually use video generation using VO3. So here's Wes Anderson, symmetrical whimsy. Again, it's showing this video here generated with VO3. And this is pretty cool. It's even pulling a quote from Wes Anderson. Let me look this up and see if that actually is, yes, that is a Wes Anderson quote. So that's pretty cool. Just wanted to fact check that. It shows a pastel palette showing the composition, movement, and pacing. I mean, Christopher Nolan. I mean, this is a pretty cool little slideshow here for Christopher Nolan, kind of matches his vibe. Again, it's showing architectural drama here. I think there are advantages to different scales of filmmaking. You wouldn't want to make a film like Memento on a massive scale. Again, there's a video generated, technical framework. It's actually showing what it was filmed in. That's pretty cool. It's showing the structure of video, or for example, a movie of Christopher Nolan's would be in non-linear timing. He's done that in quite a few of his movies. So it's kind of just like breaking that down. Oh, this is a sweet slide here. So again, I don't want to butcher this name, but Neon Dreamscapes, and it's showing neon emotions and breaking down what each of these kind of colors, emotions is supposed to actually bring out of the viewer. Guys, this is so crazy. Wow. I mean, this presentation's awesome. Quentin Tarantino. Looks like this is the last one here. Retro pulp style.
So you're saying I'm supposed to believe that?
I'm just telling you what I know.
Amazing. I mean, let me look up Quentin Tarantino Pulp Fiction style. I mean, that kind of falls within this. It's just like more like a more modern version of it. So, all right, so there we have it. There's a presentation that was actually created with Manus and VO3. All right, so I was gonna end the video there, but I thought of another cool use case that I could build off of what we just showcased. Basically asked Manus to make more scenes to the Christopher Nolan example. I wanted to see what it could do if it were able to like stitch different scenes together. So I basically said, create 3 more scenes following up on the original Christopher Nolan video, keep the same context and follow some form of storyline that makes sense, which is a pretty nuanced prompt. But anyways, I gave it that. It generated 3 more videos here, and it actually generated all of these. So let me show you real quickly. So that's a bit of a hectic video. So it actually generated that. It generated this one as well. So it's all following this initial theme of this one right here. And I wanted Manus to actually stitch these up together since it has all this context. So I want you to stitch them together so it's one clip, then do a voiceover for this. Use a Christopher Nolan movie-esque narrator. Again, pretty broad, but this was just me testing off screen. I thought it was cool and wanted to show it here. So it stitched them together in this clip here, but it actually did not add the narration. So that's because it already generated the video, so it can't generate the videos with more narration there. So it actually went ahead and on top of the videos that it stitched together, it actually went ahead and used a voice generator or an audio generator and overlaid that on top of our video. So that's why Manus is pretty cool. The fact that it works inside of our workflow. So it was able to use these videos that was generated via VO3 and then use some form of audio generation that Manus has access to. And it actually went ahead and did that. So here's what it gave us.
Time isn't a river flowing in one direction. It's an architecture built from moments that fold back on themselves. They have memories of their own. What happens when the architect becomes lost in their own creation? When the blueprint becomes a maze, and the maze becomes reality. The structure remembers what it was, what it is.
Okay, so that's pretty crazy. It doesn't really follow the context. Like it wasn't as good of an output as I had hoped, but that was cool. It was almost like a Stephen Hawking type like audio narration there that kind of seems like it would be inside of a Christopher Nolan type video. Right, guys, so I'm inside of Manus AI now, and for this first test of this image generation feature that they recently added, I'm basically gonna give it this image here of the inside of like a living room here. You can see there's a fireplace, a window, very, very basic image here. But the point of this test is I'm going to basically ask it to be my interior designer. I wanted to actually go ahead and source on IKEA, find different products that fall within my specifications that I'm actually gonna give it, and I wanted to generate an image with all of these different items that it finds for me and generate an image with that inside of this living room here so I could see what this will look like instead of having to hire an interior designer, for example. So basically, I'm gonna give it this prompt. Basically, I just said, this is my new home. Please go to IKEA.com, find some furniture that fits the style of this living room. I want a minimalistic modern style with neutral tones. And then basically I said, create an image rendering of the furniture placed inside of the room as if you were an interior designer. So I'm gonna go ahead and just click send here. here, and it's going to begin hopefully doing some research, or it might actually ask me a couple more questions. Okay, so yeah, it's asking for what types of furniture am I looking for. Let's just say, let's do sofa, coffee table, TV stand, rugs, lamps, pictures, etc. I want to really fill this room and make it feel like home. So obviously we need to get as specific as we want here if we want to get a really good image generated. What color preferences? I like neutral tones for the colors. I like woody material. You can see my prompting skills here are absolutely phenomenal. That is a joke, of course. Okay, budget range, let's just say no budget, and let's go ahead and proceed with that. Let's give it that, and now it should actually go off and do some research. All right, guys, so let's take a look here. You can see each of these different steps that Manus is going through. This acts obviously just how Manus usually goes through this. You can see that it's actually creating a file. It went ahead, it created my requirements, furniture to find. So it's almost like creating this task for it actually to go ahead and do. You can see this is a to-do file here. You can see it's actually clicking on the IKEA website. So again, I don't know if I have mentioned this so far, but inside of Manus, it basically is going to be using a browser environment. So you can see it's actually searching live on the IKEA website. It's clicking on different tabs. It's clicking on the different products. So that's one cool thing about Manus. However, it is a bit slow. You can see this has been using the browser for about 4 minutes here. You can see it's now, let's see what it's looking at now. So it looks like it's actually looking at rugs. Guys, this is so cool to see in real time. I'm really interested to see how it's going to piece all of these actual products together, taking these images and then turning it into a well put together image in order to show a rendering of what our living room is going to look like with all these products in there. So let's go ahead, let's give Manus a sec while it's actually sourcing these products, and then let's take a look. One thing I really want to mention while it's actually going through and looking for different lamps we should use, I want to mention that this image generation is a bit different than something like ChatGPT 4o, right? Because yeah, ChatGPT 4o, you could generate images inside of the app or with the API, for example, but this, we could actually go ahead and use this as, this will basically be stored as context inside of our Manus kind of workflow, what we're trying to have it do. So for example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate this image here with all of these products inside of this living room, and then I'm going to go ahead and actually generate also a whole entire presentation, because Manus is really good at creating like slide decks and presentations. So I'm going to act as if I'm an interior design company and basically generate a presentation on why we think we should use these specific products or why we should add these different things to our interior of this home. So that's just a cool little use case here. It's not really just about the image generation, because you could generate cool images on 4o, but the fact that it integrates directly into our workflows with the different things we could do inside of Manus is pretty awesome. All right, so it took about 17 minutes is what it looks like here. And if I come down to the end of this conversation, you can see we now have this image generated with our rendering of our living room here. It's very minimalistic as I kind of prompted it, but as you can see, we have this painting here. We also have this couch along with a rug. We have a coffee table. We have this little plant. We also have this lamp over here. So this is all the stuff that we specified. And then if I also click here, you can see we have a list of all these different products with the name of the product, as well as the price, the features, the style, material, and then other notes, as well as I tested this before actually filming this video, and I actually added links. I forgot to ask, can you please add links to these products? However, if I look up each of these are actually IKEA products. So for example, let's see, this wall art is this picture here, and this is indeed basically that same picture here. So the renderings, or I guess the image generated from these IKEA photos are pretty solid. Let me go ahead and take a look at this couch. Here we go. That's a couch, and it looks like it is this color. So yeah, that's pretty spot on. It got this pretty good here. So yeah, guys, there we have it. The cool thing about using Manus, obviously, is that we were able to do this in ChatGPT 4o image generation. We could say, like, take this image of this couch and put it in this room, and it could do that. But we went ahead and said, you're an interior designer. I want you to design my entire living room with products. We could specify a budget. We could give our input on what exactly we'd like it to look like. and it actually created this document for us. And another thing we could go ahead and do is let's just come here, and for the sake of it, let's create a presentation with all of these different products inside of it. So I want to act as if I'm almost like an interior designer and pitching this to a client or something. So let me go ahead and do that now. All right, so here's my prompt. I'm basically instructing it to create a presentation as if we are an interior design company. I want you to break it down for each of these products, for each of the specific products in this living room. So I'm going to send that off. Let's go ahead and let Manus do its thing. So this is the power of image generation inside of Manus. So it's not just the fact that we're able to generate an image, of course, it's the fact that we could do pretty cool things with it inside of our workflows. All right, so that actually took about like 2 minutes, which was really quickly, but you can see we have this presentation here, which just basically seems like a document. It's not a full like slide presentation, but it's pretty cool. So it's showing our design concept presentation, our executive summary. It's breaking that down. It's showing our space. So obviously the image that we gave as the input, it's talking about our key spatial elements. It's got abundant natural light, panoramic mountain views, and it's showing the transformation of our initial image to our final output here with our products from IKEA actually inside of our living room. So that's pretty cool. Our design transforms the empty space into a harmonious living environment. Then it breaks down each of these different pieces of furniture. So it's showing that our primary seating is the Kivik sofa with chase. It's showing our selection rationale. It's also showing our design impact. So it's giving us a breakdown on exactly why it's choosing like these different products to actually add to our rendering here. So if we're an interior design company, imagine being able to draft up kind of this presentation along with like this actual image here for a potential client. This is pretty cool. All right, so I have one more experiment I want to try with Manus to test this image generation. So I basically gave it 3 images of 3 different products. So I have this water bottle, I have this Apple mouse here, and then I also have this Apple AirPods Pro Max. So I basically gave the prompt. I have these 3 items I want to sell, and I gave a name for each of these as well as different pricing. I basically said, help me create very attractive product images that look fancy with a realistic background display for each product listing. Turn it into a web page with each of these products and product images that you create. So I wanted to actually go ahead and almost create like a web page with these different listings from the generated images that I generate using Manus. So let me go ahead and hand this off to Manus and let's see what it gives us. All right, guys. So about like 5-ish minutes later, 5 to 7 minutes later, it went ahead and actually created all of these different images. So take a look at these images. That looks pretty good. Obviously, it's got a luxury background. I mean, those are pretty solid product images created with inside of Manus AI. I don't even think it's using the 4.0 image generation, but that's pretty awesome. And it also went ahead and actually created this web page. It took a screenshot to actually show it to us. But if I click here, you could actually visit this website as well as you could actually manage our website. So it looks like we could potentially deploy our own custom domain, maybe. Actually, I don't know if you can. But anyways, we have this website here, which is actually deployed for us, and we could add these to a cart. You know, it has a product listing. We didn't give it too much context, but guys, this is pretty awesome. This shows the power of Manus being able to generate images for you. And then it also shows the power of the other things that Manus could actually do inside of this agent here. One thing I want to mention before the end of this video is I want to talk about pricing. So first of all, let's head over to Manus pricing. For the sake of this video, I actually used the free plan. So I didn't actually pay for Manus at all. However, here is the pricing for Manus, and I'm going to talk about an alternative as well after I discuss this. So we have $19 for the month, which is about 300 refresh credits every day. You get 1900 credits per month. You get 1900 credits for the first month. And then we have these other plans. So if you want full access, it's going to cost you about $200 per month. So if you're using this all the time, I'd assume you'd probably need to pay the $200 per month plan, or I guess you could save if you're paying annually, but that's going to add up. For example, if you saw one of my previous videos, I talk about Genspark, which is an alternative sort of to Manus AI, and you could get a plus plan for $19 per month, or you could get it for $20 per month. That gives you 10,000 credits. Of course, all these different credit systems work a bit differently, so it's a bit tough to compare exactly what is cheaper. However, this is a bit cheaper than using Manus. I paid for the $20 per month plan, and it got me pretty far for my previous video that I'll make sure to link. One thing I want to mention is, for the sake of this video, I didn't pay for the $20 or $19 per month plan with Manus. I actually just used the free plan. As you can see, I have 3,000 credits here, as well as I get 300 refresh credits every single day. So that was enough. That was sufficient for this video. But keep that in mind when you guys are working with these agent platforms, is pricing will be a factor if you're using this every single day and using this for a whole bunch of your tasks. Okay, so first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come inside of Zapier, and I quickly want to talk about the difference between a normal Zap workflow and a Zapier agent. They're two completely different things. So you've probably heard of a Zap. If you come inside of here, let me show you a quick example. You can see this is a lead research assistant, and essentially it follows this static workflow like progression. So essentially, we have a trigger event, which is a Google Calendar, a new event, and then it sends down a list of actions that it will complete. So it's very static. It's not dynamic. It can't act on its own, but you know what's going to happen every single time, right? Like when a new calendar is added, it will then, format the text, send it to ChatGPT, and then create a new contact. You know that's what's going to happen. That's how a Zap works, which is great. Zapier is a great platform for that. But what I want to talk about is Zapier agents. So if we come inside of Zapier agents, let's go ahead and look at lead research assistant here, which is a agent that I actually set up before. Let's come into settings so I could show you what this looks like. And you will see you have the ability to name it, add a description, add a data source, which is, any of these data sources, and you could add behaviors. So this is essentially workflows that the agent is going to automate. So if I come here, let's go inside of this behavior. First of all, you're going to see the trigger is scheduled by Zapier every day, or you could change this to on demand. So it's only triggered when you actually chat with the chatbot. But next up, you're going to see the instructions. So first of all, we're able to speak with this and tell it what we want it to do, as opposed to having to do the workflows inside of Zapier. So retrieve all events on the calendar the next day using find Google Calendar event. So this is essentially an action here. So what you could do, if you do /, you could either find data using any of the data you use, whether that's Google Spreadsheets, Google Docs, any of that stuff, or you could have it take action, which is basically the same as inside of Zaps, but you type out what you want. So for instance, if we want a ChatGPT step here, we could then click ChatGPT, and then basically kind of the same as if we're creating a Zap, set this up, and then it will then use this action here inside of this agentic workflow that the agent is actually performing. So let's continue on. For each meeting, extract the list of attendees. For each attendee, extract their name and domain name from their email address. Research both the name and their domain name. Consolidate the research into a single Google spreadsheet cell, grouping information by company only. Add the researched information to Google spreadsheet called lead research using this action again. And to set up the action, all you got to do, click this. You need to make sure to set up your account and then click on the spreadsheet that you actually want to populate this with. So that is how it works. It's essentially you're speaking out what you want to build and it builds it, which is awesome. I love this way more than actually building with Zaps. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to build a content research assistant. This will actually run on autopilot 24/7 and come up with content ideas for me, so I don't have to do this myself. It's like hiring an employee that works 24/7 on autopilot. So let's dive into that now. All right, now that you know exactly what a Zapier agent is, let's go ahead and dive in and build one. So come over to Zapier agents, click on new agents. You could see there are some certain templates that you can use. However, I'm just going to create a custom agent from scratch, and let's give this a name. I'm going to call this content research agent. And starting from scratch, we don't necessarily need to add any data sources right this second. We might come back to this. And now what we want to do is we actually want to create a behavior. So this is kind of the workflows that we actually want to automate. So let's create a behavior, and you can see we are prompted with this. We need to actually set up the trigger. So let's actually, one thing I actually did not mention, you could actually select a trigger event from another app. So say you receive an email or something, then this workflow would be triggered. So that's pretty cool too. So essentially you could build an email agent where whenever a new email comes in, it automatically will filter if it's important for you. And then if it is, it'll like remind you, or you could send a Slack message to yourself or something. That's a pretty cool use case. But for this, I'm going to use this to help me build content. So here is my first set of instructions. So every day at 8 p.m. or when triggered on demand, to research some new developments in the AI space. And we need to come up here and let's change this to scheduled. I'll show you exactly how to trigger it on demand later on in this video. So let's trigger this every hour, honestly. So every hour it will survey the latest news in AI, figure out anything that's interesting that might be cool to cover on this channel. That being said, subscribe to this channel. We cover all things AI for non-techies. Sorry for the plug. Let's get back to it. So time offset, all right. So every hour at the top of the hour, it will then be triggered. Okay. So craft a list of potential good videos based on the trending news for me to cover on my YouTube channel. And then let's give it a little bit of context of what my YouTube channel is about, so it can understand who I am and who my target audience is. Here we go. I cover all things AI for non-techies. So this could include new platforms that people are talking about, a new feature from a tech company, etc. And then here are some examples just in order to give our agent agent a little bit more context. Next up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add the action. So then what I want it to do is I want it to take that information, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click /, go to take an action, and I'm gonna have this actually send me a Slack message. So send channel message. All we need to do, we need to come in here to connect our Slack account, and channel, you could either let the agent select this and auto-populate whatever channel it thinks would be best fit, but let me just set a specific value so I know exactly what channel it's gonna be posted in every time. So I actually don't have a channel set up yet, but let's just call this, let's add a random channel here, and now let's save that. And we could click on auto suggestions here. So let's see what actually suggests us. AI by Zapier, analyze and return data. Okay, let's start with this. I might add to this, but this should work now. What we could do, let's actually go ahead and test this behavior. So now it will then trigger this, and it should go ahead and do some research. The cool thing about this is it has the ability to actually scrape the internet. You can see it's going to perform a Google search. It's now searching Google. Guys, this is so cool. We're literally building an AI employee using Zapier agents. Okay, so it went ahead, researched this, Google Gemini 2.0 release. That is a good topic to cover. That's a great video idea. So obviously, it knows what it's doing. OpenAI's publisher initiative, interesting. NVIDIA's big web services, big idea. AI or morality study funded by OpenAI. AI innovations in 2024, recap all of the AI innovations. Okay, so this is actually a pretty cool list, and I could get much more specific with my prompting in this. But for now, this looks great, and it looks good. And for now, what I gotta do, I need to approve this for the first time before it would actually send that Slack message. Let's now go back to Slack. All right, so here we go. It actually posted this to Slack. Google Gemini, AI, OpenAI's publisher initiative. That is great. So it is working properly. That's awesome. Okay, so I actually wanted to take it one step further. Now take a look at this. So added, use ChatGPT and then come up with some potential title ideas for each of the video ideas you give me. Format it like this. So I wanted to give me the title idea and then the content idea, and then it will take that list and then again send that in the Slack channel. So I wanted to format this a little bit different. Now let's test this out, and this will be really cool. I want to show you this because this is just how dynamic Zapier Agents is. You can just type out what you want it to do, and it will actually teach itself how to actually do it. Okay, cool. So it came up with it researched the content ideas, and now you can see it's on the step of actually coming up with the title ideas. Okay, so it looks good. Looks like I have to approve that in order for this to be sent to ChatGPT. Okay, so it looks like it's actually doing one of these at a time, and it's coming up with 5 different title ideas for each of these videos. So I don't necessarily need to do that. Let's give it a tiny bit more prompting. Okay, so I basically said I want you to do it for every one of the video ideas in one prompt, in just one prompt, instead of it actually having to, send multiple prompts to ChatGPT for every single one of the content ideas. So save that. I'm going to retest this behavior, and hopefully this is working correctly. Okay, so it looked like it actually did this correctly. So now we have the title idea for this, and then the content idea, and we have this for all 5, or I guess all 6 of our content ideas. Now it is then sending this list to Slack. Here we go. Here's our message sent to Slack. We have our title, or we have the news, we have the title idea, and we have the content idea. That is great. We built this all in under about 10 minutes. We have an agent that now literally every hour researches content ideas for us and then sends it to our Slack channel. We could get more dynamic with this. I could add this to Notion. I could make this send an email to me with all of these content ideas. This is just a tiny little glimpse into Zapier agents, and I'm so excited to cover this more on this channel. I think this is gonna be a really cool use case for a lot of people. All right, so I figured to start this video off, I'd show you exactly how this works and show you a demo of my AI agent in action, making the phone call and booking a reservation with a restaurant before actually diving in how to set this up. So I'm gonna share my screen and dive into Zapier agents here. So here's where I actually built out my agent. I'm gonna show you how to do that here later on in this video. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna test this behavior here. Great, so hi Brock, I'm your personal call assistant. What tasks should I help you with today? I can make calls on your behalf for things like restaurant reservations, appointments, or other phone-based tasks you need help with. So book a reservation at 900 Wall for me tomorrow for 4 people at 8 p.m. Here is the number, and I actually went ahead and gave my phone number. For the sake of this video, I want to call myself so I could show you what the phone call sounds like as opposed to calling the actual restaurant. However, this is equipped with the ability to search the internet and actually grab the phone number of any restaurant or person and then actually call that person specifically. But for the sake of this, I want to show you like on a phone call with me so you can see what it sounds like. All right, so let me run this and it will begin processing this, and I'm going to show you later on in this video, but this agent essentially creates its own sub agent that could then create a phone call. So we're going to be connecting this with Synthflow, which is an AI phone call agent platform. So we will be sending information to ChatGPT, as you can see now, and it will then craft a specific prompt based on this task I need it to complete. And then it will send that prompt into Synthflow, which is where we'll be making this phone call. So here are the assistant instructions. So you are a professional AI assistant responsible for making restaurant reservations on behalf of Brock, yada, yada, yada. And it's following this prompt here. So I'm going to prove that. And then it will then send this to Synthflow and begin creating this new assistant for the specific use case. So unlike ChatGPT's operator, this could act through multiple different applications. You can see I'm using ChatGPT, I'm using Synthflow, I'm searching the internet, getting a phone number. So this is very useful when we're trying to build dynamic assistants. Okay, so it created the assistant in Synthflow. You can see here's the prompt. It's an outbound assistant. And I'm going to show you how to configure this inside of Synthflow later on in this video and how that works. But all I need to do is approve this and then actually trigger the phone call. All right, here we go. I'm going to click approve, and now we'll actually send the phone call to my phone, and we'll be able to listen to this assistant and see how this phone call will happen when they actually call a restaurant. All right, here we go. I'm getting a phone call.
On behalf of Brock to make a reservation at 900 Wall.
Yeah, this is 900 Wall. How could I help you?
I'd like to book a table for 4 people on January 28th, 2025 at 8 p.m. Could you confirm the reservation details, please?
Yep, that sounds good. We got you down here. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Yep, you as well. Okay, there we go. So that was our AI assistant. It actually called us. It booked the reservation with the information that we actually gave it over our chat here inside of Zapier agents. I'm going to show you how to do this because this is actually really cool when you break it down, and it's easy to build. You just type in natural language, what you're trying to build, give your agent different actions to perform, and it will work autonomously for you. So let's dive into that now. All right, so I'm actually going down to the link in my description here, clicking on this, and here will actually be sent to Zapier agents where we can either sign up for an account, or here I'm just going to quickly log into my account. Once you log in, you're going to see the normal Zapier interface. You're going to come over to the left-hand side and click on agents. This is a bit different than normal Zaps, so I'm going to show you how to configure this now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the left-hand side now and click on new agent. And you can see we can train our agent and automate our work across 7,000 different apps. That is why this platform is great. What I need to do is I need to just add a name for this. So I'm going to call this calling assistant. And then I'm going to paste here the description. So an agent that calls for you, whether that is to book a reservation, message a friend, etc. And I'm going to go into click start from scratch and build this out for you guys. So first things first, we need to come over to configure. And this is where we're going to add certain things. We're going to add a data source, which is essentially the way we want our agent to speak. So if we have any documents on ourselves, on how we communicate, sales scripts, all that stuff, we could import that data here. And I'm going to come straight to behaviors. So the behavior, think of it as a skill that your agent has the ability to do. It's something it can actually, like, it's a workflow it can automate for you. So one thing I want to mention before I actually build this is you could just add this behavior that I'm going to write in here into any agent that you build. So for instance, I created an AI admin agent that could handle all of my admin work and analyze my emails, create draft responses to my emails, categorize emails. I could then just add this as a behavior to that agent so it could then do this. So it's like almost adding a skill to a employee. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to create a standalone agent simply for the, calling behavior that I mentioned. And the first thing we want to do is we actually want to set our trigger for on demand. So essentially what that means is we could just message with our agent and say, hey, I want you to book a meeting for me on this day, or I want you to book a reservation at this time. I want you to call and ask, find the best electrician in town and book a consultation with him. We're going to speak with this over like text. However, we could trigger this, we could have this scheduled, or we could have it triggered from another app. So say you get an email and then it actually does this. But for this use case, that wouldn't make sense. We just want it to, we want to speak with it and it will go and do those things as if it's like an employee that we tell and give instruction to. All right, so I'm going to begin typing here and actually write out what it is I want my agent to do. So here we go. Your job is to act as a personal assistant to Brock. He will give you certain tasks that include phone calls, and you will make calls for him on his behalf. Once he gives you the task, use Synthflow to create an assistant for the specific task/requirement. You will craft the perfect prompt based on the task Brock gives it. So Synthflow, this is an AI calling platform that allows us to actually create phone calls with AI. It uses an AI voice. It actually formulates all this with AI. So we're going to be using this and connecting this with Zapier agents since it has access to these different actions and apps. All right, next up, I'm actually giving this an example here. So for example, Brock's message to our assistant is find the best place to get pasta in Bend, Oregon and book a reservation for Saturday at 8 p.m. for 2 people. So it will actually research on the internet the best place for pasta. It'll search through different forums and whatnot, come up with the best place to actually get pasta, and then it will go ahead and proceed and call that business and then book a reservation, obviously. Okay, so next up for our example is I need to show an example prompt that we would give to Synthflow. So first of all, let me come over to Synthflow. So inside of Synthflow, essentially you create your own calling assistant. So you can see I have multiple different assistants here. And when we create an assistant, I'm just going to quickly show you how this works so you kind of understand my workflow inside of Zapier agents. So we give our assistant a prompt. So for whatever task you're creating an AI caller for, you need to write out in natural language how you want it to act. This is the training wheels, and this is how it knows how to perform and operate and actually do these tasks for you. So what I need to do is I need to give an example prompt that we would actually feed Synthflow, and then this is actually automatically going to create the prompt for me based on each specific task that I give it, if that makes any sense. All right, so here is the prompt here, an example prompt, obviously, but I'm going to go through this just real quickly, just outline of it. So you are a professional AI assistant responsible for making reservations to restaurants on behalf of Brock. You will receive all the necessary details, restaurant name, date and time, number of guests from another AI agent, and your role is to call the restaurant, book the reservation, and confirm successful bookings with Brock. So obviously, we're just basically giving this a guideline on how to perform this task. And I'm also giving it example call script. So hello, I'm calling on behalf of Brock to make a reservation. I'd like to book a table for number of guests at restaurant name on date at time. So this right here is exactly how it's going to interact with the person on the other end of the phone call. And then next up, I actually wrote, feel free to use ChatGPT to help you generate a comprehensive prompt to feed to our assistant in Synthflow that you create. This will ensure that whichever task needs to be completed will be understood by our AI voice assistant in Synthflow. So essentially what this will do is this will actually send a request to ChatGPT, and it will generate this prompt, a comprehensive prompt, so that way we could actually send that to Synthflow and create our specific assistant. Next up is the really important part, and that is actually giving our AI agent the ability to perform certain actions across different platforms. So you can't just type out that you wanted to do all these things and send emails and whatnot. You need to give it specific actions, and it's really easy to do so. All you do is click / click on find action, and then you're just going to find the action that you wanted to perform and then add it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search up Synthflow since it is easily integrated with inside of Zapier, and I'm going to give it the ability to create an assistant. So it'll go in here and actually create one of these assistants for us, so we don't need to manually do it ourselves, which is absolutely awesome that we don't even need to touch it. Next action, we need to actually give it the ability to create a call inside of Synthflow. So go to Synthflow AI. We added create assistant. Now we need to click on create call, and all you need to do is click on this and configure your Synthflow account. You might need to give it some access to like your API keys or whatnot to connect your app, but it's really simple to do. And then last of all, we just need to add another action here, and this is going to be ChatGPT, so that way it could actually generate that prompt like I said before. And that action inside of ChatGPT is going to be conversation. There we go. And then I'm also adding an instruction here saying whenever creating a new assistant in Synthflow, assign a new phone number. Use the phone number. So I'm giving it a phone number to make the calls. So inside of Synthflow, when you create an assistant and you try to test it out, you actually need to have a phone call attached. So you use Twilio in order to attach it. You'll need to go inside of here and click on assign new number, and then you could actually go ahead and generate a number there and pay like $1 a month or something. But I already have one, so I'm basically saying use this phone number in order to make the phone calls with, because if I don't give it a phone number, it will run into errors. So that is a really important step. And there we have it. That's actually actually all the instructions we need to do in order for this to function. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And next up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on test behavior here. And you can see we have a new chat with our AI agent. All right, so now I'm actually giving it the task. So book a reservation at 900 Wall for 4 people at 8 p.m. Tuesday the 28th. Here is the number. So again, this would actually go ahead and search the internet and find the phone number of 900 Wall. But instead, I'm actually giving it my phone number so then I can actually test it and make sure the call is coming through. All right, and I'll just click that go button there. Okay, so it goes through the first step here, which is actually understanding what I'm asking it, feeding it to ChatGPT in order to create a specific instruction to actually feed to Synthflow as a prompt for our AI calling assistant. And then, okay, that looks good. Let's approve this. And next up, it's actually going to go ahead and create that assistant inside of Synthflow. So instead of me manually coming into my Synthflow account, clicking create assistant, writing a prompt for it, adding a phone number, Zapier Agents does this all automatically, hands off, which is just so amazing that it could actually do this. This saves me so much time. Here we go. Need to approve that. Next up, it's saying it's actually going to create the phone call. Click approve, and then now I should be receiving a phone call on my phone. And here's the phone call.
I'm calling on behalf of Brock to make a reservation.
Yeah, sounds good. When do you want to book the reservation for?
I'd like to book a table for 4 people at 900 Wall on Tuesday, January 28th, 2025 at 8 p.m.
Yeah, that sounds good. We actually have availability. So I'll put you in the book and you are all set. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Great. Thank you so much. Looking forward to it. Have a wonderful day.
You as well, thank you. What I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna copy this prompt here. Since this is working properly, I'm gonna exit out of this specific agent and I'm gonna go over to my email agent, which actually analyzes every single email I get and basically categorizes them, adds them with different labels. It also creates draft responses to certain emails with my language and how I actually speak because I fed it a data source. And what I could do is I could come in here and configure this, and you could see I have an email workflow and I also have a Slack workflow. So it actually does the same exact thing I just explained, but for Slack as well. And I could come and create a new behavior in here and basically just paste this in. And now this agent that is my admin agent now has the ability to make these phone calls for me because I created this behavior. So that is what a Zapier agent behavior is. It's essentially a workflow or a skill or a task that your agents can do. So you could pair your agents together and give them kind of these comprehensive workflows. And for example, you could have an AI agent that has 20 behaviors. So it could perform 20 different kind of tasks in completely different areas inside of your business or your life. All right, so here's the workflow inside of Zapier. We're going to emulate this. I'm going to show you exactly how to create this. Also, we're going to come into Synthflow and actually create our assistant here. So first of all, let's come over to Zapier and we want to create a new Zap. And we're going to make the trigger for this. This is going to be Shopify. Trigger event is going to be new abandoned cart. So we need to make sure to set up an abandoned cart automation inside of our Shopify account. So make sure and do that. I'm not going to go over that in this video. So continue. Abandoned cart age, let's just say 0.01 hours. So whatever the equivalent is for that in minutes. And then what we want to do, let's test this trigger now. And you could see that it pulled these records from when I was testing this out previously. So let's continue with that. All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're actually gonna make the new step. It's gonna be called Formatter by Zapier. We need to format some text here. So we're gonna make the action event. It is going to be numbers. From here, what we need to do is we need to transform this original phone number we capture in our abandoned cart. So let's do format phone number. The input, let's map this from Shopify. So go ahead and find where it shows the phone number. Here we are. And then we want to go to format. It needs to be this one right here, the E164, where it has a +1. Otherwise, our call will not be triggered inside of Synthflow. So that looks good. Let's test this. It should now add a +1 to this phone number. Okay, so let's test this step now. There we go. That's working. And we need to do a couple more formatter steps. This is the boring part. We'll get to the real meat of this video later on. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over to numbers, and then we want to transform this, and we need to look up perform math operation because we need to take the original price of their cart and add a 40% discount to it in order for them to take advantage of the sale. So what we're going to do is we're going to do multiply, and we're going to do input. Go ahead and map this price field from Shopify. So total price. And what we want to do is we're actually going to say 60% because that's the equivalent of a 40% discount. So let's test this step. And now the output is 30. What we need to do now is we need to turn this 30 into $30. So again, we need to add a formatter by Zapier step here. We want to transform let's do format currency, input. We need to come back to our previous step in the output there where it says 30, and then change the currency to US dollar or whatever currency you are working with. And this now will add a $sign to it. Perfect. So now our AI voice assistant could use these variables in the conversation. So now let's go set up our AI voice assistant with Synthflow. First of all, you're going to come over to assistants, click create assistant, and you can see I have my outbound assistant here. I'm going to call this Black Friday agent. And what we want to focus on is the prompt here. So this is my prompt. I basically write out who the user is. Here's my prompt here. I'm not going to show you how to configure this. You could do that for yourself. So we're going to write our prompt. Basically, I'm prompting this to act as a representative for Amazing Shirts and essentially help them with the Black Friday sale. And I have some structures of the conversation of how I want it to emulate, but we don't need to go over that necessarily. Go ahead, prompt this however you want to prompt yours. What we need to do here is let's copy and paste this prompt, and we need to come over to Zapier. Next step is we're going to go to Synthflow. Make sure to add the action event as create a call. So that way when this trigger happens, it then sends a call. Make sure to connect your Synthflow account here. And if you're going to connect your Synthflow API, what you need to do is come over to deployment inside your assistant and then copy and paste API key here. We need to actually copy paste the model ID. So copy this right here. Paste that, the phone number. What we're gonna do for the phone number is this is the phone number for the Shopify user in order to call them. So come down here, Shopify phone number, the name, let's also map that name so we could use that in the conversation. And then the prompt, come back to where we had our prompt inside of Synthflow. And we need to copy and paste this entire thing and add it inside of Zapier so that way we could actually use custom variables, which if you don't know what a custom variable is, that's essentially the information from previous steps. So we could then take the numbers that we actually made with inside of this Zapier workflow and use it inside of here. So instead of using dummy information, it will actually use real numbers. So right here where I have this number, I need to say take the total from, add the original price of the cart. So the $50, it took our total down from $50 down to, and then we need to come down to our formatter by Zapier step where we calculated the discount. So the output is 30. So we're going to come down to here where we have the output of $30. And so now it'll actually tell us our discount on the phone call. So let's continue with that. And this should be all set to go.
Hey there, am I speaking with Brock?
Yes.
Awesome. This is Alex from Amazing Shirts. I noticed you left some items in your cart during our Black Friday sale, and I wanted to let you know about an exclusive 40% discount we have just for today. Do you have a moment to chat about it?
Sure.
Great. So I'm guessing the items in your cart were ones you were considering buying, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Could you share what made you pause on completing the purchase? Was it the price, shipping, or something else?
Honestly, it was just too expensive, and then also I was just kind of browsing for Black Friday shopping.
I totally get that. Black Friday can be overwhelming with all the deals. The good news is, with our exclusive 40% discount, your total drops from $9.90 to just $5.94. It's one of our best offers this year. How does that sound?
I guess that sounds good.
Awesome. Would you like me to help you complete the purchase now with the discount, or would you prefer I email the details to you?
Sure, let's just go ahead now.
Great choice. Let's get started. First, head back to your cart on our website. Let me know when you're there, and I'll give you the discount code to apply at checkout.
What's the discount code?
The discount code is BlackFry40. Just enter it at checkout and you'll see the price drop. Let me know if you need any help with the process.
That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So there we have it. Whenever we have a new customer that adds something to our cart and they actually don't check out, we actually then send them a phone call using Zapier in order to make this possible, as well as Synthflow to actually create the voice assistant. All right, guys, so I'm inside of Claude Desktop now, and as you can see right here, there's access to 17 different MCP tools that I'm gonna show you how to configure later on in this video. Extremely easy to do. However, I'm just gonna come here and just ask it to perform some actions for me. So let me go ahead and speak with Claude now. Can you please check my calendar for Monday and see if I have any meetings? As well as, can you give me any information on all the attendees for my meeting so I could be up to date before actually joining them? And could you send all this information to my email address, brockmesserich@gmail.com, updating me with my calendar events as well as summaries of the people that will be attending the meeting. All right, there we go. Also, that tool I just used right there is called Aqua Voice. It's an amazing tool. I literally just press a key on my keyboard, speak into my computer instead of typing. It saves me so much time. So there's a little tip for you guys. Next up, I'm just gonna click send, and it's gonna begin firing off these actions. So I need to allow this tool. You could see run Google Calendar, find event. I'm just gonna click allow, and it's gonna go through step by step and utilize these tools I gave it access to. So it looks like it actually found this event. Next up, it called this other tool, and it's actually doing some research on me. I'm gonna click allow, and it's now gonna begin sending our email. Let's give this a second, and I should be receiving this very shortly. All right, so not only did Claude update me with this meeting, but I now received an email. So let me go ahead and check that. All right, so here is the response. You could see it includes a summary of our upcoming meeting on Monday. So it talks about the date, the time, the title of it, the location, so the link to our Google Meet, as well as it did some research on me. Obviously, was able to identify that this was doing research on myself. However, I just did this for to explain in this video. I didn't want to use one of the actual people on my calendar. So it actually gave some pretty good background here. But guys, I got this output simply by speaking with Claude Desktop. I asked it to do research on this, and it did. It sent me an email. So you guys could see that it has actions to actually perform certain tasks instead of it just being like a chatbot. As well as before, we wouldn't be able to ask any information regarding our calendar because we have to give it access to being able to see our calendar. That is what these MCP servers allow you to do. I'm gonna show you some other use cases that you can use inside of Claude using the Zapier MCP. All right, so for this next use case, I'm gonna be speaking with my Notion database. In order to get information about my upcoming videos my team needs to work on, and then I'm gonna send this information to Slack and basically just tell my team that we need to get going on this. So let me go ahead and speak with Claude and get this going. Hey, can you get some information inside of my Notion database called Content Calendar? I want you to look at the entry titled How to Instantly Connect Claude Desktop to 30,000 Automations. Give me some information inside of this Notion page in order to brief my team in Slack about this video. Along with, I want you to write a message to them saying that we need to get going on this quickly so we could post this by Wednesday. I want you to post that in my Slack channel called Notion Databases. All right, here we go. So it's looking like it's now trying to fetch this database inside of my Notion, which this is actually the database right here that I'm referring to. So this is like my content calendar. I want to pull this information and then get it summarized and sent to Slack so my team could know we need to begin working on this video here. All right, so it looks like after some troubleshooting, was actually able to find this page inside of my database. And now it's beginning to craft this Slack channel message, which I should be receiving shortly. And here we go. If I come inside of my Notion workspace updates page, you could see there's now this message. So urgent video brief, how to instantly connect Claude Desktop to 30,000 plus automations. Hey team, we need to get moving on this video ASAP. It needs to be posted by Wednesday. Along with it has a breakdown of everything that is included inside of this page inside of my Notion. So it talks about the video structure, it talks about the 5 practical use cases. All this information was pulled from that Notion database, and I pulled it from Claude and sent all of this from the Claude desktop app. All right, for this next use case, I'm gonna use Claude to search my email inbox and find a specific email about concert tickets that I purchased a while back. Not only that, I'm gonna have it create a label inside of Gmail in order for me to access this email later on. Everybody hates sorting through their email inbox, so this will actually help me do that. Hey Claude, can you help me find an email in my Gmail inbox regarding Lumineers tickets I bought a while back? I want you to please label this email with a label titled Lumineer concert tickets. this, as well as give me a quick breakdown of this email address right here in this chat. Whoops, I didn't mean to say email address, but let's give it that and run it. So it's gonna run the find email tool here that we gave it access to. I'm gonna show you exactly how to do it. It's so simple to do. All right, here we go. So here is this email. Obviously this is a mock email that I sent to myself, but it was able to identify this. It then went ahead and actually labeled this Lumineer concert tickets. So if I need to reference this later on, I could easily just go to my labels and easily find this email, as well as I asked it to give a breakdown of that email right here. And it went ahead and did that. I talked about the event details. It gave me my ticket information. That is an awesome use case where you could use this to summarize or find previous emails from your Gmail inbox, all with the Zapier MCP. Not only that, let's send this over to Slack. Great. Can you now send this exact information over to Slack? Put it in the Notion updates channel. So imagine that we have like our assistant or something, or we want to send this to somebody that we want to manage our ticket information. This will automatically be pasted into Slack. So not only did we find the email, add a label to it, but we are now going to send this to an external channel for somebody to actually take a look at. Again, I'm only using a couple different apps here, but you could connect these to any of the apps that Zapier actually integrates with. This is just stuff that I would personally use myself because they're apps I use every day. And boom, right here we have this breakdown of this email with the event details. So our team can now look at this for easy reference. All right, guys, now that we actually went through a couple different use cases on what we could do with this, I'm going to show you exactly how to enable this right here using the Zapier MCP. This is going to be extremely simple to do, so stay with me and you'll figure out exactly how you could do this yourself. All right, there are 3 very simple steps we need to take in order to set this up. So first we need to come over and sign up with Zapier. Here is a link. There's a link in the description. And once we click this get started button, we are now going to be in this Zapier MCP settings section here. We're going to come over to Claude on the left-hand side. We're going to click copy. We're going to copy this code here. Also, don't get scared of this code. It's really simple to do. From here, we need to actually download the Claude desktop app. So once you have that downloaded, let's go ahead and open it. Once we're inside of our Claude desktop app, we need to come up here and click on Claude, go to settings, click on developer, and we need to come down, click edit config. And whatever is in here, let's just delete all of this. We're going to paste in that code, and then we need to get our specific URL here that we're going to replace. So come back over to our Claude desktop integration here on the Zapier documentation. From here, we're going to click on MCP, and we need to copy this MCP server endpoint here, paste it in there, and then all we need to do is exit this and save. Also, I'm using Cursor in order to edit that, but use whatever code editor you already have on your computer, or Cursor if you want to follow these steps exactly how I did it. That should be good to go now. All we need to do is quit the Claude desktop app. All right, so once we do that and we actually restart our Claude desktop app, we should now see this little toolbar here with our MCP tools. If you're not seeing this, you might need to retry this step one more time. Try to close down Claude again and reopen Claude, and this should pop up right here. And next up, I'm going to show you exactly how to actually add these MCP tools, and it's extremely easy to do. So we're simply going to come back to Zapier, and in this left-hand side here, all we're going to do is click on MCP, and where we got our specific URL here, we just need to click on Edit MCP Actions. As you can see, inside of my saved MCP actions, I have all of these enabled. So sending an email, find database item in Notion, Stripe create payment link, Google Calendar, find event, create product in Stripe, all of this stuff. This is where we actually give utility to our assistant in Claude. We just come here and type in essentially what action we're looking for. So let's just say we're trying to automate something in Trello. Let's click Trello, or let's search for Trello. Let's say we want to create a new card, or we want to create a checklist or something. Now, all we need to do is connect our Trello account, which is very easy to do with Zapier. All I need to do is click allow, click on refresh, and now this has access to our Trello account. We just need to click on enable action. For example, let me show you how to set up this send Gmail action. Let me just come down here, click on add step. Even though I already did this, we're gonna come to Gmail. We're gonna click on send email, and it's literally as simple as connecting your account, which mine is already connected. And I'm gonna let AI guess these fields. So I'm gonna have it guess the to recipient. I'm gonna have it guess the subject, and I'm gonna have it guess the body. We could come in and set a specific value for this and make it specific to whatever we want, but I'm not going to touch that because that complicates things. This will be sufficient for what I showed you early on in this video. And there we have it. Now we have all of these actions that our MCP server has access to inside of Claude. In order to see these updated inside of Claude, what I need to do is I need to redo that step of actually going into the configuration. So I'd come to settings, go to developer. I need to edit the configuration again. And I basically just need to make a simple change like this, save it again, and then I'll have to reboot Claude again. And then once I were to reboot Claude again, these new actions will be here. All right, guys, I'm gonna explain MCP to you as a non-technical person. And first of all, forgive me, I'm sick, so if I sound very nasally, don't mind me. This world moves fast, so still gotta work while I'm sick. Anyways, Model Context Protocol, that's what MCP stands for. Essentially, there are MCP clients, which are essentially like the user interfaces you'll be interacting with your AI agent on. So there are a couple of these, such as like Claude Desktop or Cursor, which is essentially a AI coding platform. And this is now connected to something called an MCP server. And this basically allows you to interact with a bunch of different applications. So you could either get context, so like pulling information from different sources, or you could even like use tools that you have custom created in order for your AI agent to actually take actions on your behalf. So think of yourself as interacting with Claude, speaking with Claude Desktop, and say, hey, I want you to write me an email and add it to a Google Sheet and also send a Slack message on my behalf. And what it will do is it will now use the MCP server, which allows you to connect with Gmail and Google Sheets and all these applications. And it allows you to interact with it directly so it could actually go ahead and send that email. However, there's a couple of different issues here. So with these tools, these servers are made by a third party, and you have to authenticate all of your applications via third party. This could be a bit unsafe because you're basically trusting that the person that created the server isn't going to steal your information. So this is where Zapier comes in, and this is going to be an absolute game changer when it comes to MCPs. And I'm going to break this down real quickly. So right here, we have Claude and we have Cursor, our MCP clients, just like we had above. However, this now connects to the Zapier MCP server, which they actually created, and we could create our own servers. So basically what it allows us to do is, if you've ever used Zapier before, it's an automation platform that has access to 8,000 different applications that you could see right here. And we could create any automation we could think of, such as like sending emails, adding to Google spreadsheets, updating our CRM, pulling information from our CRM, all that sort of stuff. So now we have the ability to tie all these applications to the Zapier MCP, which is a secured server that we could literally set up in one click, as opposed to having to go through all these like OAuth authentication to set up our applications. It just makes this whole process so seamless. And the fact that it has 8,000 apps that it connects to is an absolute game changer, because we could interact with basically our whole tech stack because they have so many apps that they integrate with. All right, guys, here we go. So here is the landing page for Zapier MCP. Connect your AI to any app with Zapier MCP. There's a cool little video here discussing how we could actually enable this. Go from AI chat to AI action. So again, we're going to be using the Zapier MCP to be interacting with our AI assistant that could actually do actions for us now. So it's really simple. We need to generate our MCP endpoint, configure our actions with inside of Zapier, and connect our AI assistant. So let me go ahead and get started. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this if you're not a technical person. So first of all, what we need to do is we're going to come over to Cursor here. So click on the Cursor platforms here, and we need to copy this little code snippet here. Don't be worried if you don't know how to code. This is going to be very simple. We just need to post this into Cursor. Next up, we're going to come into Cursor and we're going to click on the settings tab, and we need to come down to MCP, and we're going to add a new global MCP server. What we're going to do here is we're going to paste in that code that I actually went ahead and got on the Zapier website. We need to do something else now. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the MCP right here. We're going to copy this server endpoint. Also, this is basically like a password, so don't share this with anybody. Otherwise, they have access to all of your integrations, all your applications, and it's just not good. We're going to take that. We're going to come back over to Cursor, and we're going to paste this right here. All right, next up, what we're going to do, we're going to click on close this window, because we're going to save that. If we come back to MCP, we can now see our Zapier Actions MCP is now enabled. And next up, what we need to do is we're going to come to our AI actions here and click on Edit MCP Actions. So now that the configuration is set up and this is now working inside of Cursor, we now need to enable the specific actions we want our AI agent to actually be able to perform. So you can see I actually created a send Gmail task here. I added a send channel message, find Google Calendar event. If you guys have used Zapier before, there's literally over 30,000 different actions that we could take across 8,000 different applications. So let's get creative and let's come up with something. So for example, we could actually create a Stripe payment, create a new price, create a new subscription. That's one of the tasks we could do. We could create a Google Calendar event, which I'm actually going to enable here. So here we go, create detailed event. Now all we need to do is basically connect our account, which is literally as simple as clicking one or two buttons. This is what makes Zapier MCP so special, because these integrations are so seamless since the API is all set up for this platform instead of using something like N8N where it's just a pain to set it up, especially if you're not a technical person. So we could choose all of these fields. I'm going to let our AI guess for all of these fields. We could either require a preview before running the AI action, or we could let this thing run on autopilot so it would actually create that action event for us. And let's look through some of the other actions and then just go from here and test out and see if this is working. So let's just say Google spreadsheet. I want to be able to add like a row to a specific Google spreadsheet. So there we go. It's connected to my Google account. I need to choose which spreadsheet I want this to actually have access to. All right, so I'm going to click on Zapier MCP since this is actually the Google sheet here. Choose a worksheet. I could either have AI figure this out, or we could choose a specific worksheet. I'm just going to click on sheet 1. So I can now enable this, and now we will be able to make edits to this Google spreadsheet just by interacting with our agent on Cursor. However, we could also implement this with Claude if we're using Claude Desktop. However, I'll cover that in a future video because it's not as simple to do. So let's come back to our MCP server inside of Cursor. Next up, I'm going to create a new chat here by clicking Command I, and then let's just speak with this and have it actually create an action for us. Hey, I want you to come up with a joke and actually send it to brockmesserich@gmail.com on email. Along with that, I want you to create an event for tomorrow, Tuesday at 8 a.m. called Mark Podcast. All right, so now that I gave our agent some actions here, let's now send this, and it should now begin generating this and calling these tools. So let's take a look here. Okay, so it called this MCP tool, which is that tool we just enabled inside of Zapier. This is my first time trying this out. I'm actually blown away at this. This is gonna be so beneficial when we implement this into something like Claude. Boom, guys, here we go. It actually just sent this email to me. So here's a joke to brighten your day. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Hope this made you smile. That's great. All right, guys, next up, I want to actually test out and actually add something to our Google spreadsheet here. So I want to populate this with like, I don't know, 8 or 10 rows of information. Let me just come back to Cursor, speak with our agent. Hey, I want you to add this information to our Google spreadsheet called Zapier MCP. Here we go. Paste this information. It's got the date, it's got the name, and then the description of the inquiry. All I need to do is click send. You can see it's now generating. It should call this Google spreadsheet tool. All right, so here we go. It's calling the MCP tool here, and we should hopefully be seeing this populate in real time. Okay, here we go. So the first name has been added. So we got the date, we got Alex Johnson, initial consultation meeting, and looks like it's going to go through each of these on the list here one by one. So it's going to have to call this tool each time. So it called the tool again, Olivia Smith. Give this a second and it should add her name to the spreadsheet as well. So our agent in real time is populating to our Google spreadsheet via Cursor because we set up the MCP server to have the ability to access these actions inside of our agent. There we go. Ethan Brown. This is interesting that it's populating one by one, but I guess it makes sense. And then lastly, it added Mia Davis. So we now have 4 of these different rows that our agent actually added. Let's build upon this. I'm going to see if it can send an email with this information. Great. Can you now send an email to Brock with all this information so he could know what has been added to our spreadsheet? I'm going to add my email address here. All right, so it should now call our send email MCP tool. There we go. Guys, this is so awesome. Like, playing with this in real time is blowing my mind. I cannot wait to play around with this more, come up with some different use cases. And here we go. Here is the email that I just got. New entries added to Zapier MCP spreadsheet. Didn't get the naming correct. However, it did send all this information. So there we go. That's crazy. Let's go ahead and try out another use case. All right, so next up, let's test our Zapier MCP Google Calendar event tool. So essentially, we're going to try to create a Google Calendar event and then send information to somebody's email. Hey, so I want you to create a Google Calendar event for tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I want you to actually send this information to Brock via email with some information on the meeting. This meeting is going to be called Mark Podcast, and send that information to him. All right. Here we go. So I need to add the email address. So brockmesserich@gmail.com. Let's see if it's able to handle this. This is 2 actions in one little prompt here. So it's first of all calling the MCP tool, the Google Calendar create detailed event. Now it is calling the MCP tool Google or Gmail send email. And I should be receiving an email and that information here shortly. All right, so the event has been successfully created. Let me go ahead and check my email. Boom, here we go. Hi, Brock. I want to let you know the meeting titled Mark Podcast has been scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. The meeting will last for 1 hour. Guys, there we have it. We use Zapier's MCP to actually give actions to our AI assistants in Cursor. We could do this in Claude Desktop. However, there's not an easy way to do that this second. If you guys So you're probably asking yourself, what is the GoHighLevel AI employee? Or you might even be asking yourself, what even is GoHighLevel? So GoHighLevel is essentially an all-in-one marketing and automation platform that also includes a CRM. So think about if you own an agency or you run a business and you want to convert your leads into customers, you want to manage your customers, all these different things. So that is essentially what GoHighLevel is. But in this video, I'm going to be touching on GoHighLevel AI employee, obviously. So what does this include? This includes a voice AI. There is a funnel and website AI. There's a reviews AI, conversational AI, content AI, and workflow AI. These are all included in the AI employee. However, in this video, I'm simply going to be touching on the voice AI side of things because I think this is going to be really interesting and useful for you guys in this video. All right, so first things first, I'm actually going to click on this. This will actually take me to a link that will allow me to sign up with a 30-day free trial with GoHighLevel. So if you'd like to do that, make sure to sign up right here. What I need to do, I actually need to sign into my account, and then I'm going to show you how to use the high-level employee. And then I'm going to show you how to use the AI employee. So as you can see, I'm now inside my agency dashboard. And the first thing we need to do when we're inside of here is actually enable the AI employee inside the sub accounts that we're looking to give access to. So I'm going to come over to settings. I'm going to come over to AI employee. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this and I'm going to then enable the AI employee. Click on this enable here. And next up, I should be able to sign into my sub account and then access this. So let me go ahead and do that now. Great. So now inside of my sub account, I could come over to the settings over here. You can see I have multiple different things. So I have conversational AI. I have the voice agents AI. And what I'm going to be focusing on this video is the voice AI agents. So we're going to be building an AI agent that could actually work for our business, have context inside of our CRM, make phone calls for us, take inbound phone calls, and actually create and perform certain actions with inside of GoHighLevel. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come up here and click on Create Agent, this blue button. And this is where we're going to configure our AI voice calling agent. Let's go ahead and give this a name. Let's call this Outbound AI Caller. And I'm going to add my business name, which is AI Agency Accelerator. And then right here, we could actually choose the voice that we want for our AI assistant. So just like any other AI voice platform, we could go ahead and search through these. Let's listen to a couple of these.
Before you put on a frown, make absolutely sure there are no smiles available.
Okay, so that's teen. That's Samantha. She's a teen and she's focused. I think I need a little bit older sounding voice. I don't want her calling for our business when she sounds like a little younger. So let me go ahead and listen to some of these other ones.
If you don't know where you are going, you will probably end up somewhere else. Failure doesn't mean you are a failure. It just means you haven't succeeded yet.
Cool. So Paula, I like this one a lot. Let's go ahead and move forward with that one. And we're going to be doing this actually for inbound calls. So let's change this to inbound caller. As of now, they do not have outbound calls with inside of GoHighLevel. This is a feature they're actually working on building out, but let's go ahead and set this up for inbound calls. And here is where we could actually change the initial message for our AI agent. So basically right now it's going to say, hey, you've reached AI Agency Accelerator. How can I help you today? That sounds good. We could obviously customize this however we want. Let's move on now. And next up is our agent goals here. So you could see we could actually collect certain details with our AI agent. So we could collect a name, we could collect an email, we could collect an address, the contact's issue. So what I'm going to do is let's just grab the name, the email, and the contact's issue that they're running into. And then this will actually store this information inside of the user's profile inside of our GoHighLevel CRM. So what we could do is we could actually trigger a workflow when the call is completed. For this use case, I don't need to actually connect this to any of our workflows. You can see we have existing triggers here and workflows that we could actually send it down. So I'm going to leave that blank for now. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to click this box here where it says receive email notifications post call completion. So when this phone call is finished, it will then send me an email to my personal email letting me know who the AI spoke to, how the conversation went with the transcript and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. We could also send this to different specific users if we want. So something important that I want to note is if we just basically click on this here and we don't click on switch to advanced mode for our agent goals, this will essentially only be an AI answering system. And the whole goal of it will be to collect the user's name, collect the user's email, collect the contact's issue, or the address as well. Basically any of this information that we select here. If we want this to have context on our business and be able to answer questions that are business related or give insights to the caller, then what we're going to need to do is come over and click on switch to advanced voice mode. So this right here is an easy to ship product that you could actually sell within your agency in order to answer phone calls, collect user information. It's almost like a lead form, but with an AI voice instead of like a form that you fill out on a website. So what we want to do is we want to come and click to switch to advanced voice mode. And then now we need to actually give this a prompt here. This is where essentially we need to structure exactly how we want our AI voice agent to interact with the different users. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and write a prompt right now for myself and for this specific use case within inside of my GoHighLevel, and then you could kind of see exactly how you could prompt this for yourself. All right, so first of all, what I'm going to do before writing the prompt is I'm actually going to come back and change the initial message here, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually build an AI caller for an electrical company in order to help book consultations in order to service them for their electrical needs. So I'm going to say, hey, this is, or let's say, hey, you have reached Bend Electrical. How may I help you today? So that's a good initial message there. And then let's change this to Bend Electrical. Great. Now we can move on. So we're going to then click on all of these for the goals. Again, we're going to do name, email, let's do address and the contacts issue. And then let's go ahead and switch to advanced mode where we're actually going to write our prompt. All right. So I wrote a prompt here, and let me just show you kind of high level exactly what it is, so you could use this to formulate your prompt. So foundational information. I like to give some context on what our company is, so that way our AI voice agent knows how to respond accordingly. So company information: Bend Electrical, providing comprehensive electrical services to residential clients. The role of the assistant is to handle inbound calls to schedule appointments. The target audience is going to be residential customers seeking electrical services. I explain my unique value proposition, and then also I go over objection handling. So pricing concerns, discuss available service plans fitting various budgets. And here are some other things: urgency of the service scope questions, so clarifying comprehensive residential service offerings, competitive comparisons, excessive information requests, and then here is the script here. So first of all, we're going to introduce and greet the caller. So greet the caller and state the purpose, offering a friendly state to the interaction. And then we're going to gather information. So whether that is asking the name, verifying their contact information, including their email, and then also understanding what the reason for the call is. So it's going through all these different steps. You could see that I have different objection handlings. We have conclusion and next steps. So we want to confirm appointment details, thank the caller for reaching out, and mention any follow-up actions. So this prompt here is essentially the guidelines for our AI agent or AI employee to follow in order to conduct these AI phone calls as perfectly as possible. Next up, what we want to focus on is the ability to set up actions inside of GoHighLevel, which is really awesome being able to do this. So we could either create a call transfer, which essentially will transfer this phone call to an actual person. So let's say if the AI is having trouble, or if the user asks to speak with a person, we could set up that call transfer right here. So let's go ahead and just name this human handoff. And I'm going to add a phone number here that we want to transfer this phone call to. And then we need to specify when this transfer should take place. So let's just say if the user asks to speak with a human or with the actual business itself. And we could get as like technical with that as we want, but I think that should be able to identify, I think the AI should be able to identify when it needs to actually initiate this call transfer. And then let's say, please wait while I transfer you to someone to help. There we go. So this is what it's going to say while, or like right before it transfers us. So let's go ahead and add that action. And then let's take a look at these other actions that we'd like to give to our AI agent to perform. So we could actually trigger a workflow. Like I said before, if we have a specific workflow that we want this to trigger, whether that is send them down a specific email marketing campaign or whatnot. If you've used GoHighLevel before, you've used their workflow builders. They're awesome for creating automations, especially with like AI in the loop using ChatGPT or whatever the case may be. So you could go ahead, use that and send them down a text message campaign, a email campaign. You could send them down retargeting ads. All of this stuff is within GoHighLevel. It's a very comprehensive platform with so many different things to offer, and I'm not going to go over all of it in this video. For the sake of this, I'm not going to click on that, but what we're going to do is we're going to update the contact field. So what we need to do is let's just call this update contact, and then we're going to name this right here. Let's just add, okay, so we could update any of these contact fields that we would like. So let's go ahead and name this budget. So this right here is going to extract your budget based on the prompt within the phone call, and then it will then save this as an action into their contact, and then we'll save this as budget, so it'll update their contact. And then what to update in the field, let's just say budget of the caller, and then we'll overwrite existing contact field, and then let's just say their budget is $5,000, and then we could add other ones right here just so we could get a sense of what one of their responses will be for the AI to identify. There we go. So let's save that. And now if this user already has a contact, this will now update that contact with their budget if they actually discuss it on the phone call. All right, and then what I actually did is I changed this in the prompt to ask the user what their budget for the project is, and then it will now create this action and update the contact field just like what I added. And then we could also send an SMS text message. So we could basically send an SMS to this user after the phone call and say, hey, thanks for the phone call. We can customize it however we want. We could use an SMS template, whatever we would like to do, but I'm just gonna leave it there for now. All right, so we're almost done setting up on our AI agent inside of GoHighLevel that actually could create phone calls for us and update contact information inside of our CRM. What we need to do now is we need to assign a phone number to our agent for it to actually make calls for us, obviously. So what we could do is we could either select a phone number. You could see I already purchased one. However, what we could do is we could actually click on buy a new phone number, and this will use GoHighLevel's lead connector. And then essentially we could just click add number, and we could select a different country. And basically what we could do is we could choose any phone number here in different locations, and we basically will just click on this and we will buy it, and we'll pay $1.15 per month for this phone number. But I already have a phone number here, so let me go back. All I need to do is select this phone number, and then we could also set working hours for the agent. However, like I'm just gonna have this 24/7. Why not? So this could actually take calls for us even when we're not working overnight or something. And then what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and test this out, and I should be receiving a phone call on my phone. All right, there we go. We actually have our phone call coming in. Let me go ahead and answer this. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, you have reached Bend Electrical. How may I help you today?
Yeah, I just had some questions. I need to get something fixed, like with my electrical in my house. I wanted to like speak more about it.
Sure thing. Could you tell me a bit more about the issue you're experiencing? That way I can help you better.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, one of my outlets just is not working, and I've tried resetting the breaker. It's just not working, so I needed some help. So I figured I'd call you guys.
Got it. Sounds frustrating. We can definitely help with that. Can I get your name and contact information to set up an appointment for you?
Yeah, sure. What contact information do you need from me?
I'll need your full name, phone number, and email address. Could you please spell out your email for me?
Yeah, so my full name is Brock Messerich. My email address is brockmesserich@gmail.com, and my phone number is this one.
Do you have any specific days or times that work best?
Yeah. Do you guys have any availability next Monday at like 10 a.m. or something?
Let me check that for you. Yes, we do have an opening next Monday at 10 a.m. Shall I book that for you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and book it, please.
Great. You're all set for next Monday at 10 a.m. Thanks for choosing Bend Electrical, Brock. If you have any other questions before then, feel free to reach out. Have a great day.
You too, thank you. All right, there we go. That was our phone call via our GoHighLevel AI employee. All right, so next up inside of the AI employee, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you the automation. So you obviously, if you've used GoHighLevel before, you know about the workflow automations, but if you don't, I'm gonna show you what it is. So right here is an automation slash workflow that we could actually have inside of our GoHighLevel account. So we could create a new trigger where, say if a new contact is created via contact form, it then is sent down this specific workflow. And what I wanna touch on is I actually want to come down here, and right here is actually the workflow AI. This is another piece of the AI employee product. As you know, there was voice AI, there's conversation AI, there's workflow AI, content AI, all of these different products all tied together. So what we could do is we could click assist with building, and then let's just write out what we're trying to build, and it will actually assist us doing this. So let's just say when a new lead fills out a form, trigger the conversational AI to then send them a text or something like that. And I'm not going to go ahead and build an automation here, but I just want to show you how the workflow AI works, so that way you could begin using it inside of your account. And this pairs great with the voice AI and the conversational AI. All right, there we go. So now it's actually giving us all the steps. So first of all, we need to choose the trigger, and that will be the form submitted trigger. Then we need to specify the trigger settings. We need to add the action, which is conversations AI, and then send SMS action. So that'll actually help us walk through and set up all of those. But what I want to do now is I want to go back and I want to actually focus on the conversational AI and how we could actually create an AI that texts with our customers or our leads and has context on our business. And I'm going to show you how to configure that now. So you're going to click on settings and then come to conversational AI. Next up, what we're going to do is we're just going to click a new one. So there's these different templates here. We have general Q&A. So if you just want to simplify customer interactions by answering common questions, this is a great option. We also have the appointment booking option, which is pretty cool as well. For this, let's just go ahead with general Q&A. And so this should save you or your sales team time where instead of having to text back and forth with the lead, this already has context on your AI, and it's essentially a chatbot that has the ability to text and is really easy to set up. So let's just say, let's call this Q&A agent. Say QA agent. And then, so we could obviously set the status here of our bot. So we want to turn this on autopilot. So that means that the bot will reply automatically based on training data. Great, here we go. We could change any of this information here. So let's just say Bend Electrical. Here we are, click save. And then next up, what I want to focus on is the bot training. So what we could do is we could actually add a URL here. So if you have a website that you would like to scrape, we could then scrape that and it will get that data and will understand everything about your business. So that way it could actually respond to customers as any other AI chatbot would function. So let's test this out. I know this is not the Bend Electric website that I was referring to in this video, but let's just use the Apple website, and because there's a lot of information here that we could extract, and then let's test it and actually see how it works. You can see it's fetching these pages. It's going to crawl all these different URLs on the website and actually get that data. All right, so I'm going to click all URLs in this domain because this actually just took this landing page here. So I want something that actually shows the entire website. So it's going to crawl the entire apple.com site now. All right, so that took a couple minutes, but you could see it now crawled this entire website, and there were 751 pages. So now our bot has context on all of this information. So if you have a big website, believe me, you should be able to train it on all that information. So next up, I just needed to click train because it fetched all of these, but now I need to actually train it on all of these pages. So let's go ahead, let it do that, and then we'll dive back into this. So the last part we need to do in order to configure our conversational AI is come over to the bot goals. Similar to what we did with the AI voice agent, we need to actually write a prompt. So if you want a resource on how to actually generate your prompts, here is a resource that GHL actually added. It's called AI Prompting 101. So this will walk through exactly how you should prompt your conversational AI agent. You could also add custom values here. So you could address a user by their name. You could, pull any information, whether that is like a payment link, whether that is an appointment that they booked, all this stuff. We could add all those custom values there. And then we want to come down and look at the action. So again, same thing with the voice AI. We could actually configure a few different actions here. So we could add automatic appointment booking. We could also add trigger a workflow. We could add contact information, or we could then stop the bot. So for whatever reason, if it's going off the guardrails, we could just stop the bot there. So guys, this is the conversational AI inside of the AI employee. Next up on the list of the AI employee is the funnels. So if you come over to sites, you could then click on create a new funnel, and there's this thing called funnel AI. So we could basically write out what it is we're trying to build, and it will build a funnel for us with AI, almost like its own website generator. So let's just call this Bend Electrical Electrician. Basically, we put in all these preferences. So I'm looking for a funnel for my electrical company business to generate more leads, and content should feel friendly. So we could obviously customize this however we want. Literally click generate, and it will begin building this funnel for us and make it super simple for people. If you're not technical, don't know how to use GHL, these AI employee features make it really simple to give yourself a starting point, as well as build some really amazing things leveraging AI. And here we go. Just off one simple prompt that took literally 2 minutes, that took literally 30 seconds. Now we have beginning of a website here, or a funnel that we could then create. We can then preview this, or we can, make some additional edits to it. So that is the AI funnel builder inside of the AI employee. All right, so that AI clone that you saw of myself was generated using Synthesia. And in this video, I'm gonna show you how to use this to actually create a clone of yourself. And I'm gonna show you all the features within inside of this platform because it is pretty damn mind-blowing. So as you can see, it says turn text to video in minutes. And there's a lot of different ways we could use this. We could use this to create slideshows like this. We could have this thing create presentations for us, or we could just use an AI avatar like I created in that first clip of this video to create talking head videos for us. We're gonna kind of dive into the versatility in this video. So you could even have your AI avatar go to your Zoom meetings, which is pretty crazy if we think about it. That's pretty cool. There's a whole bunch of different avatars that we could use, so we don't necessarily need to clone ourselves if we don't want to. If we don't want to use our face or our voice, we could use the AI avatars that are already on the Synthesia platform, which is pretty cool. Another cool feature is we could actually translate this to any language. You could write your text in what you want, and it'll automatically clone that voice in a different language. So for instance, I could type in some sentence or a paragraph I wanted to say, and it'll actually say it in German or French or Spanish or any of these different languages. So that is really cool and presents a lot of opportunities if you're trying to touch a market that is not your natural speaking language. So I could talk for hours about all the different features inside of Synthesia, but in this video, I want to focus on creating an AI avatar to create YouTube videos like my videos, so we can actually use this as an influencer and make content for us on autopilot. I'm inside of my Synthesia account, so if you do not have an account, make sure to sign up. There's a link in the description of this video. What we want to do is we want to come down to, on the left-hand side, avatars over here. As you can see, I have my avatar that I created, and we want to actually create a personal avatar. You could use avatars on the platform. We can add our logo. We can customize it however we want, and we could actually add different kind of locations that we have our avatar in. As you can see, this is like somebody in a park walking, somebody on a couch, all this stuff. So we could get really creative with this. But again, for this use case, I want to show you how to create a personal avatar, and this is just going to be a real simple tutorial to show you how to do so. So click create, and if you want, you could take a look at this. It's kind of a demo of what you're trying to build. But what I use is I actually went ahead. I personally clicked this upload footage option here. You could just go ahead and use your webcam, but I wanted to actually emulate the exact videos that I use for my YouTube, and I use a nice camera. I have a cool setup. So that is what I did, and I'm gonna show you how to do that now. So basically what I did is I took this video of myself that I filmed. It's about a minute video of me talking. You wanna make sure not to use too many hand gestures because the AI could kind of get a little wonky with that. But as you can see, it's just this perfect setup. I got nice lighting, all of this stuff. I'm gonna play this for you so you can see kind of what it is. Have you ever wished your web browser could think like ChatGPT? In this video, I'm going to show you how to integrate the ChatGPT search extension, allowing you to use ChatGPT. So essentially, I'm not going to play that full thing, but it's a video of me talking for a minute straight and using a little hand gesture so it can kind of add that to our AI avatar. And all I did is I clicked upload. I'll do it again for the sake of this. Ensure that the environment is well lit. Click next. And then we actually need to give our consent. So let's do this now. My name is Brock Messerich. This recording will be used on the Synthesia platform to create a digital avatar that looks and sounds like me. The passcode is 426240. So then we want to agree to this. We can submit our recording, and it's now uploading our footage. And this should take about a day or so. About, like, for me, I think it took about 13, 14 hours for it to actually finish after I uploaded the video. And then afterwards, we could come back to our platform and we will have access to our avatar. And I'm going to show you that now. If we come back to our avatars, you can see right here, the one that I just submitted is still generating, and it has about a day remaining. But this is the avatar I generated yesterday, which will be the exact same. So let's go ahead and test out how this works. What you're going to see at first is you're going to see on the left-hand side, you could create certain scenes to actually generate a video for your AI avatar. As well as below your avatar, you're going to actually see where you could type a script or upload an audio file. So let's go ahead and just test this out and write something. All right, so I wrote a script here, what I wanted to say, and what we want to do is let's actually go ahead and click generate here, and then we'll play around with this more to see kind of how we can customize it. All right, let's test that, generate, and let's let this thing build. This should take about 4 or 5 minutes. While that is loading, let's go ahead and talk pricing, because I know pricing is going to be a big question on this video. So here are the pricing plans. There is a free plan, a starter plan, a creator plan, and then there is an enterprise plan. So let's go through kind of all the details of this. So in the free plan, obviously it is $0 per month, no credit card required. there is 1 editor, 9 avatars, 2 stock personal avatars, which is basically the avatars that Synthesia already has, 36 minutes of video a year, which isn't much, but it's enough to test this out and see how it works exactly. And there's 140 plus languages and voices, 60 plus videos and templates, image and video uploads. Looks like there's a bunch of other features as well. We don't need to get into that. Moving on to the $18 per month plan. Starter plan, it is 1 editor and 3 guests. So if you have a team of people, you could have 3 guests on your account to actually help you build these videos yourself. You get 125 AI avatars, 3 personal avatars. You get 120 minutes of video per year. You get the AI avatar builder, the AI video assistant, personal avatars. Moving on to the creator, which is $64 a month. 1 editor and 5 guests. You get 180 AI avatars, 5 personal avatars, 360 minutes of video per year. You get custom fonts, branded video page, CTA on the video page. This all looks really cool, and I haven't used this enough to be able to test out how many different avatars I need or how many different minutes I need of this. But if you're, going to use this and create a bunch of content and you're going to make money from that content, it will probably make sense to go with the creator plan for $64 a month, which is 360 minutes of video per year, which is quite a lot. That's really cool. But here is a look at this. You could start with the free plan, see how you like it. You don't have to put your credit card down just to test this out yourself, which I suggest you should do because it is pretty mind-blowing seeing your AI avatar built. It's blown my mind. So feel free to try out the free plan. And if you need to upgrade, just work your way up and continue upgrading. Real quick, if you're not already subscribed, subscribe to the YouTube channel. This channel is AI for non-techies. So if you want to learn all about AI but aren't a technical person, this channel is perfect for you. So make sure to like the video and subscribe. It means a lot. Going back to the video that we tried to generate, it took about 3 minutes. Let's go ahead and look at what it gave us.
Hey there. I am testing out the AI clone I just created. This is pretty damn cool if I'm being honest. Is this going to take my job as a YouTube creator? I don't know, but we will find out.
Okay, so as you can see there, I actually went ahead and let it clone my voice as well. In the first clip you saw in this YouTube video, I uploaded an audio file and then used that on top of the AI avatar. So as you can see, this isn't as good with, the sounding of the voice. Personally, I like using my actual voice, just uploading an audio file, but this is cool that you have that option. Now I want to show you how you could actually add your own audio and it will actually use your real voice as opposed to the voice clone. So I'm going to come to our editor here and I'm going to delete all this text. All right, so I uploaded my audio file there. As you can see, we need to select the language we wanted to speak in. We have all these options for us to speak in a different language, which is really cool if you want to create content for a different country. For example, if you speak German but you want to tap into the English market, you can actually clone your voice into that language, which is really cool. This is going to be awesome for creators. But let's click English and let's generate this and see what it sounds or see what it looks like now. All right, so this is going to take a couple minutes. Let's actually revisit this when it's done. All right, so that took about 5 minutes or so to come out with this output. Let's take a look at this. This video, it's about a minute of me talking. There are some spaces because it was me actually filming a video. So let's kind of look at what it looks like. I just built an app with AI with 0 coding experience in 10 minutes. Here's exactly how. 1, I used bolt.new to build the interface. I just typed what I wanted and it coded everything automatically. 2, I added Synthflow to the AI voice assistant. Okay, so that looks pretty good. You can see at the beginning here, I'm like moving around. Let's look at this. I just built an app with AI with 0. So the reason I'm moving like that is because in the clip that I uploaded, I was actually moving. So if you want to create the best clip possible, you want it to be a video where you're sitting in one spot, you're not moving around, and you're speaking continuously. So that is why this doesn't look great. But let's look into the middle of this to kind of see what the rest of it looks like. I did everything automatically. 2, I added Synthflow to the AI voice assistant, connected it to ChatGPT's. 2, added Synthflow for the AI voice assistant, connected it to ChatGPT's advanced voice mode, and made it sound completely human. 3, I customized the AI consultant. I trained. Okay, so again, you could see these gestures here where I'm putting up these numbers. That's because in the actual video, I was doing that. So let's make some adjustments and actually edit this clip. Let's actually edit the original clip so that way there are none of these issues. So here's what we're gonna do. I actually recorded a 30-second recording of my voice and I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna create the video with the avatar, but I also have the actual video of me speaking this out. So this is a video that I have of me actually speaking.
Have you ever wished your web browser could think like ChatGPT?
So basically it's a 25-second video of me talking to the camera or whatever, and I extracted that audio, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload it here, and I'm gonna have the avatar say the exact same thing with the same voice, but we're gonna test and compare what they look like. I'm gonna show you the AI avatar with that voice, and I'm gonna show you me with that actual voice. So let's compare here. So what I need to do is I have this audio clip here. Let's just drag that here. Confirm it. Okay, so I'm gonna take that audio file, I'm gonna upload it here, and I need to select the language. So let's obviously come down to English. And then what we're gonna do, we need to change the avatar back to my avatar that I created. And all I'm gonna do is come up here, click generate, and let's generate this. Again, this should be generated within a couple minutes and we'll come back. Okay, that took about 3 or 4 minutes. So let's actually listen to this and see what it looks like.
Have you ever wished your web browser could think like ChatGPT? In this video, I'm going to show you how to integrate the ChatGPT search extension, allowing you to use ChatGPT instead of Google in your browser. This is going to completely change the way we interact with the internet, and I don't think we even know it yet. 5 years from now, I think we'll look back on this as the turning point for AI adoption.
Okay, that's pretty crazy. Again, it's got those kind of weird little things where it uses hand gestures. Next time I record, I'm gonna make sure not to use my hand gestures because I think that's kind of messing this up. But as far as like my head movement, my body movement, and the way my mouth is moving to the words, it is almost flawless. This is actually blowing my mind. The audio doesn't sound great because this is an actual audio file I recorded using my MacBook. I forgot to use my mic, so that's why it doesn't sound perfect. But guys, this is crazy. I hope you guys can understand how crazy this is. The fact that I'm able to build this and then have it make any content that I want it to make. I could write in any script here and have it say whatever I want. Obviously, it has to be appropriate. But I could then post this on all my social media channels, and I have content on autopilot. I could just hire somebody like a virtual assistant to come in here and build these for me, and I don't even have to look at my phone and I see videos posted. I have a friend in the AI creator space where he posts multiple Instagram reels every single day going over new AI tech and new AI tools, and he doesn't even film the videos. He has somebody on the back end using this platform to actually take the clone, build a video, and it gets posted. He doesn't even know that this video is created and it's on autopilot. So there's some awesome opportunities that are gonna come up if we could leverage this technology. And I really wanted to show you this in this video. All right, so first things first, I'm inside of Abacus AI, and this is where the deep agent actually lives that I'm going to demo in this video. However, I want to mention that Abacus AI has a whole bunch of different AI tools. So for example, think of it almost like a Swiss Army knife for AI. So it has Route LLM, which essentially has access to all these different large language models. We have GPT, we have Claude 4, we have Claude 3.7, we have Claude 4 Opus, Gemini, DeepSeek, all of these different AI large language models bashed into one. We have image generation via GPT image, Flux, Dolly, all of these different kind of features here, and that works in conjunction with the deep agent, which I'm going to be going over in this video. All right, so if I come over to the left-hand side, you can see this tool here called Deep Agent. I'm going to click on this, and right here, you can see we have this interface that says, what do you want to do? Deep Agent is capable of creating apps, documents, and pretty much any task. So let's put that to the test and see if that is actually a true statement here. All right, so for my first use case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Deep Agent to actually help me find an apartment or a house in Denver, Colorado. So I'm actually looking to move to Denver this fall, and I'm going to see if Deep Agent can actually help with that. So I have this prompt here, and let me read this off real quickly before giving it this task. Your job is to help me find an apartment that fits my specifications, find the top 10 places based on my preferences, and then create a fully detailed presentation with each of the options, include images of the places, along with information such as square feet, bedrooms, price, etc. And then I basically break down my specifications here. So I'm looking to rent a 2-bedroom townhouse / apartment in Denver, 2 bedrooms, over 1,100 square feet, prefer a townhouse, but apartment is fine. Budget of $3,500 per month, newer construction or remodel. So this is basically the prompt I'm going to give it, and let me go ahead and send it off. And what it's going to begin doing is it's going to do deep research on this. So let's take a look at how this actually functions. All right, so right now it looks like it's actually gathering data on Denver rental properties. So I'll be interested to see kind of the different research that it does. And I'll take you through as it actually does this. All right, and just like that, about 10 seconds later, it's actually searching through all of these different websites here. So it's going through Zillow, which I was actually looking at personally the other day. It's going through apartments.com, trulyforrent.com. So I could click on all of these and see exactly what it's looking at. You can see that it actually searched Denver, Colorado with my exact specifications here, which is pretty interesting. So one thing I want to mention is not only is it actually doing the deep research here, actually browsing through these different websites, finding an apartment or a townhouse based on my specifications, but what it's going to do, it's actually going to take this information and almost have like a detailed report on all the findings that it finds. And then it's actually going to go ahead and turn this into a presentation. So it's almost going to be like a slide deck for myself, kind of basically breaking down to me each of these different options, the best options that it found, including information on square footage, pricing, location, etc. So that is one of the powers of using the deep agent inside of Abacus AI. So I'm excited to see what it gives us. All right, after a couple of minutes, it actually gave us a detailed report with all this information. So you can see we have the top 10 Denver rental properties report. There are 10 different properties. We got Skyline 1801. It breaks down the address, the type, the rent, square footage, bathrooms, the year it was built, key amenities. So it's even breaking down some more of the things that I didn't even specify in my prompt. So that's pretty great. It gives the contact information. It also uploads an image. Okay, so that's just that singular image there. However, it did that for 10 of these different townhouses or apartments, which all look to fit within my initial specification. So that is absolutely great. It's breaking down market insights, recommendations, neighborhood highlights of each of these different places. So that is really cool. I don't need to go ahead and do all this information searching myself. So now that Deep Agent did that, it's basically asking how many slides would we like for this presentation. I'm thinking around 15 or 20 slides is what it says. Let's do 15 or 20 slides. Okay, so now it's going to begin taking all of that information that I went ahead and just researched over the last about 10 minutes and is going to condense that into a really nice presentation. So let's go ahead, let's let this do its thing and let's see what it comes up with before I show you another use case of the Deep Agent with inside of Abacus AI. All right, so as it's going ahead and actually creating this presentation, it looks like it's actually trying to pull different images from these different apartments and townhouses that it actually pulled up. However, if you come down here, you can see that this generating image tool actually went down here. So you can see the prompt here. So a professional real estate photography of a Denver rental market overview. So it went ahead, it looks like it actually used the image generation from OpenAI to actually generate this using the 4.0 image generation. So that's pretty cool that it not only can do the research, but it could actually generate images using whichever image generation model it thinks is best. So that's one of the great things about this product is it's not tied down to just one singular, for example, like image generation or video generation tool. It has access to all of these top different platforms that everybody's using. All right, so it looks like it went ahead and gave a draft of kind of how this is going to look for each of these different slides. And it's basically asking what type of presentation style do I want? Let's just go ahead and run with, let's say I want it just to be professional. Let's just click submit and let's see what it gives us. All right, guys, take a look at this. So right here, we have our presentation that our Deep Agent actually created. So let's go through. We have our top 10 Denver rental properties, 2 bedrooms, 1,100 plus square feet, under $3,500 per month, newer construction. So far looking pretty good. Okay, let's see. So property number 0, which I guess should be property number 1. We have Highlands 32 apartments. It shows our rent. It shows the size, it shows amenities. It shows key highlights. It shows square footage, property type, address. Guys, this looks pretty solid. Let's go ahead and keep going through this presentation. So we have 1,200 Colorado. Looks like it didn't actually pull the image of this one. That's okay. It shows our rent, our size. Again, like this is pretty awesome. The fact that it's able to do all of this research itself and then actually pull this and plug this into a presentation. So let's continue through all of these. This one actually looks pretty good. I'd consider this one. This one also looks pretty solid. All right, let's just go to the end here and see what the end of this looks like. Okay, so it's actually breaking down the different locations that are good for me to check out. So we have Sloan's Lake, which is actually an area that I've been looking at. It shows our rent prices here. It's showing key highlights of Sloan's Lake area. Same thing with Rhino and the Lohi district, kind of breaking down some of the cool highlights here. So that's pretty great. I mean, this isn't like a super detailed presentation. However, if I wanted to get more specific with my prompt, it probably would have been a little bit more specific here, but this is pretty amazing. amazing. The fact that I was able to generate this using the deep agent, you can see recommendations, next steps. And this is cool that it actually has the action items here. So schedule property viewings for top 3 choices. It's showing market summary, the average rent or the range, amount of properties that are in my budget here, showing luxury options, the perfect match, best overall value. That is pretty cool, guys. The fact that I was able to do this. And then now I want to show you how I could actually deploy this to its own website if I want to share it with somebody, for example. All right, so if I come up here, I have this purple button here that just says deploy. And what I could do, actually give it a name. So Denver Apartments, click deploy. Looks like it already deployed. And then what I could do is I could literally just go to this little URL here. And this is now its own website that I could go ahead, I could send it to somebody. For example, if I want to send this kind of app or this website to my girlfriend so she could like confirm if she likes any of these apartments or townhouses, for example, that is very easy to do. I just send this link here and she has access to it. All right, so that is use case number 1. However, I want to go through use case number 2, and this is the prompt that I'm going to give our deep agent here. So I'm actually booking a trip to Portugal, July 1st through 6th here, and I need help finding some Airbnbs. So basically I said, you're a travel expert. I have a trip that I'm planning to Portugal, July 1st through the 6th. Your job is to find the best Airbnbs based on these specifications. We want to be close to the beach. We want to have the place all to ourselves. Want it to be newer if possible, close to some restaurants and coffee shops. And I put my budget for $200 per night. And I basically said they have to be Airbnbs, and I want it to give me the link to each of these regarding the place. So I'm going to shoot this off. It's going to go ahead and do the same thing it did for the previous example. It's going to be doing some deep research and going to kind of curate all this data for me. It's actually asking me for a bit more specifications. Let's just go for it. A feature I really want to mention while it's going ahead and actually researching some Airbnb listings here is it actually has the ability to browse on a computer browser. So it kind of functions similarly to Manus. You can see you could open up a web browser here. I could pull up Chrome, for example, or if I have a specific task that it needs to actually search the internet for, you could see that it actually is able to pull this information up. So in my search history, you could actually see that it was looking up the top 10 Denver destinations, as well as it was searching on Zillow for these different kind of townhouses that I was looking for. So if you want to go ahead and have this fill out certain things, or I don't know, do things in your browser, it has the ability to do that. All right, that took a couple minutes. You could see it went ahead, it did some comprehensive research here. It accessed the web. It was looking at Airbnb. Let's take a look at what it was actually looking at. Okay, so I was looking at different apartments here. Okay, cool. So all I want to focus on here is the document that I actually created us. So if I open this, you could see here that it actually has this here. So it's showing our executive summary. It's showing key findings, recommended properties. So this is pretty great. However, it didn't go ahead and actually provide the links to these, which I asked it for. So let's just say, I want you to go ahead and provide the links for each of these different Airbnb listings so I could take a look at them. All right, I'm going to give it that, and let's see if it's able to add that. Should be pretty easy. Just like that, it quickly went ahead and added the link to each of these different listings here. So let me just double check these. That looks oh, this actually looks like a pretty awesome apartment here. So great. Now we have this full broken down PDF document here with all of these different stays, and I didn't have to do any of the research here. All right, so first things first, we're actually not going to be using Claude 3.7 Sonnet on the Claude website or anything like that. We're going to be using an external tool in order to leverage the technology behind Claude 3.7. So instead of coming here, let's exit this out. We're going to come actually to the description. We're going to grab this link here, and that's going to take us over to Poppy. And essentially, we're just going to create an account, log in, do whatever we need to do here to sign up for an account. The first thing we need to do now is come over and click on New Board. And first things first, we're going to see a blank canvas here. The first thing we need to do is actually go ahead and drop some information here. I'm going to pull up this AI chat right here. And as you could see, we could either choose between Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is what I used to use, or we could use O3 Mini, but we're going to focus on obviously Claude 3.7 Sonnet for this video. And you're probably asking, okay, you could chat with Claude 3.7 Sonnet here. What's the big deal about that? And the big deal about that is the information we could tie into our AI assistant that leverages Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So basically, I'm going to show you how I use this to help me write specific newsletters. I use it to write content for me. So I'm personally going to show you how I use this every single day to help me write content, whether that's my newsletter, whether this is posts in my school community, whether this is writing out scripts for videos, or even just synthesizing information for me to digest. So the first thing I want to touch on is we could actually go ahead and paste in a YouTube video to the canvas. So I just pasted in the first video here, and this is essentially a video from one of my favorite creators, Kane Calloway. It is titled how to write a killer script that keeps viewers hooked. So essentially, we're gonna be leveraging all the concepts he talks about in this like 10-15 minute video and tying that into our chat here using Claude 3.7 Sonnet. So we could do this with any context. We could come over, we could drop in a YouTube video, we could drop in recordings, images, texts, documents, websites, as many things as we could think of, and use that as the brain of our assistant. So this is essentially giving Claude 3.7 Sonnet specific information we want it to use. Let me go ahead and get a few more videos that I actually want to give to our knowledge base. All right, so I added 2 more videos, how to master the art of speaking, and then how to create irresistible hooks. So if we want to create content, these are the 3 best videos I've ever found on how to actually craft your scripts and how to speak when you're creating content. Next up, I'm actually going to add these into a group here. And remember, we could add any information here we want. We could add a website, we could add Instagram videos and whatnot, but this is good to go. I'm going to name this folder Content Creation Frameworks, because these are frameworks we want to follow when we're actually creating content with Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Next up, we're going to attach this to our chat node. And this might look complicated. Believe me, this is so simple. And this is why I actually love using this tool. So next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to come to Claude 3.7 Sonnet, and I'm going to ask it to essentially condense all of that information from those videos into a document. All right, so I'm basically prompting Claude 3.7 and saying, break down the information in these videos I provided discussing Callaway's techniques for crafting the most engaging content possible. I want to know any mental models he follows. Think of this output you will give me as the blueprint on how to create the best content. Let's go ahead and give that to Claude 3.7 and see what it gives us. All right, so it actually wrote out all of the core concepts that he covers in these 3 videos. And the reason this is so amazing is because we could add any information here and we could speak to it with Claude 3.7 and it will condense this information for us, speed up the learning process and whatnot. And this is amazing. What I'm going to do, however, this isn't the end. I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to come over to a text document here. I'm going to paste all this information here. I'm going to also connect this here. So what it will do is it will now use these and always write my scripts based on these core concepts that he touches on. One thing I want to say as well is this output here is much better than I have seen with Claude 3.5. So I'm super stoked to be using Claude 3.7 because it was already the best. So next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my own YouTube videos so that way it could understand the type of content I like to create so it could kind of replicate that same style. All right, so I added 3 of my videos here so we could get a sense of how I speak and the type of content that I create. And one more thing I need to do, actually 2 more things. So I'm going to connect this here. So now this is connected to our chat here using this as a knowledge base. So then what I just did is I pasted a link to a video about a new topic, or this is a video on Claude 3.7 Sonnet summarized in 8 minutes. So I could either watch this video and basically take notes myself, or I could speak with this and use this as context to help me write content. So the reason I'm using this Claude 3.7 Sonnet video here is because I'm actually going to use our chat here to actually write me a script for a video about Claude 3.7 Sonnet based on my type of videos that I make, as well as using Kane Callaway's script writing and storytelling formulas. So as you can see, it's not just leveraging Claude 3.7 Sonnet to write something out for us. We're leveraging other data sources and tying it all in with using this platform Poppy. And I personally love using this to help me write ideas for LinkedIn, newsletter, all these different platforms in order to help synthesize information, especially when a new tool comes out, like something like Claude 3.7. I'm going to click on new chat. Next up, I'm just going to say using the video I added about. All right, so here's my prompt. Using the video I added about Claude 3.7 Sonnet, as well as the Callaway videos explaining how to create the best content along with my content, create an engaging YouTube video intro where I cover Claude 3.7 Sonnet. So let's give it that, and then let's see what it's able to give us using Claude 3.7 and all of this context here. All right, so here is the script. Today we're talking about Claude 3.7 Sonnet, Anthropic's most intelligent model to date, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing, this isn't just another incremental update. Claude 3.7 Sonnet is what Anthropic calls a hybrid reasoning model. So it's using, this right here is an example of what Kane Callaway talks about in these blueprint videos. So you can see if I come up here, it's actually using this 3-step hook formula. So it's using the context lean, which establishes the purpose and the techniques. It adds a scroll stop interjection, which acts as a stun gun to stop the viewers from scrolling, adding a but, however, or yet, which it actually did right here. But here's the thing, and then it gives kind of contrary take. And then it uses a contrarian snapback, which the purpose of it is to redirect the viewer's attention in an unexpected direction. So you could actually see if we analyze this script that it's utilizing those frameworks that it pulled from those Callaway videos. So there we go. That's how I could use this to help me with content. I could then pull in different LinkedIn posts if I wanted to kind of use my LinkedIn post as reference in context or other people's that have performed well. This is a great way for you to leverage Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which is already good at helping you write out content, whether that's written content or spoken content, as well as pulling in different context, whether that's videos or blog posts or whatnot. So this tool is something I use personally every single day to help me learn whenever there is a new topic in the space. However, there's so many different use cases that you could personalize this for, and I wanted to cover it in this video. All right, so this is what it looks like inside of Google's Opal. And you'll see on the left-hand side, we actually have this canvas-like drag and drop user interface, kind of similar to N8N. We have different kind of modules here. We have the collect URL module. We have extract video transcript for the specific app that we have here. And you can see on the right-hand side, we have our app. So not only do we have a workflow, we have a workflow turned into like a working app. So this is why in the intro to this video, I was discussing how this is similar to N8N mixed with Lovable, but not as dynamic, and we don't have as many customizable options here, but it's really low barrier for entry for being able to build web apps and custom workflows that turn into apps, as you can see on the right hand side. So right here, I'm in the editor tab. If I click on app, you can see we now have this entire app here, and this was a pre-existing app made by one of the users. Let me go ahead and play around with this, and then I'm going to show you exactly how we could go ahead and build our own app using a prompt. And at the end of this video, I'm going to give you my thoughts on what I think of this compared to platforms like N8N, Lovable, Bolt, and all these different competitors out there. So as you can see, we have this prompt to start, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop in a YouTube URL, and it's basically going to help us learn from a YouTube video. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but let's go ahead and do that now. All right, let's go ahead and grab this YouTube video here where I basically break down ChatGPT Agent in that release. So let's learn from this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to take this back over to our app. All I need to do is paste that in, and now it looks like it's actually going to extract the video transcript. Now if I go over to the editor, you can now see what it's doing. So it's collecting the URL, it's extracting the video, which it looks like, or it's extracting the video transcript, which it looks like it did. It says analyze educational content, generate quiz. It's going to generate this quiz, and then it's going to turn this into a display report, which is essentially our user interface of our mini app. So we can actually see this in action going ahead and doing this. If I come back over to the app, you can see it's still extracting this transcript. We can see it's now moved on to this step in the process. It's generating the quiz after analyzing the educational content, and it's now going to build us this app on the right hand side. Let's give it a second. While this is still loading, one thing I want to mention is this was all built from a text prompt. So in order for us to do this, you just give it a simple text prompt and it will go ahead and spin this up in literally seconds, which is pretty cool, instead of having to go through and manually actually adding each of these different modules for our workflow or for our little mini app. Oh, and there we go. We have on the right hand side our app. It took probably in total maybe 2 minutes to actually do this. So let me go ahead and let's play with this and see how this works. So I'm going to drag this over. Looks like I can click on this to actually watch the video, but it is ChatGPT Agent interactive report. So let's go ahead and use this. Looks like it actually shows the educational content breakdown. So it talks about the first part of the video, introducing ChatGPT Agent, shows the different use cases that I had for the video of actually testing out, ChatGPT Agent. So it's showing automated email and brand deal evaluation, demonstration, shows the outcome here, key learning points. So it's almost like our custom interactive app that, just shows us user interface, breakdown of the video. And then we have an interactive quiz here, which is pretty cool. The fact that I just uploaded a URL. And question number 1, what 2 core functionalities does the video state are combined in ChatGPT Agent to make it extremely interesting? So since I did this, I know that this is deep research and operator. Move on to next question. And let me go ahead and answer all of these. All right, so you can see I scored 5 out of 6 on this quiz. So that's a cool little app that somebody built using Opal. Let's go ahead and try to actually build our own app now. Back on the homepage, here's what we see. We can see the different galleries here. This is the one that I actually went ahead and played around with there for that use case. And then we could just click on create new. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Next up, we are presented with this right here. You could see see we have this prompt that says, let's build your app. Take a look at our demo video. And basically we just type out what we're trying to build. So I'm going to give it this prompt. All right, so here is my prompt. Basically I'm saying build an app that creates AI video ads with your product and target audience. The user will give product name and uploads 3 images of the product. Then the app generates video marketing material using VO3 for the product. So basically it's going to be using VO3, which is Google's video generation model, and actually generate a video for us for marketing material. And I basically added along with the image gen images. So we actually have video and image assets for our marketing. I'm going to send that off to Opal, and wow. Just about 10-15 seconds later, it comes up with this entire editor. This is a workflow. This is pretty sweet. So it looks like we have product name, product image number 1, product image number 2, product image number 3, and we could move these around actually, but these nodes are all connected. Then we'll move to generate video script using these inputs here, generate image instructions. And if I click on each of these, you can see that I can actually see the prompt that is actually given inside of each of these. So instead of us having to go in, actually generate the prompts for each of these different steps here, such as like generating the image or generating the video script or the actual video, it goes ahead and creates the prompts for us. So we don't even need to do this. This literally just allows us to write in a single sentence or a little basic prompt, and it'll go ahead, generate the workflow for us, and then turn that workflow into an application. This is pretty cool to actually play around with. Wow, one thing I want to mention is it even went ahead and added this right here, which I didn't even ask it to add, which is creating marketing ad page. So it looks like it's actually going to create like an example of a website for us to actually use for the marketing material that we created using our mini app. So I uploaded all 3 of those images. You can see our workflow now actually in the process of working. It looks like it's actually, generating a video script. It's generating the marketing video material. It's generating image, generating additional images, and then actually creating that marketing page. Looks like it actually connected to other different nodes, but that's pretty interesting. So one thing to note is we have our preview over here, but we could also come over to the console. We could see all these different parts of our workflow. You could see the video script that was used. So here's the output. This is the output that was used for the prompt in order for us to actually generate the video with the script as well as the images. So if we want to see that information, we could actually see that in the console here. Let me look at the preview now. So interesting. That's, pretty similar to the light bar that I showcased. It's not the exact same, but, giving Google VO3, pretty solid. That's definitely pretty cool. And it's actually showing different marketing material here with, you could see examples of the light bar in action. That's pretty cool. Nothing too insane. That's why, I didn't want to like hype up Opal right off the bat. I think there is quite a bit of potential here. This is really cool that we're able to do this, but here's one use case. Let's go ahead and talk about some other use cases and play around with it a little bit more. One last thing before moving on to some more use cases is I was playing around with this a little bit on the user interface, and one thing I noticed is inside of this step here, you could see it has this little tool thing. So it actually has access to different tools. This is pretty cool. So we could actually have access to search the web, search Google Maps, get a web page, get the weather. There's not too many tools here. I imagine this product could get pretty sweet when there's, a bunch of different tools and, utility for this, but it does have access to actually search the internet. So I guess that could be useful if we're actually wanting to, have this do some deep research using something like their deep research with Gemini 2.5, which, we have access to all these different models, Gemini 2.0 Flash, 2.7 Flash, Gemini 2.5 Pro, Image Gen 4, we have VO3, we have the ability to actually generate, we also have the ability to generate audio and speech from Audio LLM. So all these things integrate directly with the product. That's one thing about this is it's not like end-to-end where you could tie it to all these different applications. Looks like it's only for the Google ecosystem applications right now. All right, so this next use case is pretty cool, and I think you're gonna get a kick out of it. So we've probably seen all these AI, ASMR, knife cutting videos that are, like pieces of fruit or something that are being cut in their like glass cutting ASMR. So basically what I came to Opal and said is I basically said, create an app that allows a user to give a text prompt in order to generate an AI ASMR knife cutting video. Always output 3 different AI generated videos so the user can pick and choose which one they like the best. Imagine we just give a simple prompt, and instead of going to VO3 and explaining all of these and doing, having to generate 3 different videos, it just will automatically generate 3 different ones for us. That is the app we're going to build. So let's just send that off to Opal, and it's going to begin building our mini app here. All right, so now we have our workflow for our mini app. So we have text prompt, then it will go to generate the video prompt, generate the video clips, and then present videos as a web page. So that's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and now look at our preview of our app. Let's click on start, and let's just basically explain what we're trying to generate here. All right, so my prompt is glass banana being cut with a knife in ASMR style. So I get to give it like a monkey prompt, like something that's very simple, and it's gonna actually go ahead and probably optimize that prompt, I would assume, before generating it for us. So here we go. As we know, it's gonna go ahead and run this, and we're gonna see it actually going through this workflow and, you know, actually doing each of these steps here. So like I said, we figured it was gonna actually optimize our prompt for us. It came up with this output here. So, you know, it looks very detailed, and hopefully this is actually gonna generate a pretty cool video, given that we only gave it a really simple prompt. Boom, and just like that, we have a very basic app here with all three of our different outputs. So let's take a look at these. Nice, that's kind of exactly what we're looking for. Let's look at the second one. Interesting. So there we have it. This is what actually built us in literally one simple prompt. All right, there we have it. If you stayed to the end of this, you are 10 steps ahead of everyone else. If I could ask you to subscribe to the channel, it would mean the absolute world. I teach non-techies how to use AI, as you saw in this video, and I look forward to bringing you along on my journey as I navigate this world myself. Cheers, and I wish you the best on your AI journey. Peace.